Good morning and welcome to our webinar on the restitution of cultural artifacts to countries of origin. This is a very important topic which is aligned to the G20 theme around the restitution of cultural objects in the context of decoloniality, in a context of solidarity between African countries. I think that this is the most important time for us to be hosting such an important webinar on a deeply emotional issue. Today's program is quite full, and we have 3 panels that are going to be looking at various aspects around the restitution of cultural property. The first panel will be talking about facilitating the return of cultural good, experiences from successful returns. The second panel will look at unsuccessful attempts at returns and the challenges and roadblocks that hindered such a return. And then the final panel will be looking at enabling voluntary disclosures and returns and how we can best facilitate the return of artifacts to their countries of origin. But before we get into that, I would like to welcome the newly elected chairperson of the SAHRA Council, Ms. Elodie Tloele, for the opening remarks and introduction. Over to you, ma'am.
Honourable Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture of South Africa, Mr. Gayton McKenzie, the Honourable Minister of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts of Ghana, Ms. Abla Zifa Gomashi, Acting Director for Social Development, Culture and Sport, and the Head of Culture Division of the African Union Commission, Ms. Angela Martins, our esteemed representatives of the G20, honoured guests, colleagues, and friends. On behalf of the South African Heritage Resources Agency, it is my great honour to welcome you to this important international seminar on the restitution of cultural property. Today we gather under the theme, Restitution of Cultural Artifacts to Countries of Origin, Solidarity in Restoring the Cultural Heritage of Descendant Communities. This is not only a matter of heritage, but one of justice, one of dignity, and of healing. Cultural property embodies the memory, the knowledge systems, and spiritual identity of peoples. When such treasures are displaced, whether through colonialism, through conflict, or even through illicit trade, they leave behind deep wounds that echo across generations. Therefore, restitution is more than the return of objects. It is the restitution of identity, the affirmation of sovereignty, and the strengthening of solidarity between nations. South Africa, through SAHRA, and in partnership with the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, stands firmly committed to advancing these conversations within the G20 platform and beyond. We believe that restitution is not a favor, but a shared obligation grounded in principles of human rights, of reconciliation, and respect for cultural diversity. Today's gathering brings together governments, scholars, practitioners, and communities to share experiences, both of success and of struggle. It also challenges us to confront the barriers that persist, while also envisioning practical pathways for cooperation, for transparency, and most importantly, for voluntary disclosure. It reminds us that the heritage we seek to protect does not belong to institutions alone. It belongs to the descendants whose histories and identities it carries. As we begin this dialogue, let us do so with humility, with courage, and with a collective determination to ensure that cultural heritage is safeguarded, it's celebrated, and returned to its rightful custodians. I thank you all for your commitment to this issue and wish you all fruitful deliberations for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very powerful message, Chairperson. It is now my honor and privilege to introduce the Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture of South Africa, the Honorable Mr. Gayton McKenzie.
Good morning to all present. Let me start by greeting the Honorable Minister, Abla Ziva Gomashe, Minister of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts of Ghana. I've also just seen that we are joined by the Deputy Minister, Honorable Yusuf Isaka Jaja. I would like to welcome Ms. Angela Martins, Acting Director for Social Development, Culture and Sport, and the Head of Culture Division, African Union, the AU Commission. Ms. Elodie Siuteng Klaulele, Chairperson of the South African Heritage Resource Agency Council, Advocate Lungisa Malgas, Chief Executive Officer of SAHRA, CEOs and heads of heritage institutions around the world, our partners in cultural heritage management from the rest of the African continent, globally, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. It is an absolute honor to be with you today as we gather for this important seminar on the restitution of cultural artifacts to countries of origin, solidarity in restoring the cultural heritage and descendant communities, a topic that speaks deeply not only to history, but to justice, identity, and healing. Marcus Garvey once said, "A people without knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots." His words remind us of why we are here today, to ensure that those roots are restored, nourished, and never forgotten. We convene at a moment when many societies are increasingly recognizing that cultural heritage is not simply about artifacts, nor about museums and archives alone. It's about people, it's about communities, it's about memory, and the ties that binds us across generations. When objects were removed through colonial conquest, through illicit trade and exploitation, what was lost was not just something physical, but a part of generations, a part of a generation ability to tell their story, to practice their traditions, to feel whole, and that they were part of something much larger than themselves. Solidarity in this context means more than returning the objects. It means acknowledging shared responsibility, engaging in genuine partnerships towards a common goal of voluntarily disclosing the unethically acquired collections and objects and returning them to the descendant communities. It means addressing historical wrongs, not merely as an academic endeavor, but as a lived reality that affects dignity, identity, and well-being. We gather not only to speak to artifacts, but of identity, memory, and justice. When cultural treasures are removed, ladies and gentlemen, what is taken is a community's voice, its ability to tell its story, to honor its ancestors, to remain rooted in its traditions. In South Africa, we've seen both the pain of loss and the healing power of return. I'm going to repeat that. In South Africa, we've seen both the pain of loss and the healing power of return. Let me make you an example, esteemed guests. The case of Klaas and Troy Pienaar marked a turning point in our nation's journey towards healing and restitution. It was a reminder that the past is not gone. It lives in us. And we have the power to correct its wrongs. In 1909, near Kuruman, a town in the Northern Cape, in what is today called the Northern Cape province. An Austrian anthropologist by the name of Rudolf Posch exhumed the bodily remains of Klaas and Troy Pienaar, a Khoisan couple who had recently passed away. These remains were taken to Austria and displayed as specimens for scientific research. For more than a century, these remains were treated as curiosities. But in 2009, after years of negotiation, the Austrian government agreed to repatriate them to South Africa. In April 2012, the remains of Klaas and Troy Pienaar were returned in coffins draped in the South African flag. Their reburial in Kuruman was not just the returns of bones, it was the restoration of humanity, dignity, and identity. It was a powerful, powerful statement that our ancestors are not objects, but people, and they deserve to be remembered as such. A more recent example is the restitutions of the remains of 58 Khoi and San ancestors that were laid to rest in the Northern Cape after decades of being held in museum collections. At the reburial, an elder said the following. The elder said, "Today, our ancestors sleep with dignity. Today, we are whole again." Allow me to repeat that. The elder said, "Today, our ancestors sleep with dignity. Today, we are whole again." This was more than a ceremony. It was a moment of truth, healing, and reclamation. But South Africa does not walk this path alone. Around the world, we see examples of restitution that can guide us. One, France returned 26 royal treasures to Benin in 2021 and sacred objects to Senegal in 2019, made possible by new laws dedicated to restitution. Two, Germany has begun returning the Benin bronze to Nigeria. All the Benin bronzes are being returned to Nigeria, acknowledging the injustice of colonialism and embedding this in a reconciliation process. Three, Australia has created a national program that has successfully returned more than 1,600 ancestral remains of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders people from museums abroad. And through the UNESCO 1970 Convention, states are working together to prevent illicit transfer of cultural property and to mediate disputes through cooperation rather than conflict. South Africa has established several policies and legal frameworks to guide the return and restitution of cultural artifacts and human remains, reflecting a commitment to rectifying the historical injustices and restoring dignity to affected communities. These policies include the National Policy of Repatriation and Restitution of Human Remains and Heritage Objects, which was approved by the South African Cabinet in 2021. The policy aimed at facilitating the repatriation and restitution of human remains on heritage objects and provides a structured and consistent approach. A structured and consistent approach to handling requests for the return of cultural artifacts, both within South Africa and from abroad. It outlines the roles of various stakeholders, including the South African Heritage Resource Agency, and establish processes for engagement with dissident communities and international institutions. SAHRA plays a pivotal role in implementing the national policies through repatriation and restitution programs. The program is responsible for coordinating the return of cultural artifacts and human remains. South Africa is also aligned, ladies and gentlemen, with international conventions that advocate for the return of cultural property, such as the 1970 UNESCO Convention on the Means of Prohibiting and Preventing the Illicit Import, Export, and Transfer of Cultural Property, and 1995 UNIDROIT Convention on Stolen and Illegally Export Cultural Objects. Ladies and gentlemen, today it is estimated that as much as 80 to 90% of Africa's cultural heritage from the colonial period is still held outside the continent. This staggering figure is a reminder of the scale of our task, our joint task, and of the solidarity required to address it. These cases teach us important lessons. Restitutions must be community-led, backed by law and absolute political will, carried out in partnerships with museums, and guided by the transparency and respect. Most importantly, restitution is not a favor, not an act of charity. It's a matter of justice. It restores the humanity and dignity of descendant communities. It enables societies to honestly engage with their histories and redefines the role of institutions as partners in truth and healing. Through the work of SAHRA and our Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, we are strengthening the Repatriation and Restitution Office to ensure these processes are guided by descendant communities. Yet, challenges remain. Many South African artifacts remain scattered globally, and as of today, there's still no complete record of what lies in foreign collections. This is why consideration of voluntary disclosure by the holding countries would go a long way towards giving urgency to returning cultural artifacts to countries of origin for many countries that are working to recover the cultural heritage in foreign lands. In recognition of each other's birthrights, we have to do this. Before I end, I would like to make the following statement. There is no shame in inheriting cultural objects that does not belong to you or your country. But there's absolute shame in not returning them. There's no shame in inheriting it, but there's absolute shame in not returning it. What we inherit is not in our hands, but we've inherited what belonged to somebody else. Returning it is in our hands. In recognizing the significance of the conversations today, I would like to invite Honorable Minister Abla Ziva Komashi, Minister of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts of Ghana, and Ms. Angela Martins, Acting Director for Social Development, Culture and Sport, Head of the Culture Division at the African Union Commission, to share their thoughts with you today as the demonstration that in partnership, collaboration, and solidarity, we shall work towards restoring the cultural heritage of descendant communities. Even if it takes years, ladies and gentlemen, we'll strive to restore the humanity and dignity, not only of South Africans, but of all our people by reuniting them with the heritage. I thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for that very powerful message and that call to action. The message is well received by all guests in attendance. The message is well received by all South Africans and all Africans, and most importantly, by those countries that have these artifacts within their collections. Thank you so much, Minister, for gracing us with your presence. It is an honor to have you here today. I'd now like to hand over to the Honorable Minister of Tourism, Culture, and Creative Arts of Ghana, Minister Abla Zifa Gomashi, who is represented by the Deputy Minister, the Honorable Yusuf Isaka Jaja.
Yeah. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Your Excellency, Mr. K.G. Mackenzie, for your wonderful speech. Unfortunately, I couldn't get the earlier speaker. I just tuned in when she was about wrapping up. I think the Honorable Minister gave a very powerful speech. First of all, let me bring you greetings from Ghana, more especially from my Honorable Minister, Honorable Abla Zifa Gomashi, who is currently airborne and on her way to Ghana from a trip.
Did you like it, my love? Did you like it? And yeah, I can't wait to discuss.
Am I clear?
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Thank you. As we speak, and she will have loved to be here on this program, but simple because she's airborne and she's on the way. That's why my good self, the Honorable Deputy Minister for Tourism, Culture, and Creative Arts of Ghana is representing here. Unlike yours is sports, culture, and what have you. Ours is tourism, culture, and creative arts of Ghana. Thank you very much. Without wasting my time, let me go straight to read her speech for her. Thank you once again, Your Excellency, Mr. G. Mackenzie, MP and Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture of the Republic of South Africa. Distinguished guests, friends from across the globe, AU, Southern Africa, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. It is a great honor to address this important virtual seminar on reparation and restitution of stolen and illegally trafficked cultural objects and artifacts to countries of origin. To begin with, I wish to extend my sincere appreciation to the Ministry of Sports, Arts and Culture of the Republic of South Africa for the kind invitation and for their strategic leadership in championing this dialogue. I'm honored to join such a distinguished gathering of policymakers, scholars, and cultural leaders to deliberate on an issue of profound historical, ethical, and cultural significance, and hope that this seminar and exchanges will contribute meaningfully to the ongoing global effort toward cultural justice and restitution. The theme of this seminar, Solidarity in Restoring the Cultural Heritage of Descendant Communities. This resonates deeply with me and with the people of Ghana as well. When we talk about restitution, it is not merely the matter of returning objects. It is about restoring the identity, heritage, and history of descendant communities. Our cultural objects and artifacts are more than just items in museums. These artifacts and tangibles linked to our past and are vital for our understanding who we are today. They tell stories of our struggles, resilience, and creativity, as well as sovereignty of our people. The Honorable Minister, for countries, many of our most significant cultural treasures were taken from us under circumstances that were at best unequal, and at worst, outright exploitive. These are not merely pieces of art or historical curiosities. They are a part of our soul. Their absence has created a void in our national and community narratives and in the collective memory of our people. The call for repatriation and restitution is not an act of hostility or an attempt to erase history. Instead, it is a call for justice, a quest for balance, and an act of neo-colonialism. It is about acknowledging the past to build a more equitable future and robust regional and international diplomacy. Mr. Chairman, it will interest you to note, in Ghana today, we have long championed the cause of cultural restitution. We believe that by bringing our artifacts home, we are empowering the youth to connect with their heritage and to find inspirations in the greatness of their ancestors. We are revitalizing our cultural institution and providing our own scholars with the primary resources needed to deepen their understanding of our history. The return of these artifacts is a catalyst for cultural renaissance, fostering a sense of ownership and a pride that is essential for reigniting patriotism and the selflessness towards nation building. Mr. Chairman, this seminar is a testament to the growing global understanding that cultural restitution is an urgent and significant matter. It is reassuring to see many scholars come together to deliberate on this issue. Your presence here today signifies a collective commitment to correcting historical wrongs and to working in solidarity. We must move beyond mere discussions and commit to concrete actions. This means fostering greater collaborations between institutions in the global north and the global south, creating clear, transparent, ethical, sustainable pathways for the return of cultural heritage and finally challenging the colonial era mindset that have long justified the retention of these resources. Mr. Chairman, Ghana stands ready to contribute to this crucial dialogue. We believe that by collaborating, sharing knowledge, and fostering mutual respect, we can create a path toward cultural justice and ensure that future generations can connect with their full heritage. In concluding, I thank each of you for your dedication and look forward to the insightful discussion to come. I am confident that our collective effort will lead to a meaningful progress in restoring our shared cultural heritage. Lastly, may our deliberations today echo far beyond virtual walls, and may they lead us closer to the world where natural cultural heritage is respected. May they lead us closer to a world where our restored and rightfully returned to their original owners. Finally, Your Excellency, Mr. Mackenzie, let me use this opportunity to thank you and your team once again on behalf of my minister and my good self and Ghana at large, to look forward to meeting you in person, to connect our bilateral relationship and ensure that this virtual deliberation, yields a result that we can all be proud of, and a result that the next generation will be proud of us. A journey of 1,000 kilometers begins with a step. Here we are today with a step on a virtual mode. It is our wish, hope, and prayer that what we start today will bear a fruit that we can all be proud of. On this note, once again, on behalf of my minister and the good people of Ghana, we say thank you for initiating such a wonderful program. For all dignitaries who are on this platform, we are really grateful for your time, and may the good Lord help us all. Thank you, and God bless us all once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the very powerful message and the wonderful words that we've received from our family from Ghana, the Honorable Minister Abla Zifa Komashi, represented by the Honorable Deputy Minister Yusuf Isaka Jaja. I think that it is quite important that as African countries, we show solidarity with each other, and Ghana has indeed been a trailblazer and has been making noise on the international stage about the issue of cultural restitution. I'm now going to skip Ms. Angela Martins, the Acting Director for Social Development, Culture and Sport, as well as the Head of Cultural Division at the African Union, who is unable to join us today. I will now be moving to the CEO of the South African Heritage Resources Agency, Advocate Lungisa Malkas, for the purpose of the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Honorable Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture of South Africa, Mr. Gayton McKenzie, Honorable Minister of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts of Ghana, Ms. Abla Zifa Komashi, Honorable Deputy Minister of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts of Ghana, Mr. Yusuf Isaka Jaja, the Ms. Angela Martins, in absentia, esteemed representatives, CEOs of entities of DSEC, esteemed representatives of G20, honored guests, colleagues and friends, and all protocol observed. It is my privilege to outline the purpose of today's session, which centers on the restitution of cultural artifacts to their countries of origin and the solidarity required in restoring the cultural heritage of descendant communities. This seminar forms part of our broader Heritage Month program, but its significance extends far beyond commemoration. The restitution of cultural property is an urgent and deeply moral undertaking. It speaks to correcting historical injustices, acknowledging the legacies of dispossession, and enabling communities to reclaim the material expressions of their identity, spirituality, and knowledge. Through this session, we seek to achieve several objectives: to reflect on successful returns and draw lessons from them, to examine the challenges and barriers that continue to impede restitution efforts, including the roles of states, museums, and legal frameworks, to explore how international cooperation, voluntary disclosures, and innovative approaches can facilitate returns in a just and transparent manner, and to affirm the role of descendant communities as the rightful custodians of their heritage, ensuring that restitution translates into empowerment and cultural revival. At its heart, this is a conversation about justice, reconciliation, and building trust between nations. It is also about imagining a future where heritage is not confined with collections, or borders, but it is accessible to those to whom it truly belongs. We at SAHRA are honored to facilitate this dialogue within the G20 context, confident that the insights shared here will contribute to shaping global best practices and strengthening solidarity across the heritage sector. I thank you, and I look forward to the robust and transformative discussions ahead.
Thank you so much, Advocate Malkas, for that very powerful message, as well as a call to action. We do again acknowledge that the restitution of cultural objects is a deeply emotive issue on the African continent and in the global South in general. So for today's discussions, we will have the first panel, which will be looking at facilitating the return of cultural artifacts and experiences from successful returns. Our second panel, which will then start at 12 p.m., will be looking at the empty closet of curiosities and successful attempts. What are the blockages to facilitating the return and the role of the state and museums? Our third panel will then be looking at enabling voluntary disclosures and returns, international cooperation, inventories, and innovation. And this is about looking towards the future of how we can then have a point where these objects are returned or the descendant communities have access to their cultural artifacts. So to kick things off, I would like to invite the facilitator for our first panel, Mr. Motsatebe Joe Serakwane, who is a lecturer at the University of Free State and a former SAHRA Council member. He will then introduce his fellow panel members, and this discussion will last from 9:30 until 11:45. Over to you, Ntate Joe.
Thank you, Ben. So it's not 9:30, it's 9:38. So perhaps we should just be making sure that we also get our time right here. Honorable Minister Gayton McKenzie, Honorable Ministry and Representation from Ghana, the Honorable Ministers, Angela, that's not here with us, and all the honorable members that needs to be honored accordingly, I do honor. The CEO of SAHRA, the chairperson of the South African Heritage Resources Agency, Friends of Heritage. I'm super excited because my students are also joining this particular session today. So I am running a little bit late, but in the context of really making sure that we preface our conversation, it's equally important that we take maybe 5 minutes just to situate that we want to talk to. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4 at least experts' opinions and views that's going to be sharing with us their experiences of successful return. And perhaps before I introduced one to speak and second to speak and third until fourth to speak, is to just decode the session. So it speaks about facilitating returns. And I think the broader conversation, and please excuse because we also need to be bringing the academic rigor in the conversation, is that we often read policies that are understood in the context of repatriation and also understood in the context of reinstitution. And these are two problematic terms because at least Prof. Siraj Rasool and colleagues have tried in their recent publication to make a clear distinction of what it is. And in the process, they've really started highlighting some of the nuances that needs to be looked at, so that when we look at policies, we understand precisely what we're talking to. There's also a notion of return of what was for other people objects of science, to museums and universities, and to us as human remains with lived lives. And when Minister Mackenzie says, today our ancestors are resting with dignity and today we are whole again, it is precisely addressing that particular issue of that we don't see this as objects of research. We don't see this as object of racist science that would rationalize and essentialize the other in the context of what we've seen previously. But we've made inroads, and to an extent we find ourselves here. And as part of the broader conversation of the G20 today, we're looking at establishing, forging solidarity in restoring the cultural heritage of our descendant community. And perhaps we need to also just bear in mind that there is triplets of this G20 themes of the second as equality, but also as sustainability. So I'm employing on my panelists to, as you have our conversation with us, talking about the successes, that we also really situate notions of success of bringing them or returning back to motherland, success of bringing and returning them to fatherland. And then, of course, I think the Minister Mackenzie have said to us, it's just not a return. It needs to check the box of justice. It needs to check the box of identity and memory. It needs to check the box of healing, the recovery of the lost past, but a sort of a reconnection for the new future. So success is not really going to be reduced to technical processes that are inherently very difficult because of the politics of the cross-cultural laws, etc. I think success for us is precisely that we understand that we are retaining human remains, not research object. First in my list to speak to us about the experiences of successful return is Dr. Purity. I'm just quickly going to get to my slide so that I can quickly introduce her. Dr. Purity is a chief researcher scientist in archaeology and heritage at the National Museums of Kenya, and formerly served as Director of Antiquities, Sites and Monuments. This was in the period between 2014 and 2021. She holds a BSc in geology from the University of Nairobi and an MA and a PhD in anthropology, archaeology from Rutgers University in the United States. During her tenure as director, she oversaw the management, conservation, and development of Kenya's cultural and natural heritage, including site mapping, exhibition, public programs, and international heritage convention. She also led budgeting, revenue oversight, and strategic partnership. Her research focus is on human origin, technological evolution, subsistence, settlement patterns, and interactions between modern communities and East African landscape. Dr. Purity, I give you an opportunity to speak to us now until 10 o'clock. It's 9:44. I'm giving you just an extra 1 minute so that you can set up and share your content with us and address this webinar.
Thank you, moderator. I hope I'm audible.
Yes,
I hope you can hear me.
I can hear you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. I'll just switch off my camera for the sake of the internet service so that then we are not interrupted. And in case we are interrupted, then I'll have to change to another device. Thank you. Honorable Minister for Culture, South Africa, His Excellency Mackenzie. I also want to recognize the Honorable Deputy Minister from Ghana, as well as Angela Martins, who is my friend at the AU, the CEO of SAHRA, distinguished guests under the G20, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first extend my appreciation for this invitation under the G20 and also under SAHRA monthly forums on heritage. This is actually a milestone as we endeavor to be strategic towards restitution, reparation, return, collectively as Africans. And as we have heard, restitution is not really a favor. So I'll give you a few examples from Kenya on how we successfully were able to bring back some objects. And I'll try my best also to put it under the context of what we've talked about: healing, logistics, finances, cultural diplomacy, and also pride and identity for the people. Allow me to share my slides. Give me a minute, please. Can you see my slides?
Not yet. Yes.
Can you see now?
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. So Kenya, just like many other nations in Africa, lost its cultural histories and cultural objects through various means. And some of those means include...
Sorry, ma'am.
Yes.
Could you please put it in presenter mode? Thank you so much.
Is it now? Okay.
Yes, it's clear. Thank you, ma'am.
And I hope I'll be able to move down as we move. So Kenya, like many other countries in Africa, has a very rich cultural heritage. And in the past, we lost a significant number of these cultural objects through various means. And this was mostly during the colonial period and years that followed. Explorers came to the country, as well as researchers, and during their voyages and field expeditions, they continued to take away many of our cultural objects. And these included geologists, anthropologists, who collected and even bought and traded some of these artifacts. Equally, during the British colonial rule, many cultural objects were taken by force and acquired under coercive circumstances. And these included sacred artifacts, which were being used for religious symbols and masks, and ceremonial items. They also took away ethnographical objects. And then also missionaries, when they came for religious undertakings, there was a lot of intense conversions, particularly within the 20th century. And local peoples adopted new faiths, and they were encouraged to give away many of these traditional ways of life, including some of the objects that they used in their traditional religious practices. There was then also a lot of illegal trading and smuggling, and I will talk a little bit about this, mainly around the 1970s and 1980s, because we had weak laws. So there was a lot of illegal trading and smuggling of antiquities. And I also give a case of some of these objects that were taken away during that time. We also had a lot of traders and collectors, as well as tourists and visitors. And up to today, these tourists and visitors continue to come and take away objects in the name of gifts to take back to their families, friends, and associates. These are just a few examples of some of these items that have been taken away. These are known as the Savo Man-Eater lions. You can find them within the Field Museum in Chicago, USA. And they were taken away during the construction of the Kenya-Uganda rail by the Indians and the Kenyans. These lions were very notorious in eating most of these workers. And when they were killed by one of the lieutenants, their skins were taken away and then later sold to the Field Museum in Chicago, where up to today they reside. We also have another example at the British Museum. This is a sacred drum that was used by a community within the Kenyan coast. And the drum was actually very powerful because it was used for communication and sending messages during the colonial period. So the colonialists actually took away this drum, and now it resides at the British Museum, not within the exhibition, but within their collections in the storages. The other example is of human remains of colonial leader who was very fierce within the Rift Valley of Kenya, Koitalel Arap Samoei. When he was killed during the colonial period, some of his objects of leadership were taken away, as well as his head. Again, we are told that this head is somewhere in London. It hasn't really been traced where it could be, but some of the cultural objects that were related to his leadership were actually brought back some time back, I think in around 2010. And now they are in a mausoleum within one of our museums. The case of successful returns that I'm going to talk about is the case of what we call vigangos. And these are wooden memorial statues that are erected by one of the communities known as the Mijikenda within the southern eastern part of the Kenyan coast. They are made from a very hard wood, which is known as the tree of life. And they are about 4 to 9 meters tall. They are also tiled and engraved, and they form actually human figures that are placed vertically in a homestead of a member of a society, a secret society known as Gofu, when that member of the society passes away. And this member of leadership, they are initiated in this society and given special recognition. And that's why these objects are erected within the homesteads. When the homesteads move away from its possession, these objects are left within the original homestead, and smaller ones which do not have engravings are erected within the new homestead. Similarly, should one of these objects deteriorate due to natural occurrences, then you re-elect another smaller one which does not have any engravings. And these objects actually served as medium of communication between the living members and also the dead persons. And they would also talk to the dead people and tell them about their problems and also seek intervention to address some of the issues within the society. Now, how did we lose most of these vigangos? In the early 1980s, art dealers from the United States were seeking to grow and expand their businesses, and they discovered vigangos and thought these were pieces of African art. So they took them away, and the way they took them away was by enticing young African males, mainly from Tanzania and Kenya, to be able to go and steal these objects and then sell them within the market. And these could be sold as little as $7 at the time, but within the United States market, they would be sold even for more than $1,000 each. And then by the 1990s, when the issue of restitution came up, many of these private collectors and dealers, they started donating these objects to many museums within the United States. Today, we have almost about 400 of these within around 21 or 22 museums within the United States. And some are still available within the internet and other underground markets. When you go to many of the museums in the US, you'll find them displayed within the exhibitions, and this is not where they are naturally supposed to be. And one of them is within the Indianapolis Museum of Art, where you find a collection from one of the collectors, a renowned business leader by the name of Harrison. And this raises a lot of questions, ethical questions, on how you could be having some of these cultural objects that mean a lot to people being subjected to such kind of exhibitions. Now, let me talk about the successes that we've had in bringing back these some of these objects. In 1985, we had a young anthropologist by the name of Monica Udvadi, who visited the coast of Kenya, and she was collecting data for her, I think, PhD research. And she came across one of the old gentlemen by name of Katana, who had just erected two vigangos within his compound for the remembrance of his two brothers. So through photography and documentation, she took a lot of information in regards to these vigangos, and she went away with the documentation. In 1987, when she came back to give the photographs and documents to Mzee Katana, unfortunately, the Mzee told her that these two vigangos had been taken away from where they were, from the homestead. So Monica took it upon herself to try and find where these vigangos would be, because it was well known by then that there was a lot of trade and art dealing within the coast in terms of these artifacts. In 1999, during a presentation in an African Studies Association annual meeting, she presented, and also there was also Dr. Lida Gills, who also presented in terms of vigangos and their meanings, and the fact that they are being taken away from their original localities. And what happened is that Monica was able to identify one of the kigango that had been stolen from the Katana, and this was identified to be at Illinois State University Museum. So she tried to reach out through Lida Gills, who worked at the museum, and their efforts were not fruitful until 2006, when the Mzee himself wrote to the National Museums of Kenya and requested that the museum should contact the other museum to try and retrieve these kigango. And this is exactly what happened. And Illinois State Museum was able to return that one kigango. The other kigango, which had been identified to be at Hampton University, the University Museum declined to return. But there was a lot of backlash from the media and also activists. And in 2007, this kigango was actually returned, and the Kenyan government was able to return the two vigangos to the Katana family. And you can see in the photo in 2007, these were received by the elders of the community. And unfortunately, I'll give you an analysis of what happened. I know my time is running out, but I just seek intervention for a few minutes. That I'll tell you what happened to these vigangos when it came to the family. Then the second successful story was that following now the return of the vigango from Zekatana, the Denver Museums of Nature and Science, and also following some interventions within their museums, particularly the Native American Grace Protection Repatriation Act, which had been enacted in 1990 in the US, the museum felt that they had the ethical obligation and also institutional commitment to start returning some of the items that they thought had been brought to their museums by art dealers, and also they had been collected without ethical and community consent. So they identified vigangos, 30 vigangos within their collection. And what they did is they tried first and foremost to return them through a sister cities program with the Nairobi City, but that was not successful because of custom issues. So they reached again to the National Museums of Kenya through myself and Dr. Steve Nash. We met in a leadership course in Los Angeles. And in 2019, we were able to get these 30 vigangos at the National Museums of Kenya. And it took a lot of logistics and finances to undertake this, including stakeholder consultations, because you have to bring everyone on board, including all relevant government offices, for these items to be successfully received. Eventually, we were able to take them back to the communities in 2019, together with the representative of the Denver Museums of Science and Nature. The third successful return followed the Denver Museum, and this was from, again, from Illinois State Museum. They saw what Denver had done, and they decided that they also wanted to return some of the Vigangos that were within their collections. And what they had to do was deaccession and also follow all the protocols and regulations within the US and also within their museum to be able to package these. And eventually they were returned back in 2022. Unfortunately, when they arrived in Kenya, there were obstacles with customs because customs required that we pay duty, and NMK, or the National Museums of Kenya, was able to pay the duty, which was about $15,000. And they were returned together with the government officials to the community, and ceremonies were held, and that was in 2023. We've had a few unsuccessful returns, including California State University, which had tried to return in 2011. The same began.
Yeah.
Please mute yourselves. Go ahead, Doctor. Dr. Purity, you can go ahead. Have we lost her?
Sorry, I was muted. I think I just touched my computer. I was muted.
Sure, go ahead.
I was talking about two unsuccessful returns. One was in 2011 from museums in California, and this happened because customs demanded quite a heavy taxes on them. And as we were trying to figure out where this money was going to come from within the government, unfortunately, they were sold within the black market. They were resold within the black market because what happens is customs sometimes resell property to recover the taxes. Then there's also a pending one which remains at the Kenya consulate in LA, and the reasoning is again customs and all the stakeholders coming on board and agreeing on the modalities of. So then, of course, we have a lot of local traders who still hold a lot of these objects, and they say that they illegally acquired them. And I bring up some of these issues because if we are to successfully do what we are doing, then there are some things that, or some modalities and strategies that we have to put together as Africans. First and foremost, we have to support one another. And this has to come from the highest authorities within our lands, so that then all stakeholders are on board and they are aware of the process and the requirements. Then we also have to review all our legal instruments, and I'm glad that the African Union is championing some of these, including coming up with policies that align to some of the legal instruments within our nations, to be able to collectively negotiate and diplomatically negotiate with some of these countries that are holding some of these artifacts. We also have to undertake a lot of provenience research. You've seen what happened with Monica Udibadi. Had she not taken photographs and documentation of some of these objects, then we wouldn't have been successful in returning. Then, of course, there are a lot of logistical analysis that have to come on board, and we all have to be able to analyze these logistical issues and processes and be prepared for them. There's also coming up with adequate infrastructure, including conservation strategies and exhibitions and information upon their return, because you just don't receive them. You have to have infrastructure and also mechanisms of how you receive them and where you place them and how communities actually engage and agree. And even between communities themselves, the agreements, because like for the katana, the one I talked about, 2 Vigangos, the family is already fighting, and those Vigangos now are caged within the family, which is not what how we want to move with our restitution. And then, of course, we have to continue with cooperation and do it cautiously, because if we are not cautious in how we do some of these things, we are also bound to have compensation issues from the communities within our own selves, not even from the countries where these objects have been returned. So those are that's my presentation, and I hope we can further engage in terms of some of these key takeaways in form of how we engage and how we undertake the processes. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. We're going to hold back to the questions for now and ask then Golda to speak to us about the curator at the National Museum of Namibia. Just as a form of an introduction, Golda is a committed museum curator at the National Museum of Namibia, where she manages the ethnology collection and focuses on community research and decolonization efforts. Her academic background is in visual culture, post-colonial studies, and heritage conservation, demonstrated her commitment to addressing the legacies of colonialization. What is that word now? Colonialism in how cultural objects from Namibia are displayed and interpreted. Throughout her career, she has worked closely with various Namibian communities in the past to get a better understanding of their history and the importance of cultural objects from the perspectives of the people associated with them. I invite Golda to speak to us. I'll give you until 25 past 10. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Let me just put a timer on. I'd like to stand on the previously observed protocol. Good morning, and thank you so much for having me here today at such an important event. I'd like to perhaps start off by stating that the conversation around restitution and repatriation in Namibia, it's been driven by the lack and need for historical material actually, which is missing within our local museums in Namibia, both regional and in the capital. And these are especially from the 19th and earlier 20th centuries. So most restitutions have happened specifically for political interests or through partnerships. I'd like to highlight that Namibia has undertaken in various repatriations from, let's say, human remains to sacred cultural belongings and in different forms, be it government to government, where foreign offices are involved, and heritage institutions in Europe approaching heritage institutions like museums in Namibia, or direct repatriations where European heritage institutions would directly contact communities. Yes. So therefore, Namibia does not have a one-size-fits-all approach when it comes to the return of cultural belongings. We've taken different approaches with dealing with cultural belongings with colonial context. But what is evidently important to Namibia is this aspect of reconnecting these cultural belongings to the various diverse Namibian communities. And today I'll be talking about a repatriation restitution project, a project which started off with a grant application to the Gert Henkel Foundation by the late Dr. Jeremy Sylvester, Dr. Larissa Foster, and Dr. Jonathan Fine. Yes. I guess the idea was a collaboration project to get an overview of Namibian belongings in German-speaking museums. Oh, so sorry. Okay. So in 2019, experts from Namibia, from various stakeholders, and from the Ethnological Museum in Berlin conducted a in-depth research into Namibian collections held there. The aim was particularly to get a better understanding of where the cultural belongings came from in terms of where and how they were collected and what should happen to them upon return. I believe the German counterparts primarily sought to address colonial entanglements that they had with their collections and Namibian scholars and artists who entered into this project were very much keen to explore possible futures that the belongings had beyond narratives of colonization. The project, titled Confronting Colonial Past, Envisioning Creative Futures, sought to then develop more just ways of collaboratively researching as well as curating these returns. The first step to this collaboration was to really be heard, you know, and for our colleagues to really listen to what we had to say. I think from the beginning, this meant setting like straight research agendas together, being open to each other's interests and needs, and I think most importantly in social political context. So we created numerous moments where everyone could freely explore and express their knowledge, be emotional about it, speak about their relationship with certain belongings that they found, and bring up forgotten histories. The research output in Germany was to develop an exhibition at the Humboldt Forum. This exhibition we entitled actually Network of Connections, because it took so many networks, building networks with people that weren't in the same room, to create this exhibition. And it was primarily for the community on that side of the world. And what we did was, in consultation with communities in Namibia as well, because we did a lot of WhatsApp calling and whatnot, we were able to move these belongings from accession registration numbers to living cultures. We questioned and deconstructed the knowledge regime of museum and highlighted our own understanding of the belongings. I think ultimately the goal was to make visitors realize the various meanings that these belongings have for people within Namibia, and also set set reasons for why they should return. So while this was happening in Germany, in Namibia, let me use here. In Namibia, the bottom picture that you'll see, legal justification for the returns were being developed. And we're talking about a collection of 1.4 cultural belongings from Namibia, and then bringing them down to 70 and then to 23. So in August 2019, a workshop took place at the National Museum of Namibia. And in this workshop, it was the Project Advisory Board, which was created, and then a project committee. And the primary objective of the workshop was to identify belongings from the pre-established short list for repatriation. And to facilitate this selection process, a criteria was established. The criteria was used for the final selection, was based off gender, rarity, material culture like demographics, conservation needs, craftsmanship, collection data, and then possibilities of research to be conducted. And then the project during the phase 1 employed a conservator and a documentalist, and this was important for knowledge sharing for both countries, both in Germany and in Namibia. So that conservation curator could then travel, and then they could share the knowledge that on conservation skills that they had. And it was important for the project to think about what were the way the belongings were to be housed. And we had a need to improve the storage and conservation infrastructure in Namibia, and also establish sustainable research. So this we did through evaluating our current storage facilities and conservation conditions at our museum. And we were able to, through the project, secure conservation equipment such as cabinets, materials, anything that was outstanding. And we also focused on digitizing the current collection, the one that we already had within the museum. In Namibia, we had to rethink the role of the National Museum in this post-colonial society of Namibia, and work towards transforming museums from being sole keepers of belongings, but to how to display with community efforts and change into a more resource center where a variety of forms of knowledge could be produced. Yeah, so this was important, especially accessibility for future generations. Yes. So the project also funded in the first phase MA research, I think about 2, and then the next phases they funded for postgraduate diplomas in the Heritage Conservation Management Program that the University of Namibia offers to students today. And within the MA research, I think the 2 theses were based off on 2 cultural belongings that returned from Berlin. And within these papers, the students had suggested ways of reconnecting historical objects to contemporary Namibian life worlds. The research has also underlined that Berlin as Windhoek collection cannot only be investigating for provenances, but more general for topics like a trade that took place in the past or cultural exchange, and Namibian diverse forms of cultural expression before colonial aggression. That was also important. This was in Germany when the 2 heads of institutions met, and they agreed upon the belongings to head back to Namibia, and the belongings were returned initially as a loan. And through a tax exemption request from customs from the Ministry of Finance in Namibia, we were actually waived any financial implication when bringing back the collection. And this is what returned. So when the selected belongings from Berlin traveled to Windhoek, the conservator for African collections and the conservator for the Ethnological Museum accompanied the belongings, as the Namibian-based conservator had traveled with her to conclude the packaging and the packing. And together with that, they in Namibia held capacity building workshops on conservation and storage of historical belongings, not only for the National Museum staff, but also for various Namibian heritage professionals. A fashion museum was also created because of the types of belongings which were returned, body adornment, material culture. So we opted to create a fashion museum so that people could also study the materials. And here, after the return, I think a year after, then Namibia finally moved to permanent ownership of the returns. So in 2023, we saw the birth of artistic research and communal knowledge. And this is where the actual reconnecting actually happened with communities. And this is why we entitled this phase of the project, Reconnecting with Returned Cultural Belongings, focusing on a collaborative research into the repatriated 23. So the repatriation for contemporary artists and knowledge keepers in the heritage communities to work together to reactivate the knowledge and skills related to these cultural belongings in collaboration with communal researchers and artists who acted as translators for these researchers, including topics of oral histories, genocide, performative knowledge. Yes. And like I was saying, we've held a number of workshops on dealing with material culture. So we had community researchers conducting research with communities, and then we had artists create a body of works. The project really brought light on untold histories and knowledge, but also supported an in-depth knowledge exchange and creative process between city-based artists and rural communities from all walks of life, emphasizing the importance of sharing, caring, and developing cultural heritage for a better future. Community involvement was definitely at the heart of this project, as an absence of representation from descendant communities during any restitution process can lead to significant disadvantages. And communities who engage in repatriation with European institutions need to engage heritage institutions, as we've seen that when communities try and negotiate independently, they are at times lack the necessary resources or support to effectively advocate for their interests, and it can result in them being exploited. So here you have us engaging community, and community just explaining how some of the belongings were being made, what they were used for in the past. In vice versa, how artists reinterpreted some of the belongings that returned. And then this exhibition, which was aimed to unite Namibian people through promoting a clear understanding of cultural belongings, as well as reactivating past knowledge and definitely creating new narratives through unveiling the stories that have shaped their artistic and cultural heritage. And then some of the challenges and lessons learned. I think the biggest one was that time is necessary. As much as we are on a time lock, time and space needs to be provided to allow local communities and descendant communities to re-establish their connections with cultural belongings. If you think about some of these belongings were collected in 1885, way before peace treaties were signed. An open, clear communication with both partners and community is necessary. And management of returned cultural belongings between institutions and communities needs to be defined. Collaborations from the beginning means setting research agenda together. Some of the challenges is like community conflict, the conflict that they have, concerns with costs, and then a lack of policies, documentation in terms, And then recommendations would be definitely to have clear guidelines where it concerns restitution processes. And I think in conclusion, I would think that in Namibia, the return of cultural belongings has been seen as a way of restoring, as mentioned, the dignity and agency of Namibian people and acknowledging the harm that has been inflicted upon them. And it has been seen as a way of promoting greater understanding and respect for different cultures in this diverse community that I'm from. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Golda, for sharing with us the narrative of Namibia. There's incredible, interesting stuff that's coming up there. We are also going to just park questions and engagement for later. I'm going to invite then Professor, Prof, if I butcher your name, I will definitely recommend personally to my Vice Rector to fire my colleague, Professor Kukandra. Kukandre, they fired already. I can tell you, they fired already. So I'm going to invite you to please come and also share with us. Just before you do that, I'd like to at least just introduce you with a little bit of your bio. My professor holds a degree from the University of Benin, University of Ibadan, University of Nigeria, and New York University, including a PhD in archaeology with a focus on cultural resources management and museum studies. She lectured at Obafemi Awolowo University my poor articulation is coming through there, and has been with the University of Benin since 1992, becoming a full professor of anthropology in 2008. Her doctoral research explored integrating indigenous and modern curatorial methods for Benin and cultural materials. My professor is a principal investigator for the Digital Benin project and a member of the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences. In 2022, she was a research fellow at the Columbia University's Italian Academy, presenting on the Benin bronzes and repatriation. She has published over 70 papers of Benin cultures and heritage, and she is going to be talking to us about digital Benin in Nigeria. My prof, the stage is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm trying to share my slides. I don't know whether it's visible. I don't know whether the slides are visible.
Not yet, Prof. I think my sign language interpreter is now sharing.
I can share now. And thank you very much. Okay, without wasting time, can you see it now?
Not yet, Prof. Can I just ask my sign language interpreter to please stop sharing? Please stop sharing so that Prof can get an opportunity to share.
All right. Okay, let me try once more. Okay.
Sign language interpreter, please stop sharing your screen.
Okay.
So we are not sharing any screen on our side.
Can you see now?
I can't see yet. I still see the sign language interpreter. Ben?
Yes, yes. Ma'am?
Can you see the slides?
No, if you could please stop sharing.
Okay.
Stop sharing.
Then?
Are you able to share from your end, Ben?
If you could please stop sharing.
Okay, stop.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and then share again. And then share your screen again. Are you still there, ma'am?
Ben, if you have her slides, can you share from your end, please? And then she can just speak to her slides.
Yes, sir. Yes, and that Joe. We're just trying to see if she's still online. Hi, ma'am. Okay, she's coming back in the meeting. Hi, ma'am. Are you back in the meeting?
Okay. All right. Please, without wasting time, greetings from Benin City, Nigeria. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can you please share your screen?
All right. So I'll try my best without wasting time. And if I can't share the slides, I'm having difficulty, but if I can't share the slide, I would try my best to go on with my presentation. I want to first of all stress, okay, all right then, okay. All right, so please, without wasting time, I'll try to join. I respectfully acknowledge all dignitaries present, and I greet all in attendance. Like I said, greetings from Benin City, Nigeria. And my discussion is going to be on the Digital Benin project. First of all, I must stress that the Digital Benin project does not have as a main goal to advocate for restitution of Benin bronzes, but to make information on Benin bronzes accessible to the wider public. And let me try again if I can get my somehow I can't get to share. All right, so let me continue, please. Let me continue. What exactly is Digital Benin? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes,
You
we
loud
can
and
hear
clear,
you.
Prof.
Yes, please.
Yes,
okay.
we can.
I'm still trying to share. Oh, okay. I sent my slides earlier on. I said in case I do
We are
have
uploading it now. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
There we go, ma'am. You can
Pardon?
just tell us next slide. You can just say next slide when you want us to continue.
Oh, but I can't even see it. I can't see it.
It is.
All right.
It is. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. So what exactly is Digital Benin? It's a research project focused on the looted artifacts from the Kingdom of Benin. I mean, it brings together photographs, the documentation materials, objects that were looted in 1897. You know, these objects are, representation of arts, culture, history, and the depicted historical events to communicate worship, perform rituals, most importantly, recorded history. So what happened in 1897? I'm sure many of us know what happened in Benin in 1897. In 1897, there was this invasion by the British, and they invaded the Benin Kingdom, set the palace on fire, as well as the city.
Bye.
Can you hear me? And they looted treasures of brass, ivory, ceramics, as much as they could find in the palace ground. And apart from that, there were so many things, because the palace actually served like kind of like a museum where they had objects belonging to past kings, all in different rooms. So the expeditionary forces under Admiral Sir Henry Rawson, they took thousands of these objects back to Britain. Among those things taken, I mentioned the coral regalia and the coral beads, because these objects were the first set that were asked when, in 1936, when restitution matters were being tackled. So in 1897, these things were taken, sold in different museums worldwide. And like you will see from our Digital Benin project, we have these objects in 138 institutions, 136, 138 institutions, and over 20 countries. Moving on, attempts have been made for these objects to be restituted back to the Kingdom of Benin, at least repatriated after colonial Nigeria, 1960, when Nigeria became independent. As far back as 1936, a new king was enthroned, and he started advocating for the return of the looted Benin objects. He asked for his crown as well as beaded garments, which they were returned in 1938. From then on, other requests. But I must mention in 1957, Josephine Walker, who was related to one of those involved in the looting, donated a 6-foot ivory tux to the Nigerian Museum. And at that time, when the museum was being set up, Nigeria had to purchase objects from Britain so that they can have them in the new museum. However, a very important aspect, in 1977, during the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts, FESTAC 77, the emblem, the logo for the conference, for the festival, was the Queen's ivory hip mask. It was asked from the British Museum, but this was rejected. On and on and on, requests have been made over the years asking for objects that were taken. And then conferences being held advocating for the objects to be returned. And in 2014, part of it in 2014, Dr. Walker, a grandson of one of those in the British Expeditionary Forces, returned 2 of the looted objects. Things began to change from 2018. We know about the global conversation around restitution of artifacts, and the write-up by SAHRA and SAHRA led the French government in agreeing to initiate restitution process in Africa, and this actually assisted in the repatriation of restitution of some of our objects. But most important, related to the Digital Benin project, was in 2007, a Benin Dialogue Group was set up. It was a collaborative working group formed, recognizing that the looting of the Benin objects in 1897 was the main source of objects now held in museums around the world. And this group, consisting of the Royal Court of Benin, the Edo State governments, Benin City is in Edo State in Nigeria, the National Commission for Museums and Monuments that oversees all the museums in Nigeria, and European museum directors and delegates from Austria, Germany, Netherlands, Sweden, and United Kingdom. They wanted, with the aim of uniting these artifacts and navigating the complexity of restitution. One of the principal investigators of Digital Benin, Hamburg Museum Director Baba Plackensteiner, stressed that the group had no competence to decide on these returns, which are legal responsibilities of the different organizations governing the group's members. But Digital Benin now came into being as a response from the request from the colleagues of this Benin Dialogue Group to identify Benin objects from colonial context in museum collections, because museums are not actively working towards restitution. Rather, they were waiting for the request to be made. This gave back to the research project, the Digital Benin project. So the Digital Benin platform is for Edo-centric research. I must stress, Edo is the language of the Benin people. When we say Edo-centric research, in contrast to Eurocentric. So the platform connects digital documentation of all these translocated objects to oral history subject research. If you can look through the website, historical context, and it's a foundational tool for a Benin language catalog, provenance names, a map of the Benin Kingdom and of museum collections that we have worldwide. And looking at the key concepts, basically on research and recontextualization, we realize that Edo-centric research is underrepresented in museum data. If you go to the museums that are holding all these objects, those objects are written in English or the language of the place where it's situated. But then the objects are actually Benin objects. So Digital Benin, in visual, spoken, and written language, the platform shows over 80 oral history videos, a catalog of the Edo language, like I said, a map, all these things. And also, too, we have the museum and archival data. The project now connects data from 5,285 objects across 136 museums, 20 countries. We have over 12,000 images, 400 different data sets in 7 languages, and archival materials over 5,000, and documents from 51 institutions, archival photographs, letters, auction catalogs, and more. And you know, since 2019, when we began preparation for the Digital Benin project that took off in 2020 and eventually launched in 2022, the team saw the need for, beyond physical dispossession, access to full knowledge of these cultural assets, their location, their numbers, their current material conditions. It was complex for researchers, especially on the African continent. If you do not know where these objects are located, requests cannot be made by stakeholders in Nigeria. So the initial reason to digitize all this Benin collection from 1897 when they were looted to 1930 when we believe that, stolen objects ended. The effort has since expanded to build an inventory, including Edo-centric, like I've been mentioning, community-led research in Benin, allowing for recontextualization of these objects. And now, the Digital Benin, the plan comprised of field research, expert consultancy, peer review, media session, and on we have been going through a transcription of the objects. You know, I must mention that in European and the American museums, many of the objects, they did not have Edo designation. The names of the objects. So it became evident that these objects, they were never identified or documented in Edo language context. Until now, that the objects that we have on the platform were robbed of their original correct linguistic contextualization, that is the Edo language designation. So for the first time, the team identified where the objects were. We have a map and so many other things to aid researchers. Moving on, I'll show you 5,284 objects, 136 institutions from 20 countries. We have archival materials, 5,081 from 51 institutions. This project also, we have oral history videos. We have 36 contributors, key informants from the Benin community, also to 20 3D models. On the platform, you find in the home page, it shows the navigation of all the research sections, which if you go to digitalbenin.org, you can see all this. We have the Elyoto platform that shows historical objects in their correct Edo designation. We also have this catalog, which is a central tool in Digital Benin. Also to the platform, also too, we have the oral history section, and you can hear the oral history section set the tone for the collection of indigenous knowledge. We interacted with a number of people, like I mentioned, 109 videos, people from the community. We also have the archival section, the map, and also the space for provenance, where we've been able to trace how those objects from the time they moved from Benin to Britain and how they were dispersed around the world. We also have a space that talks about the story of the Benin Kingdom. Now, an important aspect of the Digital Benin platform is that it has been a productive collaborative project since 2019 to 2020. It attests to the fact that so much knowledge can be produced and shared through collaboration and cooperation. It can be described as a new foundation for collaborative research between scholars and a new source of knowledge. It's an example. It's a collaboration across the divides. While we in Benin, our team in Benin City, we are identifying the vocabulary for the display of this Benin corpus in their historical context using Edo language. Our colleagues in Europe, in the US, they are identifying the different ways in which the objects were labeled. So Digital Benin has brought a new interesting Edo designation into museum parlance. This gives insight into cultural relevance of the objects. Moving on, we have a team, like you will see on the website, object scholars from Africa, Europe, and United States. We have the 5 principal investigators, 6 researchers, 8 consultants across Africa. Then basically funding is necessary. We got funding from Siemens and Mellon Foundation. The host of this project is the Mark Museum in Berlin. Then we have collaboration. Institute of Benin Studies here in Benin, Sorbonne University in France, University of Benin, and a museum in Vienna. So the team is quite vast. Now, some successful restitution cases of Benin bronzes. I must mention Dan Hicks in his British Museum suggested that 2020s might be the decade of return. We've been having successful returns since we have been able to identify places where they are. So it includes, in Germany, transferred over 500 Benin bronzes in 2022. Also to 29 bronzes from the Smithsonian Museum. February this year, 119 bronzes were returned from the Netherlands. There is still discussion going on. In fact, I must mention Switzerland. 8 museums came together, identified objects that were Benin, and there's this process of discussion. So what have been the key contributions of Digital Benin? Thus, Digital Benin is the first digital research tool and catalog of Benin objects. The Benin bronzes, you know, the Benin bronzes consist of so many objects: bronze, brass, wood, clay, different ivory, different objects that were taken away, the collective name Benin bronzes. It's a platform where history of the Benin Kingdom is narrated from the Benin perspective. Now, the study was brought into a software tool provided by the technical team. So that has a direct link into the entities being described. In the past 5 years, we have developed and created the space for the names of the objects in Edo language and voiced for proper pronunciation and orthography. Like I mentioned, it's a foundational digital research tool for Benin objects. It's for Edocentric research. And since then, it has attested to the fact that so much knowledge can be produced through collaboration and cooperation. So highlighting how we navigated international cooperation and community engagement, we established contacts with museums and curators that subscribed to the Benin Digital Group, the Benin Dialogue Group, and we reached out to others. Every institution gave a letter of intent that spelled out how the data sharing principles should be. And with this, they shared all relevant and related information about their collections, particularly their provenance data. Back home, the communities, we went in there conducting field work, collecting oral histories, and, discussing with community members. They narrated historical accounts. Others performed culturally significant songs. All this you can find on the platform. I must mention that storytelling also remains essentially for the Benin people a societal documentation and cultural preservation conveyed through songs, narrative, and artistic expression embedded in daily rituals. So in conclusion, this online platform shows diverse national and international museum database and institutions who are currently holding Benin works in their collection. And it means so much to researchers and students. And to Benin Nigerian people and other interested parties who are utilizing it. It's a useful tool to students. Many people don't have current access to those objects. For numerous people, including we Benin indigenes, we couldn't come, we had no physical contact with these objects in the different museums. So we can now have all the different experiences with coordinated online databases on Benin objects. So Digital Benin has thus provided access to information on history, cultural significance, and provenance of the works. These 2 minutes more, I'll be through. Not only for academic purpose, for general public. In conclusion, I must emphasize that when we talk about recontextualization, we are not destroying previous context seen in museums. Instead, it involves reestablishing cultural objects with their original context. The new framework provided by Digital Benin has provided fresh perspectives on these objects and their cultural significance. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right then. So, thank you. I'm true.
Thank you. I got kicked out there. Are you done, my professor?
Oh, yes, I'm done.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that inspiring presentation. We've had colleagues from Dr. Purity, we've had from Golda, and we've had from my professor Kukandre. So we get an opportunity now to engage with some of the key stuff that they were sharing with us. Remember that the panel is really about the experiences from successful return, and what has been very consistent for me is that issue of making sure that you bring the community as part of the conversation. So it's not whether it's about human remain, whether it's about objects. I've seen consistently that people have somehow been invited to take the ownership of this particular returns, which is incredibly heartening, because heritage is for the people, by the people, and they're actually the immediate custodians of all of this object human remains that we get to return. So my responsibility is not to ask questions, it's just to facilitate the session so that at least we can do. So if you want to ask a question, you can also ask a specific question that's directed to a specific speaker. You can also just write, ask a generic question, and whoever that's the speaker can possibly actually speak to that. So Ben, I'm going to ask you to please monitor the chat box for some of the questions that might come through from the chat box. At this stage, I'm inviting whoever that's in the platform to ask a question.
Thank you so much, Ntate Joe. There are questions coming in the chat, but I will also invite our guests. You are welcome to raise your hands if you want to make your comments directly to our wonderful speakers. I'm going to start with the first question in the chat, which is from Leomile Mofutsanyana. Thank you, Dr. Purity, for your presentation. Please, could you highlight on how Kenya is working to bring Customs Office into the process to avoid any future hindering?
Thank you very much for the question. And I highlighted very clearly that stakeholder engagement is very important in the process, and just making sure that you bring everyone on board in terms of what is happening, how we are going to do it, what is required, and all the elements that each and every stakeholder is responsible for. So towards this, first and foremost, you have to have a framework in terms of how you engage with each and every stakeholders. And Kenya right now is developing a national strategy that will lay out the responsibilities of each and every stakeholders, and also identify all the stakeholders that are supposed to be in the process, including government offices, communities, civil society, academia. Everyone needs to be on board. So documentation, inventory, and research, there are people who are responsible. If it's logistics and finances, then we are very clear on how we are moving forward, who is supposed to pay for what, and who is supposed to deal with what. So that policy, I believe, we will align each and every stakeholders to their responsibilities, and also reaching out, because goodwill and also what we call in government lobbying. We also have to be out there for networking with the different stakeholders. So all this is happening at the moment, and we believe that when the right legal infrastructure and also policies put in place, then we'll be able to move forward smoothly in each of the aspects. Thank you.
Response, Doctor. We also have a question. This question is directed to Prof. Egafona. Prof, the question is very insightful and well done. Did the catalog take into account any alternative names given by local communities to the artifacts aside from their official designations? Please go ahead, Prof, with your response.
Oh, yes. I saw that in the chat box and I already replied. Basically, all these objects, they now have their indigenous names. We went back to the field, we collected names, we collected the names in our original Edo dictionary. So if you go to the website, digitalbenin.org, you will see the Edo designation next to the objects that were in their original labels in Western museums. So English words, we also have the Edo word for the objects. Yes, please. This has been done.
So much. Thank you for the response, Prof. We also have a comment. What a stunning presentation on a subject matter that I'm passionate about. That is from Nancy Kluter, our colleague. And she also further states, I believe that long-term sustainability and local ownership of Digital Benin are crucial, since the platform is currently hosted by Mark in Germany and funded by external foundation. What concrete steps are being taken to ensure its future digital infrastructure funding stability, and eventual transfer of ownership to Nigeria? Please respond, Prof.
Thank you. This is underway. The project is still on, and before it ends, these things to be done. But we have already shared our data with the National Commission for Museums and Monuments, in charge of all the museums in Nigeria, and we have given a hard disk of all the work we have done to the National Museum here in Benin. So there is a plan ahead for sustainability of the platform. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the response, Prof. The next question is for Golda from Namibia. Thank you so much for the presentations, very informative and insightful. I would like to know what informed the decision for the Namibia initial returns on loan to become permanent loans/returns. Please respond, Golda. Hi, Golda. All right, I think we don't have Golda at the moment. I'm going to take the last comment in the chat and hand over back to Ntate Joe afterwards. We have a question from Ms. Mama Komoreng Khasi Sawona from SAHRA. Thank you for sharing enriching experiences. To all presenters, can you share what role do the returning countries play after the return of the artifacts? Maybe let me give that question to Ntate Joe so that you can facilitate a discussion around that. Over to you, Ntate.
Thank you, Ben. So the question is, can you share what role do the returning countries play after the return of the artifacts? And perhaps just as a way, because I see Golda is not here. There was something that was mentioned about the artistic research and communal knowledge, reconnecting with the return belonging. As soon as she's back, it will be actually nice to listen to what she have to say about that particular project. That might just be answering Komi's question. Prof, the indigenous name, do we have some embodied voice that perhaps just explain? Let's say, for example, I click on that digital platform and I'm interested in this particular kind of artifact or object, and I can see that it does have an indigenous name. Is there a voice that tells me as an outsider what this object mean? What is the symbolic? What is the meaning? What is the cultural significance? Whatever the case that might be, that will be able to help us. Are we just looking at objects and their indigenous name?
When you click on the link, it is voiced. The object, the pronunciation is voiced. For example, I'll give you an example. It's voiced in both male and female voices, though the explanation for the object is still in English. But when you look at the videos, if you go to the website, you go look at the videos, you look at the interviews, they are in the indigenous language. They are in Edo language, even though you can see the transcript in English. So if you click on the link, you'll hear the indigenous language, and it's voiced both male and female voices. Thank you. I think that answers yes.
Thank you very much. It does. There is a question that came through now from Kamoshalo Molale. I don't remember who said this, but it was mentioned that returning artifacts and human remains is an act of justice and dignity. I'm wondering, is it enough for the descendant communities themselves? How can we ensure that broader needs, voices, and perspectives are also respected beyond just the return? So this question dovetails with Komi was asking. What does the return do to the countries at play? And Kamoshalo is just really giving it a nuanced kind of a phrasing. Is that enough for the descendant communities themselves? What has been your experiences? How are people claiming these returns, and how they forming part of the social fabric, for lack of a better word? How did they form part of the local narratives, heritage narratives, for lack of a better word? any of the presenters can really respond to that. If Dr. Purity, if you like, you're more than welcome to also respond. I don't know if Golda is back, and Prof can maybe can come through last.
Okay. What was the question again?
Thank you, moderator. I think we've discussed at length some of the aspects of why the need for the return. And obviously, the issue of justice, dignity, pride, and also identity comes into play as the main area that we focus on. But we also need to go beyond that and also listen to the communities and understand exactly how they want this dignity restored. And in most cases, you find that it's not only about having the objects returned, but how they can also help them within their own communities in terms of the social fabric, rebuilding that social fabric. Because you find that in many of those communities, the social fabric has broken down. Like, for example, for the case of the Vigangos, what is happening at the moment within the community is that many of the older people who are associated with this practice are even being killed by the younger generation because the younger generation doesn't seem to understand what this practice is all about, and they feel like it's witchcraft and all that. So there's the awareness and the knowledge transfer that needs to be done so that these objects do not only come back and are seen to connect only with the older generation, but also the younger generation needs to understand exactly how these objects were used in the past and their relevance even today. Then there's also the aspect of today, I think it's more about economic gains than anything else for most of the people. So how can all these objects also be used for building societies economically? And some of the things that we've heard from some of these communities is that they want to own cultural centers where they can use these objects not only for their own traditional practices, but also for visitation and other information and educational groups coming to learn about them. And then in return, they get something out of it and build their societies economically. When we talk about what we can build on from some of the returning countries, the key thing here is we can use them for advocacy, because remember, they have not been forced, in essence, to return most of these objects. It's through cooperation and cultural diplomacy and their goodwill. So we want them to be able to advocate for the same with the other institutions and countries and even private people that are keeping some of these cultural objects, and to make them understand the ethical and moral of them doing this. And then this will reach out to many other, and they'll see they'll have the obligation to return many of these. Then there's also networking, because remember, without networking, then many of these success stories may not be fruitful. So some of these countries, our institutions are also helping us in networking, also in helping reinterpret or giving resources in terms of reinterpretation of these objects towards local knowledge transfer, having curation, helping in curation, and also capacity building, including infrastructure. For some of the countries, they are willing to even go beyond and have infrastructure for conservation and also for the management. So there's a lot that the countries can do, and they are obligated to do. And where it's not possible, then you just have to do it yourself as an institution and help and have help from other partners who are willing to do it. Because like, for example, there are very rigid policies within some of our institutions. And these are some of the things that we are working with all the countries that have been able to return these objects, to look at these policies and regulations and see how probably we can rework. Like for example, the British Museum keeps saying that they have regulations and acts that do not allow for deaccessioning or returns. But we need other countries to come on board and advocate and say, look, we were able to come up with other laws or to be able to amend some of these laws for you to be able to move forward. So there's a lot that can be done. And it's not only injustice and dignity, as one individual has indicated, but let us go beyond that and see what do the communities really want and how do they want these objects integrated back to the community, knowledge transfer, and economic benefits if need be. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. On my own, I must stress the issue of justice, the issue of dignity. In Benin Kingdom, many of the art objects, they were used to commemorate the glorious past. In place of photography, in place of written records, all these events that were happening over the years, 13th, 14th, 15th century, were recorded as art pieces for recollection in future. And they were placed in a safe place in the museum, in the palace. It was like an indigenous museum. So important events were cast in plaques. It's clear those who lived in the palace were able to look at a plaque in connection to other plaques or art pieces and read it out as a book, or looked at it like a photograph that tells a story. They were able to identify all those represented in the artwork by name and title. In this, it was a photo. There were photographs and records of the past events in Benin, now opposed to their original intention. I like what the minister said about the healing power of return. And I believe there'll be more returns being made. Yes, more returns will be made. And something about the objects coming back to Nigeria, being repatriated to Nigeria and restituted to the Benin Kingdom where they were originally taken. A royal museum is to be built to house these objects. And as we've been going for field work, even the people in the community that tells us stories, these stories, they connect to these objects. And you can actually still see part of these communities, they are like a living museum. So that's much as I can say about the issue on dignity as well as justice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, so please go ahead.
I was just thinking, what more can I add? Because Ms. Purity literally said it all. But I have to emphasize what when she mentioned about that it's essential to acknowledge that the return of belongings, it does not automatically translate into a fulfillment of broader community needs, yes, while the act of repatriation, it is a step forward. And there are definitely ongoing needs for community engagement, the aspect of resource allocations, infrastructure development, be it within a project or your own government setting aside funding to support that in the long term, for this cultural revitalization to happen. And then everything else you said, I'll just be repeating, but I think that the return, it does tackle community identity and this intergenerational conversation, dialogue that takes place in me learning about my ancestors, because my parents knew absolutely nothing because they were too busy building life. So it's an opportunity to learn and to grow and to understand. Yeah, that's all I can add.
Okay, thank you. Ben, I think it's your hand. I will give you an opportunity now. I just want to go back to Komi's question. The second part says, can you share what role do the returning countries? So let's just think again, my panelist. Part of the return should not compromise the bilateral relationship. So much as the traditional hosting country had a racist narrative about the artifacts, whatever form it takes, after they have voluntarily returned, how do they reinterpret so that the wrong is corrected? So it's almost asking, are we saying after the return we don't have a relationship with the museum that was hosting this particular artifact? How are we making sure that once we've reclaimed our local narrative and I love this construct, the Edo-centric research has been done. How do we make sure that we, to an extent, maintain this traditional host with the traditional with the current host, which is effectively the provenance country? How do we make sure that we correct the incorrect narrative that was presented as? I can just imagine how Sarki Bartman was in a French museum, and the racist discourse that emerged from that. After her return to South Africa, what's happening in that particular museum so that, one, we correct, two, we represent, we reappropriate, and we take responsibility for the kind of, to an extent, for lack of a better word, actually a damaging narrative of the South, so that the 2063 Africa we want ideals does not just limit ourselves to Africa, but it forms part of the international knowledge sharing production, if you like. Maybe just quick one from either one of my key facilitators before I give Ben an opportunity. Is there any takers, Dr. Purity, Golda?
Moderator, I think I've already indicated what it means and how you continue engaging with the museums or the institutions that return. In terms of first and foremost capacity building, and also reinterpreting those objects with the local knowledge and sharing that information between the institutions that are involved. Because so often, most of these objects, when they come back, they may not even come back to the museums. They are just going back to the local communities. And those that come to the museums, then first and foremost, you have to reintegrate them within your museums. And it's important that you have a conversation among all the stakeholders, including the returning institutions, in terms of how you do that, so that you reconnect those artifacts with the source communities and the information that they are giving. And then you also include the curation within your systems. Equally, you may need to even transform some of your museum practices to fit in. And this is all an inclusive process. It's not only the receiving institution that has to do that. It's also the institution that has returned, because they need to understand that probably, because sometimes they come with catalogs and information on what these objects are, how they are being represented. So you need to work together and build consensus and in terms of the knowledge that is coming from the local communities. And remember, we've just redefined our museums and we are more now to living museums, even integrating communities within your museums in storytelling. It's important, and all this needs to be inclusive among all the stakeholders. So that's how I would look at it. And if there's a facilitation that needs to be done, and if the returning institutions can be able to offer some of that facilitation, well and good. This is what we need to do, not to work in silos, but to work all together, so that even for the future returns, it's clear what the process is going to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben?
For us, oh, sorry.
Okay, sure. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Just
Golda.
a quick one. For us, it's been about documentation, documenting the process, you know. If you see there's a call out there as well, write a paper, go and talk about your project,
Sure.
Share the word, spread it, you know, whether it's on the continent and overseas, so that people are able to learn from each other. What I like that we did was also this knowledge exchange, having curators work with curators,
Sure.
both on the continent and in Germany, you know. Collaboratively really working when you're having your visits, let your visitors engage with your community so that they can see what was done. Because what I realized is with repatriation is when belongings are returned, it's like it's the end game, but that should be the beginning, because it's only when belongings have been reunited with communities and the land that they are really reactivated, because the purpose is at home, and they're not going to see it, and they're not going to see it whilst it's in Germany, but they'll feel it when they're here. So I think it's important to expose them to that. And that's like inclusion. It's important to include people in things. So I think that's one way that you can maintain a relationship with host organizations, or like organizations that had collections for so long, boxed for so long.
Sure. Thank you. Ben, go ahead.
Moderator, and also I think there's also personal relationships which are also created between individuals. Like, for example, I've seen in some cases where some of the advocates of return from the museums in the US, they have actually created personal and individual relationships with members of the communities, and they are actually now working with them directly, not even working with them through the museum, and on different aspects. May it even be educational for their kids, or even community-based social responsibility projects. They are doing that. So we need to build that kind of relationship, not only within the institutions, but also individuals, because individuals are also very different in terms of how they relate and how they see the whole process.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Ben?
Thank you, Chair. It was just to direct you to the question from Eunice to Golda. She wasn't in the in the session at the time. There was the question from Eunice directly to Golda, which was very informative and insightful presentation. I would like to know what informed the decision for the Namibia initial returns on loan to become permanent loans/returns. That is directed to Golda. Thank you.
Okay, I think what had happened was when they came to Namibia as a loan, I think there was a lot of uproar in Namibia, especially with the public, to ask why on loan, why on loan. And I think it was like, even if you Google it, you'll find it still today. And for them, it was more of an administrative move to fasten the process, as to give it as loan, and then we switch it to permanent. And I think that is like their own decision that they made in-house amongst the ethnologists and museum. I can't really speak about them, but yeah, I think that's how it happened. Maybe there was a lot of pressure also from the public and the public's interest.
Thank you. And you know, on your absentia, I tried to highlight what you said about that artistic research and communal knowledge that's intentional about reconnecting. Is it reconnecting with the belonging? Do you want to just probably unpack a little bit for us there? And then, of course, how does this become not just a local knowledge production? I mean, we have to somehow find a way to have the South knowledge production have a conversation with the North knowledge production, so that we function at a praxis that can inform how we tell our stories from the North, and how perhaps our stories are reduced to a narrative elsewhere, so that we bridge those particular gaps. So I'm personally interested in that artistic research and communal knowledge that you were talking to.
Okay, so initially it had started as a means of me and my colleague thinking, how do we get more feet into the museum, and how do we involve the youth outside this industry that we are in, because the youth are particularly not interested. And visual arts came to mind, and artists and colors and amazing exhibitions that you've been seeing, ones that specialize in digital technologies, basically. And that's how we brought in about 7 artists, Namibian visual artists, to work along community members to reinterpret, according to their art skill, this collection. And as a result, they had deposited an art piece that we could exhibit within the exhibition. And for us, I think it's about talking to belongings beyond antiques and beyond, but explaining these narratives in such a way that everybody could get involved, that everybody could take ownership. And I think that was what was important. It was about having school children there and actually recognizing associations that their grandparents maybe still today practice with, you know. For us, the aim was always about the youth and always about this intergenerational conversation, and showing that to our project partners as well. Like, we hosted a workshop where we invited project partners to partake in listening to belongings, where belongings made sound, because one of the artists was focused so much on the sounds that come from belongings. And it was really interesting to hear from our local artists and community members on various aspects of it. I know that decision making happens around a circle, and these are some of the things we did when we would take our research trips into the regions. We would sit under a tree and have these conversations about how is it that Namibian heritage culture should be represented. How do we talk about things we're not supposed to talk about? How do we preserve language? How do we share secrets with only our grandchildren? Namibia consists of more than 10 ethnical communities, but how do we preserve where people not everyone should have access to? So these are some of the things we really tackled. And the best way we could think about it was to present it as an artistic research exhibition project. I hope that answers some parts
of your
question.
Yeah, it does. So there's a comment from Trizella, and I'm actually tempted to also just ask an unnecessary question. I still have time until 11:45, but let's start with Trizella's question. Great presentation. Can the museum have the return policy? One of you can answer those particular that specific question. There's one delay's question also. How do the politics and ethics of return inform notions of epistemological reassessment of the role of museological institution, modern museum, during colonial times, and how museums are produced going forward to prevent human violation and dehumanization of African people? I don't know if I have to repeat that, because it's incredibly meta for me. It's NQF level 10. How do the politics and ethics of return inform notion of epistemological reassessment of the role of museological institution, modern museum, or new modern museum during the colonial times, and how museums are produced going forward to prevent human violation and dehumanization of African people? It can be a take for anybody. So I think those two questions are talking to each other.
Yeah.
The return policy, and then of course the politics of ethics and return. Please go ahead.
Probably the second question is just basically asking about decolonizing our museums, because you find most of our museums still have the colonial aspects in them, including management structures, the way the objects are represented within the exhibitions themselves, the language that is used. And these are some of the concerns that we have even with the objects when they come back, that how they are being represented within the museums outside. We should relook at that and see whether it fits within the local context and how we can actually move forward. And first and foremost, look at the structures of management and governance within our museums and try to come up with structures and governance that is more representative of the local situation, including representation of all genders, representation of communities within our governance, and then also in curation, looking at how objects are being curated, what information is being presented in those museums. So all these aspects, including even the policies that we come up with, let us look at those policies and align them to our laws and our regulations. We have traditional laws and regulations. How do we incorporate those in terms of our policies? But in terms of museums having a return policy, I think it should be a broader policy within the nation, so that it's more inclusive of everyone and all the stakeholders and their responsibilities, other than just each museum having a policy on its own. Although it's good to have maybe regulations within the museums on return or aligning the national policy to what you do within your museums. That's how I would look at these two questions.
Okay. All right. Okay. Somebody else coming up? All right. I just have just a little to say about the second question. And just to mention, I believe that part of it should be decolonizing knowledge, moving away from that Western understanding of heritage and the objects, and to recognize the wealth of knowledge that we have in our African communities and our languages. Many of these objects are misrepresented, and also to also believe in collaborative and participatory practices on both sides. And furthermore, shared knowledge production. So, and besides, like what we've done in the Digital Benin project, centering indigenous perspective. So that's all I can say about the politics and ethics of return, informing notions of the epistemological reassessment of the role of museological institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
I think all I can add is that navigating this complex interplay of politics and ethics and the reassessment of knowledge within the museum institution, it is very important, especially if you're thinking about dismantling legacies of colonialism and preventing the further dehumanization of African people, because we all know that human remains and African belongings were treated as science projects and studies. So I think by prioritizing collaborations and ethical engagements and accountability, that we as museum institutions can transform our roles from colonial, like European colonial institutions to active participants in the process of cultural restitution as a means to empower our communities going forward. And then the question on, do we need a policy? I think, yes, I think every museum should have is it a repatriation or like a returns policy? I think that is important for every museum. And even us in Namibia, we are currently working on getting cabinet's approval for reviewing our old policy so that we counter for everything that we're dealing with right now.
And earlier on you started talking, or at least you shared with us something about what you're doing with the universities around the program studies. What has been the relationship. What kind of relationship do you all have with universities, with your local universities or international universities around the work that you do in museums?
I think the museum, our collection as it stands, we are like a lab for the University of Namibia, especially for the postgraduate diploma in heritage conservation, as well as undergraduates for visual culture. I know I partake in some part-time tutoring for students there. And the practical assignments, they are based on cultural material that they can come and identify. They do active like object-based studies with our collections. So we have a really good relationship, and I think that's the only way it could really work, so that the students can also get a real life engagement with what it is like. Those that aspire to be curators, those that aspire to work in heritage institution, what is it that they are actually going to deal with? Because yes, you will have community saying, listen, this belongs to my grandfather, why can't I have it back? So it's important that they get a real life experience. And the only way they can do that is by coming into these spaces, as unperfect as they are, because they do visit European and then they do come to ours as well. And there's a huge difference, and that difference does not make us any different from the way we are doing our things and the way the others are doing theirs. I'm talking in terms of infrastructure.
Sure.
So I think it's important for them to experience both of them and be able to work within that. So yeah, I think you need to start somewhere.
Yeah,
And
sure.
if it's not the university, then where? If it's not with your actual community, because even with me, research doesn't happen in the library. It happens at home with my own people, with my own grandparents. So I think it's something I advocate for.
Okay. Other panel members?
Our museums are actually open to work with universities, mainly on short courses and also internships and attachments. And it's in many areas. And for example, we've seen that there's a lot of interest even from the legal aspect of issues, and also political science and cultural diplomacy. And we engage the students in whichever line or field of study that they are looking at. And we try to merge some of our works to give them more knowledge. Like, for example, if it's in the legal department, we can open up issues to do with repatriation and how they need to review all the legal instruments. If it's in cultural diplomacy, there are positions for them to come and learn on how to do that using repatriation as one of the aspects of their case studies. So it's important that we engage the youth, because they are the leaders of tomorrow, and they are the ones who will be taking up some of these issues in the future.
And there by you, Prof?
Yes, please. I'm sorry, what's the question again?
What's your relationship with your local universities?
Oh, okay. I teach at the university. And, over the years, we have tried to get our students to visit the museum. They see the museum as a boring place. But now, with the Digital Benin project at their fingertip, they are able to navigate and see all these objects. But that's not, I keep telling them, the digital space does not make up for the physical contacts in the museums. So and nowadays you find the youths, they are always with their phones and their devices. So the Digital Benin platform comes handy for them. I teach cultural anthropology, and part of the courses I teach requires them to go and see these objects. So they now have the Digital Benin project has actually improved the relationship hitherto that our youth had with cultural objects, which they saw it as kind of outdated, some with religious connotations, thinking that they are idol worshiping. But now there is a change, taking pride in the objects that come from Benin, and knowing that these objects originally made by our ancestors are in over 20 countries in the Western world. It's a thing of pride. And as for the communities, we go back to them, interviewing them. They are glad to see that indigenous knowledge is not going to be lost after all, and it's being utilized. So that's as much as I can say in dialoguing with the youth and getting them interested in their heritage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Wandile is just being that kind of person tonight. And part of this question really talks to the relationship that you have with your local schools, not just universities, right? So
the local schools. The museum usually gets the children. I mean, there's a program in our local schools, the primary, the secondary. They visit the museums at regular intervals. And now we have this relationship with the museum, giving them our data. The students also too can see, even when they visit the museum, they now know even more with the Digital Benin project. Now that the National Museum in Benin, we had a workshop with them, like I said, we transferred our data, we shared our data with them, and this they have been able to use also too in their in the museum, and when visitors come, especially the young visitors. And apart from that, we have also been involving the children, the young children. We carry out research with the available materials now. You find a number of people carrying out research, their first degree projects and thesis about people's attitude, children's attitude towards objects in the museum, and using the Digital Benin example. Thank you.
Great. We've got two questions in the chat box, and then I'll give an opportunity to Ben. I have something like 5 minutes left on my time before the next session. Troy Phil is asking, how do countries manage perceptions of dominance from the retaining institutions, such as acknowledgement of an ethical accusation and imposition of their own terms on restitution agreements, such as waiving of repatriation there, Troy? Indemnity from any future claims. Reparation, okay. Waiving of reparation. So how do countries manage perceptions of dominance from the retaining institutions, such as acknowledgement of unethical acquiring and imposition of their own terms on restitution agreements, such as them wanting to waive off reparation and indemnity from any future claims? That's one question. The second question Wandile is asking is, how are the museum the correctors when they themselves still house sacred human remains and objects that were unethically acquired? So there's some level of relationship between both of the questions. Any taker before I give it to Ben?
Oh.
Go ahead, Prof.
Oh, no, all right. Like I mentioned, I would leave this to the museum practitioners because number one, for the first question, it's actually the role of my country, Nigeria, under the National Commission for Museums and Monuments. That's their responsibility. And for the second one, I wondered, are the museums the correctors when they themselves house? So long as it's there, it belongs to that particular community. The museums can preserve such. And our museums, the correctors, as long as it's their own objects. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Purity, do you want to?
Yeah, very interesting questions. And these are very interesting. And I knew they would come up because they are also very provocative questions, particularly the one for museums being are the museums the correct correctors? Obviously, they are not. And that's why today we are talking about decolonization and coming up with the right strategies and procedures within our museums on how to correct some of these areas. And you realize that even in the museums themselves, they are valid discourses and also personalities. So it's not about whether the museums should be leading the process, but it's how they can facilitate with the process with the inclusivity of the communities and also the stakeholders. And this goes to the first question too, in terms of dominance. You do not just listen to what the countries that want or the institutions that are returning want to do. You also have a say in the whole discourse, including other stakeholders coming on board. So it's broadly discussed, and if you feel that there are elements that bring out dominance or perceptions that you are not happy with, then you decline. And I haven't seen any case whereby museums in the north are requesting that we sign agreements on identity and on future claims. That has not come up yet, and I don't think anyone would be able to sign such an identity, because then that would fall on the museums that are receiving on behalf of the communities. So these are interesting questions and debatable, and people have different perspectives into it. But I believe museums are the right, and we always say that museums are very independent, and they listen to everyone. And in cases where probably other stakeholders feel aggrieved, then that's when you hold discourse and see on how to move forward. So definitely they are not the correctors, they are just facilitators.
Right. Golda, do you want to take a bite? I have 3 minutes on my time.
She looks like she has shared a response on the chat.
Oh, there we go. Museums aren't, but today we operate with an awareness of our colonial history and are striving to implement ethical practices, reassess and reshape our exhibitions practices. She understands that in the context of decolonizing, all this involving descendant communities, not all money is good money. Agendas needs to be made very clear, emphasizing the notion again of dominance here. Let me take this opportunity to thank 3 of my presenters. We couldn't have Shaban because of other commitments that came up, but 3 of the presenters for sharing their expertise, for sharing their own context specific nuances, struggles, successes in terms of the returns. You can tell from your presentation that you've kind of really triggered deep questions around museum and museum practices in your country, but some of these questions are actually asked because of our own context, right? Because we understand our own context a little bit better than the Kenya context, the Namibian context, and the Nigerian context. So I really want to extend a word of appreciation for taking the time to be with us, to really, I think, starting this particular session at such a meta level. Thank you very much from my end, and thank you very much for everybody that was able to attend until this time, and thank you for your contribution and for the engagement with the facilitators. Ben, it's 11:44. You've got 1 minute, and then we can go for a break.
Thank you so much, Ntate Joe. You deserve 10 stars for time management, another 10 stars for such a riveting discussion. I know we could have continued for another 2 hours, but we have to be very, very strict with time today. We still have 2 more panels that are going to also allow all our guests as well as our speakers further engagement. As our Ntate Joe has just stated, we have a 15-minute break before panel 2. So we will resume at 12 p.m. sharp. You can just do a leg stretch, get some tea or coffee, and we'll resume at 12 p.m. sharp. And a very big thank you to our previous speakers for their lovely presentations. And a big, big thank you to Ntate Joe Serekwane for his lovely facilitation. Thank you all. See you shortly.
Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome back to our webinar on the restitution of cultural objects to countries of origin. We had a very riveting discussion on our first panel, which looked at the successful returns and experiences from countries that have managed to successfully repatriate their objects that were taken during times of power asymmetry. Our second panel, which is Empty Closet of Curiosities, Unsuccessful Attempts, what are the blockages to the facilitating the return and the role of the state and museums, is going to be a discussion that looks at the challenges that we are facing in the global south and in Africa in general in terms of restituting our cultural objects from the countries that currently have them within their collections. This particular session is going to be facilitated by Dr. Sibongile Masuku. Dr. Masuku is a senior lecturer and coordinator of the honors program in culture and heritage studies at the University of Mpumalanga in South Africa. She was appointed by the Minister of Basic Education after nomination by the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture as the national chairperson for culture to UNESCO. She was a member of the African Union Working Group for the Model Law on the Protection of Cultural Property and Heritage, as well as the Framework for the Culture and Creative Industries. She is currently an African Union Working Group member for the Art Education Policy. Solwati, Dr. Masuku, has recently been appointed as a member of the African Union African Languages Week Committee. She is one of the founding members and chair of the working group that is involved in the establishment of the African Association for Culture, Heritage and the Arts. This is a continental membership association that will soon be registered and launched in 2025. Dr. Masuku, we are honored to have you. Are you online?
Yes, I am indeed online.
Thank you, ma'am. I can see you and you are audible. I'm going to hand over to you now to facilitate your session. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chair. You've been doing a wonderful job. First of all, I just want to acknowledge, I'm sure that they probably are not here anymore, but spiritual presence of the Minister Mackenzie of Sport, Arts and Culture, and Minister Dziva Kondashi of Ghana, and Miss Angela Martins of the African Union, and our main host here and the initiator of this webinar, Advocate Lungisa Malkas, who I hold in really high esteem for the amazing job that she's doing. I think I've already been introduced. Just to add on that, I actually has just been appointed yesterday as a member of the South African National Parks Board, one of my homes, because I am actually an environmentalist also by profession. Yes, the chair has indicated that we'll be looking at Empty Closet of Curiosities, unsuccessful attempts, what are the blockages to facilitate the return, the role of state and museums. Yeah, when I look at the concept of the empty cupboard, a number of concepts comes into the fore. An empty treasure trove, a bare cabinet of wonders, hollowed out collections, a vacant showcase, and I think very closely, it's actually quite, for me as an academic, I say it is quite a feminist concept as well, because it invokes the emotion of a mother that has delivered a child, and this child is snatched away from her, and she's left holding blankets, on holding memories. It also invokes a whole issue of an empty grave, because a grave is a place of pilgrimage where we connect with our ancestors. Once that grave has been opened and the remains have been taken away, the significance of the grave loses its the gravesite loses its significance and its connection, and it actually causes a lot of pain and trauma. Yeah, I think in a nutshell, I'm just going to say that the significance of object is very, very important. And in their loss, the loss results in diminishing the significance of such a project. It also creates a disconnect from the object, because if one was touching it, one was smelling it, one was hearing the sound of the drum, that significance is lost. And it's also stripped of its spiritual significance. And also based on who is holding that collection. If they're not holding it in the proper way, it actually takes out the spiritual significance. If it's, of course, let me say, a grave, an object stolen from the grave, and now it's stored in cupboards. And we must also realize that in Africa, it actually means when it's out of sight, there's a possibility that amongst our young people, it's also out of mind. So I think I anticipate that we'll be looking at issues around diplomacy. Should it be diplomacy to try and attempt and get this objects back, or should it be revolt, or should it be social media? And we're looking at the role of the state, policy development. We're not only looking at objects per se, but we're looking at the significance of places. Because if a place is named after a certain event and an object, and that object is not there anymore, there's some kind of lost. And also, the issue of intangible heritage is very, very significant in our debate, because with intangible heritage, we imbue meaning to particular objects. Looking at the role of the state, is the state giving away what's in their cupboards? And is the state also receiving? And the particular question which I pose, which will probably be deliberated in the, is it only the state and museums that can play a role? This I'm asking as it reminds me of the Namibian case study. Okay, I'll stop there and I will introduce our next speaker. This first speaker is Mr. Divine Kwame Owusu Ansah. He's the director of the Ministry of Tourism and Culture and Creative Arts. So I'm not very good at counting, but it means like he's going to finish at 12:15. Let's say 12:15. He's getting 15 minutes. So my dear brother, it's over to you. Can you take on? Thank you. May I further ask that all the presenters, could they hand over their presentations to our chairperson? So in the event that they're not able to project it, our hosts can assist. Do we have Mr. Ansah? Chair, can you assist us by letting us know if we have Mr. Ansah?
Thank you, ma'am. We just seeing he is online. I think he might be muted. Mr. Ansah, you are currently muted. Can you hear us? Dr. Masuku, may I suggest that we move to the next speaker while we try to sort out Mr. Ansah? Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm going to then introduce Mr. Terence Besaka, a Cameroonian. Talking about Cameroon reminds me of Miriam Makeba and her favorite song, Cameroon is my home. Cameroon, oh, Cameroon. Yes, Cameroonians are in the house. So Terence Besaka is a Cameroonian. His background is in archaeology and cultural heritage management. He's got a master's in tourism and management. He's a deputy coordinator for site nomination, a focal point for the birth of START, Karamun, with Goethe Institute from Germany. He's a member of ICOM, member of ICOMOS, member of IIC, a member of ATA, and he's a Getty Foundation recipient. Mr. Besaka.
Yes, thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you. And can you hear me?
Are you a Ghanaian?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to thank the organizers for this history-making event, for this global fight for the restitution of our cultural heritage. Yeah, and being a member of panel 2 is the museums and the state at the crossroads of the restitution of African cultural heritage.
Sorry, just to get, sorry, excuse me, just to get clarification, are we, oh, we're talking with Besaka, because I thought you said you are Ghanaian, and it says there you're Cameroonian. So I just thought it might be the first speaker. So we are speaking with Terence.
No.
Are we speaking with Terence?
Okay. Can I continue?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I was saying we were looking at the aspects of a museum, the role of museums and the state, where they are the crossroad of this restitution process, which is a global fight, and we are looking forward to how do we bring back our cultural heritage. Well, my presentation, it is in the form of a paper, so I think I'm going to talk and then I won't project. So concerning the issue of restitution and illicit trafficking or looting of our cultural heritage, I will start by saying that I look at the 3 M's who were at the forefront of this process. They are the missionaries, the merchants, the traders, and the military. These were the people that really participated a lot in removing our cultural heritage, taking it out of the continent to enrich themselves over in the Western world. And when we look at them, we see that this legacy of cultural exploitation continue to affect us today, the communities and individuals, as well as the state today. And with many calling for the repatriation of this stolen or looted and a greater control of their cultural heritage. If we can be restituted and then they can hand us back our cultural heritage, we are talking about restitution and repatriation. We shouldn't only end at a level of restitution. So the museums in Cameroon, for example, we have the state of Cameroon has been working a lot with communities, a lot with researchers. We have one of the researchers, panelists that will be coming up, Professor Guafo. And these are people that have been working with the state, working with museums over there in the Western world to be able to identify the objects that are found in the museums and how they can help to document and assist the state of Cameroon to be able to show that these documentations exist. And when we look at it, the state of Cameroon came into the process in 2020 when communities have been writing to the state, to the government, to the head of state precisely of Cameroon, requesting for authorization to enter into negotiations with museums that are these holding museums that are keeping their cultural heritage. We have, for example, we have the Tibetan community, the road. We have the Nsol community that the road to the head of state. And each time these letters are going out, they are working with their diaspora and they're sending in information. And now, when we have this information, The file is always sent to the Ministry of Arts and Culture, and the National Museum is at the Technical Secretariat of the Interministerial Commission. So this Interministerial Committee is made up of partner ministries, technical ministries, representative of institutions, Interpol. We have communities, representative of communities, community leaders are there. We have researchers that are in that commission. And that interministerial committee, which was put in place, had its role and mandate. And it was later on enlarged, like open up, break up into technical commissions. We have technical commissions that has to do with treating of specific cases. And when we see, we have 8 technical commissions of the Interministerial Commission. But now let's look at the role of the state. This legal, it has to do with the identification of legal framework and policy document. Governments really need to be able to bring out legal documents. And for the case of Cameroon, we have the Heritage Protection Law of 2013 and its implementation text that was signed in 2020. It's true, not all the aspects have been taken into consideration, but the protection of our cultural heritage is enshrined in this legal document. And now when we look at the institutional framework, which has to do with the institutions that are put in place, we have this Interministerial Commission, which I just mentioned, and which is working, and the president of that commission is the Minister of Arts and Culture. They have the vice president, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. So we have representatives from the prime ministers, from ministries that concern justice, that's to do with the legal affairs issues. We have state foreign affairs ministry. We have scientific research. We have economic planning and regional development. We have finance. We have the police. We have those are all involved in it. So this commission has the mandate to come up with a national strategy. And now we are working on already on the volume 4. We just finished with the volume 3 of the national strategy. Cameroon's hasn't had an official restitution of its cultural objects from the colonial context. It hasn't had it yet, but we look forward in the coming weeks for the first phase of the restitution. And we'll see into it, the Interministerial Commission had to approve the policy document that was drafted by the Technical Secretariat and submitted. So upon the approval of the supreme level of the state for its publication and implementation, we have the national strategy that gives a general orientation of how the restitution process is going to take place, how to work with the other partners, all stakeholders, bring them, rope them, all of them in, and then how do we go about? That is what the volume 1 is talking about. The national strategy volume 2 is talking about the specific case of Germany. Germany has opened up and is facilitating the restitution process, even though we have a lot of challenges with Germany because of it's a federal republic with the federal system. But I think we have been able to master, and we are meeting up with the challenges. And we have to draft the volume 2 specifically for the case of Germany, restitution with Germany. How do we go about it? What are the various steps? What is Germany asking us to do? How do we move about? So that is what the state is doing in order to see that these things they work very well. They take a very specific track. And when we look about volume 3 of the national strategy, is talking about the implementation phase, which is we saw the technical commissions coming in, commissions in charge of negotiation and diplomacy, commissions in charge of cultural property collections commission. We have collections for identification and itineraries and provenance and reconstitution of the itineraries of collections. We have judicial legal affairs commission. We have finance and logistics. We have ceremony, the reception. So all these commissions take into account the various stakeholders involved. The communities participate at each of these commissions. We have representatives at each of these commissions. We have researchers, we have personnel. So we have, in terms of diplomatic negotiations with Cameroon, we'll see that at the level, the Cameroon is working at the level of the Interministerial Commission with the diplomatic missions abroad. In Germany, there is always a member of the embassy that accompanies and relate with the state, because restitution is a state-to-state affairs. Yeah, this state-to-state affair takes into account those who are involved, and we have community stakeholders, we have the communities, civil society, researchers, we have museum practitioners. They have been very instrumental in elaborating the process. So we also look about capacity building. It is also for us to be able to develop. We have been able to develop capacity building for researchers and museum professionals. For example, in the National Museum, we've organized already, we've been doing refresher courses and then capacity building in order to manage the collections that are becoming, the objects that are becoming. It's true that it's not coming directly to the museum, but it comes to the state, and the state now is working with the communities. What are the objects that are going to the communities, like sacred objects? We have, for example, the Ngongso, which is a successful case for proper negotiation and social civil society activism that was really that worked very well, and that will be coming back to Cameroon, and that is a sacred object, and that will be going back to the community. But now the communities are also looking; they are negotiating
We have
how
5 minutes
to exhibit that. Oh,
we have
thank
5
you.
minutes.
How do we exhibit that? Thank you. Sorry. So I need to rush. We have coordination and advocacy, resource mobilization. So we have to do that. The role of museums have been very also engaging in that. The National Museum, for that matter, has also is in partnership with the Musée d'Angoulême in France. We know France is one of our colonial powers, and we have them. With that partnership with Musée d'Angoulême, we're able to identify the objects that they have in their keeping. We had a cultural residency in there for 2 months that identified, and I was also in at the Mag Museum in Hamburg, where we work for the transfer of an exhibition from there to Yaoundé. These are avenues where museum to museum relate, and then they're able to identify what are the objects that came through the colonial context. So we have that, and then we have advocacy, partnership, yes, community engagement. We are working with the communities, and especially that of we have those of the throne of the Bamun Kings that is found in the Humboldt Forum, Ethnological Museum in Berlin. That you find it there. We'll see that in terms of challenges facing the and the blockages facing the return. We have legal and procedural barriers. We know of the laws in Germany of their being a republic. You need to each of the states have their rules and regulations that needs to be followed. We have institutional resistance from museums and collectors. Yes, we've had that, and we are going to negotiate, try to, via the committee in charge of restitution, as we want to use the negotiation and diplomatic commissions to get the desired results. We have insufficient resources. Yeah, that is common for almost countries south of the Sahara that are facing, or most of the global south, that they face financial challenges to be able to manage these commissions, make it very effective. Yeah, we have this coordination and with this political that we'll look at it, and then when we see the political and diplomatic challenges, we look at most of the countries lack that common strategy, and we need to adopt that general strategy, which is, I would say, Cameroon's approach to restitution is based primarily on state-to-state negotiations and emphasizing bilateral and multilateral cooperation, the responsibility of the state. is also enshrined in its national legislations. So how do we overcome some of these? We will look at strengthening legal frameworks and diplomatic will by the state, increase resources. We have a global strategy for countries of the global south to come together and look at it in a common front. A well-coordinated resource national strategy that brings all the stakeholders on board to harness all efforts for the restitution and post-restitution phase. So I would like to end up with this if in fact decolonizing, we need to decolonize our museums and cultural spaces, and this involves a multifaceted approach that addresses the colonial legacy to promoting an inclusive and equitable representation of the African narratives and practices. Therefore, this quotation is very that we need to take into consideration is, if colonial museums in Africa are dominating and exclusive, have post-colonial museums been liberating and inclusive? So we need to always look at it and answer this question. If our museum were based on the colonial context, colonial museums will still remain that we need to decolonize our museums. But if we haven't decolonized them, they were dominating and exclusive. Have we been able to decolonize them? Are they now liberating and inclusive? Do we include everybody, the communities, their practices, their narratives? So we need to see into that when we are looking at the restitution of our cultural heritage. When we are talking about the repatriation, when they're coming, they should be coming and meeting our own museums, which are representing the will of the people, their practices, their narratives, where they're from. So we have a typical case.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think my time is finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Besanka. I want to check in the house if we do have Mr. Ansah. Is Mr. Ansah in the...
Yes, I'm back here.
Yes. Oh, thank you very much. I'd like to reintroduce Mr. Ansah, who was our first speaker. He's the director of the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts in Ghana. Mr. Ansah, you're welcome. Over to you.
Thank you very much. And I'm pretty sorry for the network. Like I earlier on alluded, it's been quite a pretty busy morning traveling across the country, but yet noticing how important this gathering is, we needed to give it the maximum attention. And good afternoon to all, and let me also say a very big thank you to our colleagues from the Republic of South Africa for putting together this workshop. It's also very important because where we are now, we as Africans need to take the lead in the quest for restitution, reparation, and restoration. Of course, at this point, we don't need to give the definition of what reparations and restitutions are, but they are not just the return of our items that were illegally acquired. But then we are asking for justice. We are asking for restoration. And we are asking that we do away totally with neocolonialism. And that is what reparation and restitution is about. Colonial looting and displacement of artifacts, we all know that these colonial masters took away items that were the soul of the then countries that were available, that they were governing. As an example, we in Ghana had the British as our colonial masters, and they took away items that were valued millions of pounds at the time. And as we speak, as of now, they are yet to return them. So what has government of Ghana been doing over the years in recent times to make sure that we reactivate efforts in getting our looted items back. The focal team that was leading restitution and reparation has been recomposed and that's been reintegrated so that the required energy will be given, or the impetus will be given to this team to fight for the restitution and reparations of our stolen items. Subsequent to that, Ghana has been engaging both international partners. That are some of the items. For instance, we have some of the items in Britain back last year. South Africa also returned items back to Ghana. We are currently speaking to or negotiating with the Netherlands, Italy, and France, who have come back voluntarily to tell us that they have items that were taken away from Ghana. So we are actively pursuing these items to be retained. Last year, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So last year, we had some regalia that belonged to the Ashanti king retained. And the ongoing negotiations are with the some European museums, such as the Derby Museum and other museums also in Germany. But then one will ask whether some challenges have been faced. Yes, just like any other country that will embark on restitutions and reparations, Ghana has gotten its fair share of challenges. And these are the legal barriers preventing the items from being returned. We are very much aware of the 1960 Convention of the Great Britain, which says that items that were taken prior to 1970 cannot be returned to their colonial masters. And we know that Britain was the colonial masters of Ghana. So most of the items that were looted were taken to Great Britain. So such legal barrier is preventing the items from being returned. There are also the issue of public awareness. In recent times, I can remember very well that we're at a workshop organized by the Economic Commission of West African States, ECOWAS, for which my honorable minister is the vice chair of the Committee of Restitution and Reparation. Now, after that, when the report came out, what some youth were saying that, why are you chasing these old artifacts that are good for nothing instead of sitting down there to work for the country? So we realized that the level of public awareness is very low. And for that matter, there is the need to remove some of these, what I called the roadblocks, as it were, so that the issue or the pursuing of these artifacts will be made much more accessible. There is also the role of the local communities. Who takes the lead? Is the government or the local communities that the items belongs to? This is a very dicey question in the sense that the local communities, in as much as they are very eager to get their items back, may go in and negotiate for the return of the items, for which terms and conditions may not be in the best interest of the state. So the role of the local communities needs to be looked at very, very carefully. Because heritage belongs to us all, and therefore there is the need for us to reclaim them together. There is also the spiritual aspect of it. Some items have some spiritual connotations, and therefore there is the need for the spiritual leaders to take the lead in getting them back. However, because of the challenges that we have in modern day Christianity, it becomes very difficult to get the spiritual leaders to lead in the issue of reparation and restitution. So, in summary, what I could say here is that a Ghana where every artifact tells a story at home, where every artifact that was illegally acquired has a story to tell, needs to be retained. And not only Ghana, but Nigeria, South Africa, Benin, Togo, indeed, all African states will have to get our illegally acquired artifacts retained. Thank you
very much.
Very much.
Thank you very much for keeping time. We appreciate it, Mr. Ansah. On that note, I would like to call upon our next speaker and ask if he has a presentation, that the presentation can be loaded. It's Professor Albert Gufo. Professor Albert Gufo, he teaches, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, he teaches German literature and cultural studies and intercultural communication at the Universities de Chang in West Cameroon. He's the principal he's been the principal investigator in reverse collection research. He's a member of various advisory boards, such as the German Center for Cultural Property Losses, and he's an author of Atlas of Absence. Professor, you've got 15 minutes from now. Please come on board. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mrs. Moderator, for introducing me. I want to thank also the initiator of this webinar. It is a pleasure and also a privilege to contribute to this panel on what are blockages to facilitating the return, the role of the state and museum. I hope you are hearing me. You can hear me.
Very well, thank you.
Okay. I'm just English is not my working language, so I apologize for that, but I will try my best. So I want to focus my statement, my presentation on the German Cameroonian case of restitution. I will first speak about obstacles both in the Cameroonian side and in the German side, and then in the second point, I will make some recommendation. But before coming to that, I will situate a bit the context. Since a French President, Emmanuel Macron's speech in Ouagadougou in November 2017, in which he promised to return African objects, cultural heritage held in French museum within 5 years, either permanently or temporarily, there has been a clear shift in the debate on restitution of Cameroon, African cultural property taken in Europe in a context of violence. Admittedly, progress has been slow at the political level, but provenance research has been able to refute some of the arguments previously put forward by museum directors to delay or block restitutions. I am referring here to the book I published in 2023 on mapping of Cameroonian cultural property in German public museum. As a result, German museums have been off guard and are now seeking to work with researchers from the community of origin to study the collections they had been preserving until then, and about which they had no knowledge whatsoever. The question we can ask ourselves today is, why, despite the existence of this reference book work on the state of looting in Cameroon, proactive restitution has not yet taken place? So I will now go to my first point, restitution in the German context. The word restitution, when it is mentioned in Germany in various meetings, be it at the level of museums with the directors or the collection curators, the so-called scientific advisors, or outside the museum in the various scientific advisory boards, causes misunderstanding that can be described as intentional on the Cameroon side. The German understand restitution to mean the material return to objects of subject to their original spaces. This immediately suggests that their warehouses are being emptied permanently and that the existence of the museum staff, from the director to the restorers to the security staff, is under threat. The debate on the restitution of African cultural assets revolves around the inability of Africans to preserve them and to make use of the objects they have produced themselves. However, it has not been proven that the presence of African cultural objects in Europe has led to an appreciation of the genius and cultural wealth of Africa, but rather that it has strengthened Europe as a whole in its knowledge of the people, in quote, and has mostly exoticized and dominated them. There is thus a paradox between the fascination that Cameroonian objects exert on German and the presence of Cameroonians in Germany. In Germany, the owners, the museums of African cultural assets are always seen as innocent and charitable, and the people from whom they were taken, the owner, the really owner Cameroonian, as willing and even ungrateful. The objects are not always understood and interpreted by the curators. Their origin is generally very roughly determined, if not unknown. In this respect, the object only begin to exist when they enter their museum. That is, when they are recorded in the entry books. The life of this object before they were recorded is of lesser importance. Their origin and their function in museum structure in Germany do not play a role, as the project does not aim to use them for differentiated communication about the peoples and the region and countries from which the object originates. Since, in the opinion of the German institution, they are part of the German cultural heritage, there is no need to carry out such research on the people depicted. It does not bother anyone in the museum to find blanket designation of origin for the objects such as Cameroon, Africa, West Africa, etc. Could it have been otherwise? In the institution of the museum in Europe, or more precisely in Germany, no part of the global or national supremacism from the outset. The establishment by the German Lost Art Foundation of a fund to research the provenance of cultural objects acquired in the colonial context is, however, a step forward. in the research of cultural objects in Germany, in German Museum. Now, from the Cameroonian side, in view of these gaps and blockage already mentioned, which are moreover obvious, Cameroonians ask themselves the following question when they think of their cultural objects that are absent from Cameroon and have been in Germany for over a century. The question is, how can the Cameroonian side and the German side be brought up to the same level of information about their heritage preserved in Germany? What potential does this wealth of information have in terms of a kind of rewriting their own cultural history and heritage? The history they have been taught so far in schools and university has been a history written by the others, the victors of the colonial cause, in this case, Germany, France, and England. What do people in Cameroon today still remember from this period? To what extent memory or oral culture complement archival and documentary sources about stolen goods and people? What are the opportunities offered by Cameroon's heritage at the level of negotiation new relations with Germany? What legal challenges arise from this massive presence in view of the unlawful circumstances of their translocation and their inclusion in German cultural heritage? From the Cameroonian perspective, Germans holds their cultural property, but is not the legitimate owner. How can the information available today be capitalized on to achieve a cultural renaissance in the country, as the Cameroonian government is striving for with its interministerial restitution committee, for example? So what new opportunities does this open up for cultural professionals, whether in museum or performing arts, visual artists or performers? How could such a mass export come about? And so, to what extent does illegal trade still pose a threat to cultural heritage today? It should be noted that on the Cameroonian side, restitution is not simply a matter of returning cultural objects and the mortal remains of ancestors. It is about settling a comprehensive historical dispute in order to restore justice. I will now come to recommendations for future negotiations. How can controversies and misunderstanding in the historical images or memories, cultures of Cameroon and Germany be avoided? We cannot have the same perception of the transnational places of memory when it's come to the pain of the descendant of the victim and the sympathy or compassion of the descendant of the perpetrators. These multi-perspectivities in colonial history must be recognized and acknowledged. Both Cameroon and Germany have the political will to restitute and receive looted cultural property, but both governments want to deal with a restitution bilaterally. However, there are conditions that must be met by both Germany and Cameroon. Restitution should be embedded in a broad process of decolonization and restitution of cultural heritage in order to create a solid basis for a new ethic of relation between the former colonizing and the colonized societies. Civil society groups in Cameroon note that the level of knowledge on the media about colonial facts in general and translocated cultural heritage in particular is quite low. Special efforts are therefore required to inform the educate media representative about the colonial legacy, a legacy that continue to have an impact today. So let
5
me
minutes, Prof.
Yes, to conclude. The
Yes.
following aspects are of great importance for the upcoming negotiation process between Cameroon and Germany. Firstly, Germany must find legal solution by amending its legislation on cultural heritage. Secondly, it will be appropriate for Germany to create a central or contact point as a counterpart to the Cameroonian Interministerial Committee for the repatriation of both Cameroonian cultural assets and the remains of their ancestors. Thirdly, the financing of repatriation measure up to the communities of origin should be secure. Lastly, as an official apology should be issued to the descendants of the victims of colonial violence so that the process of recovery from the trauma can begin. Thank you for your kind attention. I hope I've not, I'm done, please. The floor is to you.
Thank you very much, Prof. You were spot on time, and we appreciate your presentation. And I'm taking the reins, and I'm going to hand over the reins to Professor Siraj Rasool. But prior to that, I'd like to introduce him. Professor Siraj Rasool is quite a very known expert in South Africa in terms of this subject matter. He's a professor at the University of Western Cape and the director of the African Program in Museum and Heritage Studies. Professor Rasool is quite extensively published in areas of museum transformation, restitution, race, and political movements. He sat a number of heritage boards in South Africa. One of them is the District 6 Museum, Iziko Museum, and also of the South African Heritage Resources Agency. So he's actually an ex-boss of the institution here, being a board member of SAHRA. So I'm sure he's quite at home. He's led quite a number of research initiatives. One of them is Action for Restitution to Africa and Thinking through the museum. He has played quite a number of advisory roles, not only nationally, but internationally. He's the advisor to the Dutch in preserving matter, in a subject called preserving matter. He also serves on the G20 technical team for preservation and restitution. Prof, you've got 15 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you so much, my dear sister,
yes,
Dr. Masuku. It is an enormous pleasure to be on this platform, to be back where I cut my teeth in the ambit of SAHRA, and to be with my colleagues, because those of us who are speaking in these platforms during this workshop have been working with each other for a long time. Professor Guafo is my very dear colleague, and we have spent time together in Cape Town, Berlin, in Gang, in Cameroon, because this is all-sided work that needs to happen. If I can go to the first slide, I speak to you as my colleague Golda Hairos from Namibia is from Vienna in Austria, where she and I have been in meetings with our Austrian colleagues about restitution and about the progress that they have made since 2012 when we brought Klaas and Troy Pienaar home. And I'm very pleased to say that our Austrian colleagues on their side are making a lot of progress with their inventorization and the digitization of their records. And I have an agreement from them to say that very soon we will be in a position to approach the South African Restitution and Repatriation Office, and to be able to go back to what we had decided in 2012, that we will do a much broader, much more substantial restitution from Austria of our ancestors, of their belongings, of documentation of their lives and of their words, of their language, of their songs that were unethically taken from South Africa. And what we have learned since then is really substantial and goes back to Klaas and Troy Pienaar. And remember, in 2012, we didn't use the idea of restitution because the concept of restitution for us belonged to the domain of land, because we were busy with a land restitution process. We knew it was the restoration of land. We knew it had to do with justice, just like the work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was also about justice. In the museum world, our main debates at that time was about the racist body casts in the South African Museum and how a new national museum like Iziko Museums had no business to have such objects in their collection. But it was really the book that I wrote with the late Martin Legasic, Skeletons in the Cupboard, that drew our attention to how fundamental the theft of the dead from their graves was to the scientific formation of the South African Museum and to the formation of the modern museum in South Africa. But one of the consequences of that book was that it led to the return of our ancestors, the remains of Klaas and Troy Pienaar in 2012 and their reburial at Kuruman. And in retrospect, the South African delegation did something that was really revolutionary at that time, because the South African delegation told the Austrian government that we wanted the return of the Pienaars to take the form of a rehumanization, because they had been dehumanized in life and in death. By being brought into an Austrian museum, they were objectified, and we needed to undergo a process of rehumanization. So at the time, we didn't really talk about restitution, but let me tell you what one of the main things is that I have learned since then. And we tend we have tended to use these terms as synonyms: repatriation, restitution. We keep on referring to our ancestors as human remains. And here I want to argue for greater caution. I want to argue to you that while the Europeans need to do the work of repatriation, namely giving back, the work of restitution is African work. This is the work of demanding, of placing demands. And when the South African delegation insisted on rehumanization, a repatriation became a restitution. So the idea of restitution is something that we need to hold on to. And I'm going to argue to you that restitution is more than just a return. So I'm saying that many of the difficulties that we have, yeah, they are legal, they are diplomatic, and they are logistical, but we also have to attend to our own capacity to make claims. We need to attend to our own capacities to work together. We need to attend to the work of how to undertake the work of restitution, how to make claims. So what we have learned during this period, as we have heard from Professor Gwafo, is that whatever has arrived in European museums was acquired through the most gross forms of violence, that the entire business of these belongings turned into objects in their museums has occurred as a result of such violence that has been dressed up in the language of sharing. It has been dressed up in a kind of liberal language of gift making. And it is very clear from the book that Professor Guafo and his colleagues have done that you are talking about such gross violence that the idea of restitution is very important. The other problem that we have, and it's a problem with the way we are framing our discussion, is that we are separating what we call objects from the dead. That the idea of the dead being returned is easier for Europeans and Germans in particular to understand because of how they have committed violence during the 20th century. But we must refuse the tendency on the part of the Germans to undertake restitution or undertake what they call Rückgabe, giving back, repatriation, within their classificatory system. Because they understand how to return the dead, but they do not understand that belongings, cultural belongings, also belong to the dead, because material culture was collected at the same time as dead bodies. So I want to make an argument here that restitution shouldn't be understood as an event, but rather should be understood as work that needs to be undertaken, that needs to be strategic, and that needs to follow a course of action. Of course, there are legal aspects. There are many people involved. There are government officials. There are museum managers, curators, lawyers, activists. There are diplomatic, legal, and logistical questions. But what we are really talking about is social restoration. There is no model. There is no template. We are not talking about necessarily a return from a museum in Europe to a museum on the African continent, but we are talking about a process of social restoration of community. Now, in our very first panel today, one of the primary questions that was asked is, how did a loan become a restitution? And what has happened in the last 15 years is we have moved from an older era of museum engagement to lend Africans their objects to a new era of restitution in which we demand the permanent return of our belongings. And when we do so, it will involve a process of de-objectification. It will be a process of removing what the Europeans objectified out of the European museum system and out of the intellectual frameworks by which Europeans govern the objects of African people. In other words, African collections have been trapped inside of the ethnological, and we need a post-ethnological framework. We need to undertake not just a return, but we need to undertake a decolonization process. And we are talking here about de-objectification, de-ethnologization, and we are talking about stopping, bringing an end to the use of the term human remains, because human remains is an objectifying term. It is a dehumanizing term. It is a term of the discipline of human biology. One of the most important things that has happened in South Africa, in addition to the idea, the methodology of rehumanization, has been the idea of de-accessioning the remains of our ancestors. When Ezekiel Museums decided that the dead that entered their collections at the turn of the 20th century for the purposes of racial research or stolen from their graves had been unethically acquired, they placed those remains into a separate store of no access. And here I want to suggest that that store needs to be thought of as not being governed by the museum, but needing to be a space of mourning, because the return of the dead is a project of mourning. It is a project of reconnecting. It is a project of rehumanization and of demuseumization. And when we do this work, we move from talking about objects to belongings. And you heard our colleague Golda Hairos refer to belongings. She never referred to objects. We move from thinking about human remains, racialized human remains, to being human beings and being ancestors. So this is a process, a deeper process, more than just a physical return. And what I want to make an argument here for is the idea of restitutionary work. Our European colleagues think that when it comes to the dead, the people who speak for the dead in their terms are the human biologists, the physical anthropologists. And I'm afraid they do not speak for the dead. That we need to think of who the communities of care are. And I've been making an argument in Germany, and we've seen this in the case of the first return of Namibians from Berlin, how the African diasporic communities in Berlin placed themselves in a position to speak for the dead until such time as their people were able to come to Europe. That we are talking about the creation of in-between spaces to enhance the work of rehumanization, and to think of restitution not just as physical return, but that restitution is the new meaning of museum. Museums are going to be doing the work of restitution for a very long time. And then finally, we need to enhance our own capacities here. I'm afraid we have made tremendous progress. Our Office on Repatriation and Restitution is underway. There is work that is happening in Glasgow. There is work that is happening with Namibia. But our advisory board on restitution and repatriation has not met under the auspices of our new minister, Mackenzie. Our last meeting happened under the auspices of the previous minister. And we need to be able to do this work of strategizing. And so I go from place to place. I advise European museums, I advise European governments, but I understand my main work to be on the African continent, to build local capacities to make claims. And I've been arguing to Europeans that you must not think that you can bypass the nation and the state to do an individual returns from one museum to one community, because they want to do returns in an ethnological way. That this is work that has to happen state to state. But the methodology has got to be local. This has got to involve local communities. So what we need is to support the work of We do need to support our colleagues in Europe who are doing the work of repatriation, because they have an uphill battle, sometimes with their museum governors, sometimes with their government. We need to support that kind of work, but we need to build a platform of restitution, indeed a restitution movement based on claims and demands from African people and from the people of the global South. This is a time in which we need to build an African civil society restitution movement to propel the work of restitution. And most importantly, you know what, the one thing that I've learned from working with colleagues and with communities in different African countries is that the dead are our ancestors, but their possessions are also equally our ancestors. This is a way of remaking a sense of ancestral belonging and to remake ourselves as people. This is the work of sovereignty and decolonization. Thank you very much.
Wow. What an ending. Yeah, we've come to an end of the presentations for this panel. And yet again, I'd just like to thank all the panel members for a very exciting and inspiring presentations that are a call to action, that are a call to rethinking, that are a call to embracing, and are a call to settling historical injustices. Yes, Kim, it was brilliant. It's also a call to say we cannot do this alone. We need to recognize the diaspora and civil society. It cannot just be museums, and it cannot just be government and bureaucrats, because these, now I'm going to correct myself, not human remains, these ancestors belong to us. Not only I'm going to talk about objects, but our possessions have a right to find their way back home. So on that note, I'd like to open the floor, and I'd like that when we raise questions, we do not go into a debate, we really raise questions, and we can also offer. It's not only an issue of offering questions, but also adding certain aspects to the debate, because I believe there's a lot of experts in the room as well who may not have had the chance to present, but we're not presenting. We are offering some insights as well and commentary as well. Thank you very much. The floor is open.
All right. Dr. Masuku, just to also direct you to the chat, there is a comment from Linda Mboya. There is a need to reclaim our humanity through restitution. And I do see the hands are up. Thank you, ma'am.
Unfortunately, I don't see the hands.
All right, ma'am, let me assist you.
Yes.
We have Ntate Manetsi, who's raised his hand. Through you, I will acknowledge him.
Okay. Manetsi, it's interesting now you're called Tata Manetsi. I thought I was the main, me and Suraj were the main elders in the room here. Tata Manetsi?
Thank you very much, my elders there. I think I could not keep quiet. I told myself that I won't ask any question. I'll be a good student and just take the notes. But I'm compelled to really express deep appreciation to SAHRA, but most importantly, to the caliber of presenters that have presented, and in particular here,
under your auspices, Dr. Masuku, you are taking us back, to when we tried to dissect these discourses for the longest of time. But this one really goes especially to Professor Rasul, my mentor, my teacher as well. Here, basically, I'm looking at a situation. In fact, this is basically drawing from what we're seized with currently, where we've got, communities, claimant communities, if I were to put it that way, who are laying claims and presenting this and bringing this forward around the repatriation of the ancestral remains of their loved ones. Now, we are confronted with a process where there is diverse interest within a particular family on how do we negotiate areas such as social restoration, that again will help the families to find closure and also heal in the process. We are also confronted with a situation where within a family setup, there is diverse interest, again, of how to handle the sensitive, ancestral, remains, here by the family members themselves. Others can recall how to handle the ancestral remains as well. And all of these basically, these situations, they are always pointing towards government, and practitioners of the state to come in as agents to assist the families when they find themselves in this conundrum amongst themselves and seeking for solutions, from officials such as myself who are within the space. Now, my question is, how do we reconcile all these diverse kind of approaches, sensitivities, and cultural protocols that govern access, that will ensure indeed that social restoration happens, but also the treatment of the mortal, ancestral remains are handled with care and with the dignity that they deserve. Thank you. Great job indeed. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Manetsi. I'll take one more comment or question, and then I'll ask the presenters to address those two. Linda Mboya.
Good afternoon. I don't know whether you can hear me. Could you?
Very well.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Singogile. Thank you, Dr. Siraj, who happened also to be my teacher. My question is, and in regards to rehumanizing, the question is, right now, the fact that many of these museums in the West continue to display these looted objects, isn't this still dehumanization? Because they still have this in their displays. How do we reconcile with the fact that them showing these objects in their museums right now is still dehumanizing to the owners of these objects or these cultural collections? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also have a question, and it's the issue of how do we rehumanize what has been dehumanized, and how do we demusify when we're going to take it back to a museum. So we need to deal with those cultural, social constructs that we are also looking at, which are quite loaded. So I'll open this to the panel to address. Thank you very much. Thanks, Linda. Thanks, Manetsi. Anybody of the panel members can address the questions?
If you want, I can start if my colleagues agree with that. Can you still hear me?
Very well.
Thank you.
Yes.
You know, the question of family is very, because, and right now, quietly, DSAC and Ezekiel museums are quietly involved with community consultations and processes in the the restitution processes that are underway. And I will never forget a very dramatic moment in our consultations that happened in 2012 in the lead up to the return of Klaas and Troy Pienaar, when we had a meeting in the Kalahari, translating between languages, and one of the members of the family got up and said, well, here we are talking about family and community, and I'm afraid women have no place in this discussion, because in our community, only men discuss these matters. And so, and it was quite a discordant moment. And another elder in the community, Petrus Falboy, immediately got up and said something so important. He said, "We are all the family of Klaas and Troy Pienaar." And that just changed the tone of the discussion on who was family, who was community. And we must expect that there are going to be discordant voices. There is no template. We are going to build experience, and we need to work our way through these difficulties. You know, it's more than just being the dead on display in museums. We've got a case underway right now that has already come to the Restitution and Repatriation Office. And let me tell you, these cases are going to multiply, because right now, what is emerging through the Pressing Matter project and its research is that we are uncovering how many local university museums all across the Netherlands have ancestral dead from South Africa through their older colonialism. And there is the case in one museum of a woman whose body was stolen from her grave in the Cape and taken into that museum. And the question that the museum had asked was, should her head and her ears be on display? Because they had put her on display in 2020. Can you believe it? As late as 2020, in an exhibition that celebrated the science of their university. And it was very clear, we advised them that under no circumstances should you, it goes against ICOM's policy, it goes against all of the best practice policies in museums for racialized human remains to be on display. The only remains that can be on display in a scientific museum or a medical museum are those that are ethical and have been donated. And do you know what they did? They took her off display, but they sent her back to what they called the wet collection. Now, when you decide to return the remains of the ancestors of our people, of our, you take them out of your scientific collection and you place them in a different space so that it's not just a question of being on display, as important as that matter is, and we must accept that under no circumstances will there be the display of African people in European museums. It is not, that it is just not possible. But equally, you need an ethical collections management in your museum. And you need to realize that once you accept that these are humans, they don't go into your collection store any longer. And the other matter that has also appeared, that's also appearing, is that it is also possible that restitution will not take the form of a return to an African museum. That you're talking about stolen materials, you're talking about stolen belongings, and we need to respect our communities and their own ability to be able to care for what belongs to them. Now, of course, there are all kinds of complex questions of whether the belonging has lost its meaning, whether it is inappropriate for it to return. And this is also an opportunity for us to enhance and develop our own museums. In fact, this question of the return of African collections to African museums from Europe was what made the International Museum, the International Association of African Museums, AFRICOM, 20 years ago. That was what lay at the center. So rehumanization needs to be a principle and a methodology. And when I talk about demuseumization, I'm talking about a way of creating a form of respect and removing the dead from the authority of museums and human biologists, and to enable a process of return to community through practices of mourning. We went through these ceremonies and practices of mourning in Vienna in 2012. And I think that can serve as a model for how to go forward on these questions.
Okay, thank you, Prof. I see there's more hands coming up. We appreciate your response. Just briefly, is there any other of the presenters who wanted to answer this questions that have emerged? Professor Gafo?
Yes, I wanted to say something about somebody asked the question, how can we rehumanize? So to answer, just to complete what Siraj has said, we need to firstly know how they were dehumanized. In the Cameroonian context, the skull, we have, Siraj also the case at the University of Freiburg, the 5 Cameroonian skulls that are kept there were hung in 1910 because they were not willing to give their people to go and work in the farms. They were first as chief executed before their subjects, and their skulls were sent to Germany for exhibition and research. Those are people who were leaders. Those are people who were head of families. Their history, the whole lineage, the whole community is suffering because they have not mourned them. They could not be aware of just our research that bring that out. They didn't know where their ancestors were. So rehumanizing them today is firstly to remove them from the boxes where they are kept with a number. Now they have been identified. The rehumanizing them is giving them the status of a human being by calling them ancestors and by removing them from the collection and putting them in the coffin. So that we can, the community can mourn them. They can even make their funerals, and they also need to put them where they can serve as spaces of memory. And now the community can ask, as Siraj said, we are in the process of the work of memory, the restitutionary work. So the problem will not end there. We need to tell their story, how they went back, how to rewrite the story of the community. All those actions can be put in this context of the rehumanization. It is a process that will take us all take the life and go through further generations. That's what I wanted to add, please.
Oh, thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much. Linda Mboya, is your hand up? But before you can answer this, I'd like to just read what is in the comments. Mano Muhadi says, as we demand the restitution of what has been stolen from the African people, is it not possible to include the issue of reparations as part of the package? There's a question. The second one from Ritide Toga says, I feel we have to dehumanize. A possible outcome of non-negotiations process for these artifacts to be rightfully returned back without any explanation, because we are humans and our arts, crafts, and everything we attach crucial meaning to does have a trace of our identity origin. So why should there be negotiations for what's truly yours, ours and mine? And I think those are some of the questions that are emerging here. I also just want to add another question, that what do we do with the symbolic and physical violence meted on those who stand in spaces of the dead? Because there's lots of violence that is coming from the worst. And how do we respond to that in the process of reclaiming what belongs to us? I'd like to hear from the other panel members. I think it's Terence Busaka and Mr. Ansah, if they could also just come on board and we give them a platform. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay. Yeah, I think I will start with the question, and then let me complete also to add to what Prof. Nwafo has said in terms of rehumanizing. For the case of Cameroon, we have one of the technical commissions that will be working, that's in charge of ceremonies of reception. And that commission is in charge of, will be working also to look at how do we receive the cultural heritage, our ancestral heritage that will be coming. So these are there are two different cases, specificities that are being managed. How do we manage the objects that are coming? How do we manage sacred objects that can only be handled by a particular set of people? and how do we manage, or how do we receive our ancestral remains that are becoming. So there is this technical commission that works with each of the communities and that whole meetings to see that the customs and traditions of these people are respected in terms of handling, in terms of giving them feedback, because that will be one of the first things that will be coming. What we need is let them come back. And why do we need to, next question, which is talking about why do we need to negotiate for our cultural heritage to be given back? I am of this opinion that our souls are in other countries, helping them to develop while we remain here, and we are still facing.
You are breaking out, or we're losing you.
To them, they would have.
The network is poor.
Hello?
Can we, in case he is struggling to answer, do we want to ask the other panel members to respond to the other questions?
Yes, I may try to respond to the question, restitution plus reparation or minus reparation. And the other question of the problem of law. I think the Cameroon case shows that we are dealing with power relations. The German government, I think 2 weeks ago, the new German government said that the restitution issue is not a matter of law, but a matter of ethics, because their law does not oblige them to give anything to everybody. Can you imagine that our ancestors in the storage are still the property of the German government, are owned by the German government, and the German government can only give them back if they have some ethical problem with us? I think African, we need empowerment, and the question is now, whose law is now taken into consideration in a situation where there was oral law and written law? Because Germany is saying that looting at beyond 1970 is not a matter of wrongs, but it was at that time allowed that since we were colonies, and we cannot use the law of the contemporary law to ask for reparation for wrongs that were made at that time. It is a very complicated issue, so that we need negotiation, we need a strategy. In my opinion, from my own observation, I think since restitution is a work, it's a process, we will start, first of all, by asking for returning things, maybe to help us to see where we can restore them and how we can put them, reconnect them with the different communities. And now the next step will be asking for reparation. But if you ask both at the same time, I'm afraid that this discussion will stop, because the question of restitution is not from now. Since the 1960s, people were asking for the returning or restituting their cultural good, but till now there is no effective result. We have talk of successful restitution, but I have problem with that adjective. But anyway, it is a struggle, and we need as African to look for Pan-African society, because we cannot just wait. It will not be possible to have a voluntary disclosure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Are there any other questions that are coming up? I just want to also just put in another issue into the discussion, the issue of spiritual leaders, because not everything can be in the hands of the state and in the hands of museums. What is the role of certain leaders within our communities to play quite a critical role, and how can we engage them meaningfully into this process, our traditional leaders? And I'd also like Dr. Sithole to just comment on Afri Muhere, and she's just posted something as well here. So maybe we'll start with Dr. Sithole. And then we also have a hand from Terence. Terence, would like to raise the questions?
No, it's not a question, but I just wanted to make, sorry, I lost the connection. So yeah, I followed Professor Wafa's point, and it's very good because we need to focus on restitution first before looking at reparations. But when you talk about your question on a quick touch on your question on the spiritual leaders and community leaders. A restitution is a state-to-state issue, but they are key stakeholders that have to be implicated, involved in the beginning, like the pre-restitution phase and even the post-restitution. The pre-restitution, during the restitution, and post-restitution phase. These are the communities. These are the people who master the objects, the sacred objects. There are some that has to perform some rituals, some libations need to be poured, be it at the holding countries over there, be it when they are arriving, they are touching the soil. We know there is that contact with the Mother Earth, that there are libations that need to be poured once some objects are touching the soil of that land. So now these people are always involved in the negotiation process, informed on what they have to do, when they have to do what, and they need to take that into consideration. So for the case of that, I will say for the case of Cameroon, like Pongongso, the palace, the Seoul Palace has prepared the shrine already from Pongongso that is ready. They are mobilized, they are working on preparing everything set. And meanwhile also, there is still this communication between the communities and the commission in charge of negotiation. So they are working hand in glove. So they must be at all the stages, all the levels of negotiation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would just hand over to the panel now to respond to the questions that are on the chat that I've also read out. And then after that, I will ask Dr. Rhoda Stoller to comment on what she's posted.
Thank you very much, Dr. Masuku, and thank you to all the speakers. I've really enjoyed being here. So what I've posted is in relationship to the ban of displaying of our ancestors. So it's really a big issue for me that this day and age, we should not continue to display ancestors. We should not continue to sell ancestors. And the example that was given by Professor Rasul, that, you know, they were displaying in 2020, it's very, you know, it says a lot about how some of these museums and people think about African ancestors. But we value our ancestors. Our descendants are crying. They want their ancestors back so that they can lay them to rest in a dignified manner, so that the ancestors can rest and the descendants can also have closure. So what I have posted earlier in the year, AfriMiere worked with the two UK-based civil society organizations, DTA and AFOD, and we came up with some policy briefs. And one of the policy briefs which I've posted by AFOD actually recommends the banning of the sale and display of ancestors. We actually went and presented the work in the House of Commons in the UK Parliament with the help of MP Bell. And so this is actually under consideration in the UK. You can see museums such as Manchester Museum have started asking their audiences about whether it's right to display ancestral remains. So I'm hoping that more of us can talk about this. You know, as Africans, we need to build a critical mass on these issues. I have more voices saying the same thing so that, you know, we are ahead and these things can be stopped. I don't think it's right this day and age to continue display ancestors and to be selling them. This week, there was actually sale of some human heads, and they were said to be from South America. When the auctioneers were being asked, they said, no, actually, they are not actual human heads, you know, but they had advertised them as human, shrunken human heads for sale. So we need to fight as museums, as activists, as communities to make sure that such practices are stopped.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rudo. So there's other questions here. The issue of European laws not favoring return is something intentional. Laws can be amended to accommodate ethical considerations for atrocities committed against humanity. Africa should rise up and strongly demand for what belongs to us. That is Ngangenyu Eunice from Uganda. And Wandile Mkasiba has a question here. What is the role of institutions such as the African Union in driving the reparation agenda on behalf of the African continent? I'm leaving these questions with the panelists to address these questions. Over to you,
so
panelists.
I'll take the okay, this is the right here. So I'll take that of the law.
Each panelist has 3
Sure,
minutes
thank
to
you.
address any issue.
Laws not favoring that. Let us engage in cultural diplomacy. And through cultural diplomacy, you realize that to achieve the common aim. I cited earlier on the issue of the British Acts of Parliament of 1970, prohibiting the return of artifacts which were illegally acquired before that law was passed. But then again, if we're able to engage with them in cultural diplomacy, you realize that we get these items being returned. Again, in the case of Ghana, we've also signed bilateral agreements in the area of culture and tourism. As an example, with the Netherlands. So the Netherlands voluntarily has approached us and has given us a number of items that they've taken inventory of. But to them, we should start negotiating with them. So in as much as there may be laws that is preventing us from getting our items back, let us, in our efforts, engage them in cultural diplomacy and we'll be able to get our items back.
Thank you very much. Next panelist member, if they want to say something. There's a comment for Professor Rasool here. It says, thank you, Prof. Rasool, for the fantastic presentation. Rehumanization is vitally important in a South African context. There's an example of dehumanization and continued violence in Cape Town that we seemingly have collectively swept under the rug and washed our hands off. I'm referring to the ancestral remains of Prestige Place. These are the ancestors of our city, and they have still not been laid to peaceful rest. Visiting the Prestige Memorial in 2025, one is left with a sense of dread, disappointment, and sadness. The memorial, which is situated on the same premises of a coffee shop, is absolutely horrifying. In 2025, the memorial has become fully absorbed into the normal humdrum, everyday life of the city, when in my opinion, it should be a site of mourning, or at least some form of reverence should be shown. I think if we are not going to answer some of these questions, Professor, you want to say something? I think
Yes, please.
we're left with
I will answer a few of the questions.
I'll give you 5 minutes, Prof. Go ahead.
But I will also commend the person asking the last question about Prestwich Place, which is one of the stains on our heritage landscape. Unfortunately, one of the stains that really set SAHRA back many years, and it has tried to make up ever since. And unfortunately, our ancestors became the subject of negotiations and of legal processes, and that ultimately the scientists won. And Prestwich Place represents a way of storing the dead where the scientists can expect the possibility of future access. And I agree that there should be an immediate reburial. You know, these are big questions that have been asked. Our colleague, Dr. Kasibe, big questions. These, of course, this is a storming of the Bastille. You know, this is a stage of decolonization, of changing the power structure of the world. But, you know, we also need to be humble, and we need to think methodologically, we need to think small. And so I'd like to think of reparations as reparatory work, and the work of repair, the social work of repair that we need to undertake, and where you know, this is part of the work of social cohesion. Unfortunately, our government thinks social cohesion happens when you bring people together and you pay for a meeting to take place. No, this restitution is the work of social cohesion, and the work of social repair. You know, the reparations is a very difficult question because the former colonial powers have a pact with each other not to give up, not to budge. They're afraid that the dam wall is going to break. Did the dam wall crack when the British had to pay the Kenyans some kind of compensation for how they suffered in concentration camps at the end of British colonialism? Maybe. You know, the Germans refuse the question of reparations to our Namibian colleagues. But I think that slowly but surely, restitutionary work, reparatory work, can attend to these questions because we are dealing with such horrendous violence, the legacies of which have been passed down from one generation to another. The Germans have not understood just the extent to which their society was made by the genocide in Namibia, in Tanganyika, in Cameroon, and in Togo, in all of their colonies, not just Namibia. The Germans do not understand that. Unfortunately, that's like they have a psychological block in admitting that. And we need to be able to continue to ask these difficult questions. But we need to build a program of restitution as part of attending to these bigger questions.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think we are left with some questions that have not been answered. Of course, this is a subject that has lots of questions that cannot be answered. Hence the importance of the issues that have meshed up, that we actually need to look at our own capacity in terms of making these claims. And in making these claims and also in dealing with the whole issue of restitution and repatriation. So these questions that have not been attended to are questions that need to be attended to as we move forward on this very important cause. On that note, I'd like to thank everybody that has been involved in this discussion, the very constructive comments that have come on board, and I'd like to hand over the reins to the chair of this gathering. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Masuku, for the wonderful facilitation. Thank you to our wonderful panel members for their insights. It is a deeply emotive issue, and I think you handled it with grace and a lot of care. Unfortunately, we have run out of time, and as I've said earlier, we could have this discussion literally for 48 hours, but unfortunately, we only have 3 more hours left of our session. We are going to go to a lunch break now from 2 p.m. to 2:30. Following that, we will have our last panel, which will be facilitated by my colleague, Mr. Clinton Jackson, and that panel will be looking at enabling voluntary disclosures and returns, international cooperation, inventories, and innovation. So I hope to see you promptly at 2:30 for our last session for the day. Thank you so much. Thank you and welcome back to our webinar on the restitution of cultural objects to countries of origin. I hope you had a good lunch, and we're going to jump straight into our next session to continue this very important discussion around restitution and repatriation. The third panel is enabling voluntary disclosures and returns, international cooperation, inventories, and innovation. Our facilitator for today is my colleague, Mr. Clinton Jackson, who is the Senior Manager for Heritage Information, Policy, and Skills Development at SAHRA. Clinton, it's an honor to have you. Over to you.
Great. Thank you very much for the introduction, Ben. So again, a warm welcome to all of our distinguished guests, colleagues, and partners joining us from across the globe today. We are honored to convene this global dialogue on the restitution of cultural property, with this panel focusing on enabling voluntary disclosures through strengthened international cooperation, improved inventories, and the use of innovative tools and technologies. Now, the legacy of colonialism has resulted in the widespread displacement of cultural material, many of which now reside in the collections of former colonial powers, often stripped of their original context. Over time, some of these items have even been traded between institutions or passed through multiple hands, further distancing them from their origins. As a result, source communities are frequently left unaware of the whereabouts of these tangible elements of their heritage, hindering any efforts to reconnect with and reclaim their cultural legacy. Addressing this requires more than just legal frameworks. It calls for transparency, ethical leadership, and collaboration. This panel today brings together 4 distinguished colleagues and presenters who will share insights and experiences that support these efforts. Each of our 4 panelists will have 15 minutes to present. After all the presentations have concluded, we will then open the floor to questions from the audience. So without further ado, I would just like to welcome our first presenter for today, which is Dr. Alphonse Kumaza. Dr. Kumaza, I see that you are here. That's great. Dr. Kumaza is a seasoned public servant and policy expert, currently serving as the Director of Policy Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation at Ghana's Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts. With a distinguished background in tourism policy development, he played a pivotal role in crafting Ghana's national tourism framework. Dr. Kumaza is recognized for his leadership in restitution and repatriation, actively engaging in multilateral Ghana-EU platforms, and leading bilateral negotiations with the Netherlands for the return of Ghanaian cultural artifacts. Since 2024, he has contributed to critical dialogue on historical justice, cultural restitution, and reparative cooperation. He has published over 40 newspaper articles and 6 peer-reviewed academic papers derived from his doctoral research. So I would like to welcome Dr. Kumaza to the floor. Dr. Kumaza, are you able to hear me? Okay, Dr. Kumaza, if you're able to hear me, you can unmute and provide your presentation. Okay, it appears like Dr. Kumaza either can't hear us or is having some difficulties. I think what we can do is, in the interests of moving the panel along, we can just move on to our second presenter, if she is in the room. I'd just like to confirm, Ms. Yus Bruisma, are you here? Can you just indicate that you're in the room with us?
Yes, hi.
Okay, great. Thank you very
Okay?
much. Yes, can hear you loud and clear. That's great. I think what we'll do is we'll take your presentation now, but let me first give you an introduction.
Hello?
Oh.
Hello? Hello?
Okay,
Hello,
yes.
hello, can you hear me? Dr. Kumaza is here. Hello?
Dr. Kumaza, we can hear you now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Thank you very
Okay.
much for, thank you very much for the beautiful introduction. Without much ado, I would like to just go straight to my presentation.
Sure, please go for it.
First of all, good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be here. Allow me to share a few thoughts on voluntary disclosures and returns and discuss how inventories and innovation are shaping the restitution of cultural property. The biggest breakthroughs in voluntary disclosures and returns in terms of the restitution of cultural property haven't come through lawsuits or political fight, but through goodwill and cooperation. A good example is France's return of 26 royal treasuries to Benin in 2021, a voluntary act that carried huge symbolic weight. In the US, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office has been very active between 2021 and 2023 alone, repatriating more than 850 cultural objects to 15 countries with a total value of approximately $160 million. Italy's Carabinieri Heritage Unit, which has been in existence since 1969, has helped recover over 3 million objects. These numbers show that the power of voluntary disclosures can be realized when countries, institutions, and museums collaborate. On the issue of inventories, I would like to state that this is the biggest challenge for many source countries. Without proper records, it is difficult to prove ownership or even track what has gone missing. UNESCO estimates reveal that fewer than 20% of museums in Sub-Saharan Africa have digitized inventories, while in Europe and North America, the number is over 70%. This imbalance means that claims from Africa, Asia, and Latin America are often delayed, not because they lack legitimacy, but because records are destroyed or missing. Strengthening and digitizing inventory is essential for these countries. Technology applications and innovation are now a game changer in restitution. AI tools are being used in Europe to scan old auction catalogs and match them with looted items. The Digital Benin project has mapped over 5,000 bronzes across 131 institutions worldwide, making it difficult for museums to deny their collections and acquisitions. Even blockchain is being tested to create tamper-proof provenance records. These innovations don't just enhance the pace of restitution, they also provide room for creative solutions in the sphere of digital repatriation or shared online exhibitions, which keep heritage visible while negotiations continue. Therefore, voluntary cooperation builds and strengthens goodwill. Inventories provide evidence, and innovation gives us the tools to make restitution faster and more effective. And at the heart of all this is something simple. Cultural property carries the soul of communities. Returning isn't just about the past, it is about dignity, healing, and building trust for the future. Now, I would like to state that voluntary restitution is questionable. Questionable in the sense that the holding countries may not be willing to return these artifacts to their original countries. Yes, I want to support this position with this presentation that is captured under vested interest in holding countries. The economic value of the looted artifacts to the United Kingdom and France underscores the inability of holding countries to pursue restitution and repatriation as a moral obligation. Let's take the earnings by United Kingdom. In 2022-2023, cultural artifacts yielded 52 million euros, pounds sterling. Tax exchange schemes generated 45 million pounds in 2023-2024. And also museums alone earned 448 million pounds between 2023 to 2024. We come to France. France actually earned 313 million euros in cultural tourism revenue in 2023, whilst the Louvre Museum generates 122 million euros annually. Now, with these figures, I don't think holding countries are incentivized to willingly return the cultural heritage assets to source countries. There is another issue of religious and cultural dimension. Cultural heritage assets, to all intents and purposes, represent the soul of source countries and their people. This soul is the foundation of awareness, growth, and development because the cultural assets connect the past and the present, and when combined, project the future and its path for human survival and development. The reason source countries must work assiduously to reclaim their heritage, but there is a big challenge. For instance, in Ghana, Christianity with its impulsive character has forcibly brainwashed and imposed its faith on the youth, ascribing tradition and indigenous religions and practices as demonic and satanic. As a result, this situation has pushed most Ghanaian youth away from indigenous religious practices that are in sync with the cultural heritage, making the fight against restitution and repatriation problematic and unsustainable. Now we move on to models of voluntary disclosure. Provenance-led voluntary disclosure involves tracing where the object came from, how it was acquired, and whether that history is legitimate. Then we talk about multilateral and bilateral agreements between and among states, plus the 1970 UNESCO Convention and subsequent 1995 UNIDROIT instrument that provide the legal and normative platforms that encourage voluntary returns. Collaborative stewardship, shared custody, loans, or co-curation create opportunities for shared solutions involving long-term loans, joint exhibitions, and capacity-building partnerships. These build trust while returning cultural meaning to source communities. Then we move to voluntary restitution, which is facilitated by third-party mediation, is predicated on independent mediators, international organizations, or national cultural agencies mediating intentional returns, offering neutral processes that reduce reputational and legal risks for lenders or holding institutions. Now, I want to mention some few practical scenarios. Number one, Benin bronzes, which is 1,100 bronzes were returned by Germany, UK, Netherlands to Nigeria in 2022. The Axum obelisk, that is artifacts returned by Italy to Ethiopia in 2005. The Makonde mask, France to Tanzania in 2010. Aboriginal human remains, UK to Australia from 2000 to present. Maori ancestors and Duanga artifacts returned from Europe to New Zealand from 2000 and present. Now, what are the pathways forward? I think we should try as much as possible to mobilize public opinion to build political will in holding countries, promote open dialogue between institutions and communities of origin, encourage global advocacy, South-South cooperation and collaboration, and residencies to rally support for source countries, investment in media and publicity by source countries in creating a pool of information to further the cause of the source country's demands. Then strengthen legal frameworks, international and bilateral, and finally, invest in museums and conservation in source countries. Thank you very much. Hello?
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Kamaza. That was really an interesting presentation that you gave us, some very salient, good points. So I would like to move swiftly on to our next presentation for the day, which is going to be given by Ms. Yusidia Brusma. Now, Ms. Brusma was born and raised in East Java, Indonesia. Yus identifies as part of the resource community, and years of living abroad and being away from where she grew up sparked a deep desire to reconnect with Javanese and Indonesian culture. She has worked with the Museum Nasional in Jakarta and is currently engaged in the Reconcile project, which is rethinking collections and narratives through inclusive and decolonial practices. Having lived across the global north and south, Ms. Brusma values dialogue and connection as essential in heritage work. She is committed to humanizing museums, archives, and giving communities space to voice their own stories. Ms. Brusma, over to you. You can share your presentation.
Thank you so much. How do I share my presentation?
If you've got it open, just select the share icon on the top right of the screen.
Right. Do you see anything? Am I sharing?
Okay, yes, it's just come through.
Right,
if you can please put it into presentation mode, so the icon on the bottom left. Right, sorry.
Right, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Salam. Thank you for the honor to join this panel, very important panel. I would like to share the Indonesian Dutch lesson learned in terms of restitution effort. So because I have only 15 minutes, I'm just going to go through quickly. This is the framing what we often hear, but then I would like to give one specific terminology that the Indonesian use. We use the word of when the belongings, when the colonial object restituted to Indonesia, we call it coming home. So this is the term that we often use, and this is very much so it's it's belong to us, and then it's like a lost part of our identity. It's like a lost son, a lost. It's not an object, because this is what distinguishes between how we see the collection between the country of origin and then the former colonizer. So maybe we can discuss more later with this terminology, because I often see in different countries that don't really have a specific word what we use in Indonesia. So just to give you context, on the right-hand side, that is Indonesia. For some of you, it's not familiar. And the circle of Dutch, the Netherlands, well, there's a small country within Europe, and there's a couple islands, Antilles, they're part of the Netherlands as well. So this is the distance, the geographical distance. If you superimpose the Indonesian map on the European map, then it's dwarfing any European countries. So next. So I would like also to give a bit context on the historical of the restitution. Why 49? 49 was the time I started in the year of 49. That is the time when the Dutch government recognized the Indonesian independence. The Indonesian, we call the independence only 45, but then there was a war of independence, almost 5 years long, and then by the time it was 49, with a lot of pressure internationally, the Dutch recognized the Indonesian independence. And then within this conference, the roundtable conference in The Hague, well, in Amsterdam, sorry. And there was also a subcommittee that was established to deal with the cultural affairs. And from this moment, we have a lot of effective, how do you call it, a framework of rules and agreement that we use it up to today. Although if you see that the historically there's a dormant years, like the next picking up dialogue is 68. So from 49 to 68 is, of course, it's almost 20 years. So there was a gap. But on the 68, the agreement was mainly on the archival objects, so no cultural objects. And with this agreement by 72, I didn't there was a really important manuscript that came home. And later I'll show you the picture. In 74, there was another attempt for, we call it secret mission, because it wasn't announced. It was hardly, I can't find any reference to it. So I call it a secret mission, because there was two guys basically talking to each other. This is, by the way, the foreign minister of Indonesia, and then another minister in the Netherlands. They have a good connection with each other. So this is to underline a good connection with two people that can make a big difference. So maybe this is, things that we might consider to move forward, like the connection of not necessarily country, but institution, but then human connection between one-on-one is very important. So within this secret mission, there was a talk about the cultural objects. And a year later, within the secret mission, there was a talk, a lot of which one should go back. And this is the very moment that everything that is a national interest, national significance, like any object that belongs to the national hero, it should go back. So by 75, there was numerous objects returned home, including the very important object from our one of the prince, Diponegoro, in Javanese culture. So after 75, again, there was nothing. There was still dormant. There was still, it's a long winding road until I can recall the pandemic. The pandemic, there was a lot of cascading, discussion about the Black Lives Matter Decolonizing Museum, and then this was the time when a special committee was arranged for the colonial restitution, and they came up with very elaborate report. This is what can compare it to Savoy and SAHRA report in 2018 in France. So this is the Dutch version, Gonzalez report, we call it. And then since then, there's a lot of movement going on, restitution, a real action. But however, I will show later why this is also not it's not sustainable in the future. So what do we do with the repatriated collection? So here I'll show you a couple of the one that is being returned, came home, and I'll show you that this picture is the gentleman with the lanyard with the name tag. That was our previous ambassador for the Indonesian in the Netherlands. He was very active. See, this is again, you need someone who's really passionate to make things basically happen. It's not just abstractive, just only talk, and then only memorandum. It doesn't work. So he was very active. He's standing in front of our one of the tattoo, Agastya, if some of you recognize this. And the most important thing I want to say is that it's a huge title, Repatriatie. So this is something that is really projecting to the public, look, this is what we have back. This is what we were stored abroad, was stolen to us. And this, again, in a discussion, I'm sure this is something that I myself is not sustainable in a way that it's enhancing or it's increasing the nationalism, but then yet the content of the significant of the deep meaning of this object that came home is still lack of elaboration. Earlier, I mentioned about the manuscript. Well, I'm sorry, this is the picture I received from my colleague in National Museum. The girl, it's the focus in front of her. She's looking at the manuscript that was written in 1972. So the Repatriatie, it's now highlighted a long time from when it was written, 1972, until just recently, and this is in 2023, and to show to the public this is what is that was stolen and then returned to us. And the next one, this is what she's looking at is a treasure that were looted from one of the next to Bali, Lombok Island, and many of them are returned home. And this is a example of, there's a kris, the dagger, and there's the saddle of the horse, and then the umbrella. This is all part of what I mentioned earlier, one of the Javanese prince that led a rebellion against the Dutch in the beginning 19th century, in 1830. Again, if any interested, just ask me any question later, because I'm just going, I would like to finish the talk. Challenges and lessons. So I mentioned the framework of 49 was very efficient, that we now, some of them we can use, and also from the report of Gonzalez, we can, but yet there's a certain legal framework is still, that is still being formalized, that is very, how do you call that, rigid, so it's not flexible. For instance, now the restitution is state to state, while the object that were stolen often is taken out of the community in the Dutch in this time. It wasn't, Indonesia wasn't formed yet, so the statehood, the community between community and state well, then the statehood wasn't even formed. So this is the rigidity of the legal framework. And of course, it's similar. I'm sure this is shared with the colleagues in Africa, across Africa as well. Storage, transportation, conservation, because we have not only lack of funding, but also lack of resources. And yeah, this is still a big challenge. And in the 68, between 60 and 75, there was a lot of debate between the Netherlands and Indonesia, because at that time there was no understanding, oh, we did something wrong. And this is completely different way of thinking now. So 40 years later, fast forward, there was all underlying what we did in the Dutch Indies in Archip in Indonesia was wrong. So this is a make it facilitate easier to restitution, but also back then 40 years ago, that the difficulty was about the knowledge, because the clinging to the, okay, we will return it to you, but then what can you give me back? I mean, like as if that the restitution, it has a leverage that the knowledge should stay. And that is still up to now. And there's this nuances, there's a couple, talk that the provenance research gap is that while the one is imposing we should do provenance research, but the other side is still lacking. Yet it is all about the understanding about about resources, about knowledge gap. So this is yet to be addressed widely. And also the way we acquire knowledge, like a knowledge production is also completely different than the one in the Netherlands and the one in Indonesia. I mean, the way we tell story, we don't write it, and then the other one you have to write it. So in Indonesia, often we do it in poetry, with singing, with dancing. And this is, again, needs a different kind of forming a knowledge. How do we do is when it's not writing. So this is the gap is still very much existing. And yeah, public expectation in Indonesia, when you ask any Indonesian, they would say, oh, return everything. So that it's there was still like a different expectation than from both sides. Okay, there was a lot about state to states, and then there's also the need to signing memorandum, MOU, but then that is a state level. And then I'm now doing a project when it's from grassroots. What do we do with the restitution object? What do we do? Who should have a space to express the ownership, and also the knowledge production, whether this knowledge production and one. Again, I don't have enough time, but if you very interested with this project, just reach me. And I have a couple of recommendations here, but then this is very general what it's being in practice. Of course, we'll talk more later. And I can tell another example, but then yet I see that I'm overseeing. I'm already past the 15 minutes. And to close, thank you so much. And again, to keep in mind things that in the end should come home, but in what way and how we to dialogue together between the former colonizer and then colonized country. That is a thing that we can improve and still to explore. Thank you so much for your time.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Ms. Boersma. That was a very interesting presentation. I think you raised some very important and powerful points. And we definitely will have an opportunity to come back to those once we come to our question and answer section, which will be had after our last presenter has completed. So I know myself, I've actually got quite a few kind of questions that I'd like to explore as well there. But now I would like to welcome our next presenter. This is Ms. Victoria Piri Chitungu. Ms. Chitungu is the director of the Livingstone National Museum in Zambia. She is a cultural historian who has worked for the National Museums Board of Zambia for more than 20 years. She specializes in the documentation of Zambia's heritage and has done extensive field research work across the country. She has working knowledge of African-centered restitution discourse and debates, having worked on restitution cases associated with Zambia and Africa in general. In 2025, she was a case study researcher as part of the 4th cohort of researchers developing open data on restitution processes for Open Restitution Africa. She further serves as a board member for the African Museums and Heritage Restitution Organization, which is an organization that looks at the protection, preservation, and restitution of African heritage, as well as being a cultural consultant of the Women's History Museum. She further serves as a member of the UNESCO Global Facilitators Network under the 2003 UNESCO Convention for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage. Welcome, Ms. Chitungu. Over to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for that welcome. It's a privilege to be here. I'm going to share my presentation. I hope I can see it. Okay, can you see anything? Yeah.
Yes, it is visible. However, can you please put it into presentation mode? Because at the moment we're just seeing the back-end slides.
Where is the presentation mode and I put it in slideshow or okay, yeah.
Okay.
No.
If you just click from beginning, it will start the presentation.
From beginning. Okay, yeah. Is that okay?
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Right. So yeah, I'll talk about digital repatriation, and I'll look at the case study of shared inventories between Sweden and Zambia, and I'll just focus on that. I want to focus on it as a practical example. In 2018, the Women's History Museum Zambia discovered a collection of Zambian cultural property at the Swedish Museum of World Cultures. The collection included about 650 cultural objects, 360 photographs, in addition to other materials like books and documents. And these have been acquired over a period of over 125 years. That span a lifetime of part in colonial time and part in post-colonial Zambia. And these artifacts were brought and donated to the Museum of World Cultures by various benefactors that included explorers, anthropologists, missionaries, and just visitors to Zambia, both in colonial times and post-colonial times. The collection is very varied. It includes things like sacred objects, such as this one. This is a Likishi mask that was involved in the initiation of boys among the Luvale people. There are also collections such as these ritual robes, the Lechwe skin cloths from the Vatwa people, some of which were worn by women priests. It also includes things like accessories, and I think here I meant to say beads, but I wrote beans. So these are beads that were collected from the Aushi people in Wapula province. It also includes things like personal items like this leather belt. So I'm just trying to show the various kinds of collection in this Swedish museum. So it's very varied, different things, some ordinary stuff, some very richer stuff, and some, yeah, depending on the collector. So the discovery was by chance, but it led to a meeting with the Swedish Museum of World Cultures and the Women's History Museum Zambia. And subsequently, the Women's History Museum Zambia were invited to jointly take stock of the Zambian cultural collections in the custody of Swedish museums, together with the Swedish Museums of World Cultures curators. So it was a kind of open and voluntary kind of disclosure after that discovery, so that the Zambians would know exactly what was contained in this museum. So the stock taking included checking the archives, that is the information that was associated with the collection. And most of this included notes by the collectors, things that they had written later on, such as books on the collection. So the Zambian group, together with the Swedish group, came together and checked the content of the archives. It also involves taking stock of the items, objects themselves, but one by one in the storage, and just taking stock of what was contained that belonged to Zambia. It also involved, scrutinizing the objects just to find out what they could be, or what the objects could be, and just finding out what they really were, because some of them, it was not very obvious. It also involved close inspections of what the objects were and how they were made, or the patterns that they carried with them. So the two museums, after this stock taking, agreed to work together on a project that would involve research on the collection and create inventories of the Zambian cultural collection in the Swedish Museum. They also agreed of a plan of reconnection of the collections to the communities of origin in Zambia. And since the objects were varied, they were also collected from various communities across the country. Ultimately, they also agreed to start a repatriation process of the collection in a digital format called Shared Histories between Zambia and Sweden. The project became a collaboration between Sweden and Zambia, with the Swedish Museum of World Cultures and another museum in Zambia called the Choma Museum and Crafts Center, and the Women's History Museum of Zambia. The first digital repatriation to the communities went to the Gwembe Valley of southern Zambia in 2020. The digital repatriation involving the community of origin by allowing them to participate in the objects, in the identification of the objects. So the community sat together, looked at the object that was presented to them digitally, and they started identifying those which they knew and those which could be communicated, those which could be connected to their community. It also involved recognition of the actual objects from the community of origin. The response from the participants was varied. Some of them, when they recognized an object, they would also demonstrate how the object was made. So this participant is drawing on the ground just to show how the object was created. These inventories offered some opportunities. For the Swedish Ethnographic Museum, access to such contemporary sources has contributed to a richer understanding of a shared but difficult history and cultural heritage. The information that came out from the workshops enriched the objects and made the Swedish Museum to have a richer understanding of this heritage. For the Women's History Museum, the platform has created access to the cultural objects in the Swedish Ethnographic Museum by the Zambian public, because before this process, most Zambians had no access and even had no knowledge of the existence of this cultural collection. For the communities involved, the platform has provided a means to trace and claim ownership, as well as validation of their knowledge of the objects. In terms of validation, many artifacts that were gotten in this manner in this collection belong to cultural traditions that colonial governments and museums actively discouraged and misrepresented up to this very day. But interestingly is that most of these traditions and their supporting knowledge and resource management systems are still alive. And this project proved it. And I just want to give an example. This is one of the photographs that was gotten and is in the collection of the Swedish museums. It was gotten in 1920. It shows this kind of architecture in the Gwembe Valley, which when we went back to the Gwembe Valley, this architecture does not exist anymore. It has disappeared. But the community were able to recognize the architect, and surprisingly, they demonstrated to us to show how they have documented this part of their history. And this is how they have done it. They have documented it. It's now a basket pattern on the traditional baskets that they make. And these traditional baskets, they are sold to tourists at Choma Museum. And as curators of Choma Museum, we did not even know the connection between this basket pattern and the history that it had with the Gwembe community until we had this workshop. The role of digital tools, part of the process of the project was to identify digital tools that the communities could use and participate on the digital platform. And one of the tools was the use of smartphones, which this community could ably use. And the workshop offered identification, but also recollection, sharing, and dialogue among community members. The open dialogue provides a forum for open, honest, and mutual engagement between the museums in Zambia and the Swedish museums regarding the collection. This open dialogue also offers engagement with the communities of origin and the users of these inventories in Zambia that could be not part of the communities, but could be researchers and other interested people. It has also they offered an opportunity to develop capabilities of learning about compelling ways of how to tell stories about this cultural heritage and how to present it. The open dialogue and open access to the inventories has widened access of the objects to include other people, such as artists, as in this project that came up as a result of the inventories that were created. Artists were allowed to access the inventories and come up with their own recreation of artworks using the objects on the platform. And this project was called Fabricated Stories. Challenges. The challenges are many, but I just want to mention a few. The digital tools and access to digital tools is difficult, most especially for communities of origin, not to mention ordinary Zambians, researchers, just ordinary people. Sometimes access to digitally can be very difficult. Then under the Swedish law, all museum collections under the custody of the Museum of World Cultures, including those that were collected during colonial times, belong to the state, meaning that this collection which we are dealing with is owned by the state and not by the museum, and therefore the state cannot engage with the museums in Zambia. They would rather engage only with the state. And we can see because of this law, it's very difficult to even talk about physical repatriation and engagement of this collection as a collection. Even if it has been traced to the communities of origin, they cannot claim ownership because under this Swedish law, all these collections belong to them. Then the Zambian law also does not address repatriation directly, making it very difficult for museums like ours to start claiming these objects and also just to deal with them as Zambian objects. Conclusion, I want to say that reimagining repatriation of cultural property in the digital age means taking into account the opportunities that the digital age presents to the heritage sector. Creation of inventories is also inevitable because without them, we have no knowledge of what is out there. But as you have seen in this project, the inventories are not just created for the sake of counting or just taking stock, like a head count, that this is how many objects are in there. But this is a kind of inventory that is created in such a manner that it also brings together the knowledge that is associated with the object, so that what we are repatriating or what we are recreating is not just focused on the object, but also focused on the knowledge that could be lost if not collected. And then this project has also demonstrated that restitution has many faces, and one of them should be cultural dialogue between the parties involved. And I must say, even among the parties themselves, as you can see, the country to country, museum to museum, museum to communities. But you could also see that even the communities themselves, this kind of restitution ignited a dialogue amongst themselves. Then restitution should offer opportunities for new relationships. It should not be an end in itself, but it should be something to recreate relationships and also recreating new understandings. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. That was really insightful. And also, I must say, from a personal standpoint, the work that you're doing is of interest to me. The work within inventories and information about heritage resources is something that I'm quite passionate about. So thank you so much for that presentation. Again, just a reminder, there will be an opportunity to actually have a discussion around the content of these presentations after the last presentation of today as part of this panel discussion. So I would like to introduce our last presenter for today, Mr. Camille Decombe. So Mr. Decombe has a background in museums, colonial collections, digital heritage, and memory, subjects which he came into contact with growing up in Amsterdam and through his Surinamese family heritage. He is a graduate in art history and museum studies with a minor in programming from the University of Amsterdam. Mr. Decombe is active as a digital heritage coach with the Cultural Heritage Agency of the Netherlands for the Bureau of the Dutch Colonial Collections Consortium. His work is to support the creation of a data hub of colonial collections for stakeholders from countries of origin and to facilitate provenance research. Mr. Decombe, are you here?
Yes.
You are welcome to present.
Thank you very much, Clinton. I will share my screen. I hope it's visible. Let me...
Okay, great. It is visible. Yes. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I hope that it is the size is big enough. Because I plan to maybe keep it in this mode, so I can also have a look at my notes during the presentation.
Okay, it's perfect. Thank you very much.
So good afternoon, everyone, and many thanks for the invitation to participate in this important conversation and to also talk a little bit about the project called the Data Hub of the Colonial Collections Consortium in the Netherlands. Thank you very much for the introduction, Clinton. So my name is Camille Decombe, and I'm a digital heritage coach at a cultural heritage agency in the Netherlands. And I work with colonial collections in light of the Dutch policy on colonial collections, of which return is also part. So this consortium is a organization, a partnership between 5 cultural heritage institutions in the Netherlands. And this consortium supports institutions that administer collections in provenance research by, for example, sharing knowledge, answering questions, and also providing stakeholders with a network. And partners in this consortium are, for example, the museums Bombeek in Arnhem, the Netherlands, Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam, the Wereldmuseum, who has multiple locations. Also, one of them is in Leiden, for example. The NIOD, which is a research institution, and then last, the Cultural Heritage Agency. There are different projects that we do. So, for example, there are museum trainings and exchange programs. We support also financially provenance research in the Netherlands. And we also are building a data hub. And that's the project that I will dive more into in this presentation. So the Data Hub is a platform online that aims to provide accessibility to colonial collections that are present in the Netherlands. And the platform is being developed since the start of 2023. And you can already access it through the QR code that you can see on the screen here, and also through the link that is stated below. With this platform, we aim to answer 2 questions. The first, which collections are present in the Netherlands? So here you have this topic of accessibility, which already is discussed and mentioned in the previous presentations. And then as well, the provenance side of it, how did they get there? Or how did they end up in these collections and these museums? And so the question of how can we actually try to answer these questions, I will show you a little bit of what's behind this platform. How does it look? So on the bottom of this image, which shows the architecture of this platform, you have all these different collections of the museums, in this case of the partners of the consortium, such as the Rijksmuseum or the Wereldmuseum. And they provide data that is transformed into, in this case, linked data, and then brought together in the image that you see central to the screenshot, which is the knowledge graph. So in this kind of like data, there's a lot of connections between these different records, and we also hope to enrich in that way kind of this information. And then you can either explore this information through 2 ways. So you can have a look at the research application that was just on the screen a moment ago. I will dive into what that application is able to do, what that website is able to do. But you can also have a look at the data sets which are in this bulk of information through another website, and there you can look more at metrics on these data sets. So how accessible are they actually? Maybe look at language or the formats in which they're available. One of the important aspects of this information and how we organize this is that it's open and accessible, meaning that we have built 2 websites, 2 web applications through which you can explore them. But you can also download this information yourself or request it through, for example, an API. Now, how does that, for example, look when we would go into this research application? In this research application, you can browse all the information that I've just shown. And for example, enter a search term like South Africa. If you're curious about what kind of information you get, you can also use this QR code. But you can also look for more specific regions and explore it through that way. On the left-hand side in this application, you will also see facets that you can use to filter your search. But apart from trying to bring the accessibility to these collections, an important question is also what should a platform like the Data Hub actually be able to do? What functionalities you should have more than just view the information? To answer this question, we've held a 2-day workshop in the beginning in May of 2023, in which we invited international colleagues from countries such as South Africa, for example, but also Indonesia, Suriname, Sri Lanka, and for example, Aruba, to discuss this with us. So what does this platform need to do, for example, conceptually, and how can we implement this also practically? If you're interested on this workshop, there's a full report that is available on the website of the consortium. But let me point out a few topics that we talked about. For example, the authority over data, community knowledge and contextualization. So often this information is very one-sided, very biased, but also open standards. How can we kind of try to share this information, this data, as openly as possible? And for the remaining of this presentation, I will just show you a few of the functionalities that we came up with and implemented. So first, we have the idea of centralizing communities on the platform. So you can create a community on this platform, and as a community, you can, for example, make lists of objects that you encounter, of records. And these records can be from all these different collections that are included on the platform, thus also bringing together these different elements. Apart from that, you can also add narratives to the metadata that are attached to these belongings, to these records. As I said, often the information is very one-sided, is lacking, so there's information lacking. And in this screenshot, for example, you could see how you can add a perspective on behalf of a community, on behalf of yourself, to a certain description. And an important part of how technology aids here, the idea of this is that this information is then not owned by the platform, but is actually stored independently, and you're still the owner of that information. Moreover, you can also add information to a provenance timeline, which is in each record on each object page. And so you can also, we are also by that way highlighting kind of how important this provenance is and the research into that provenance. Afterwards, you also have local context notices, and these local context notices are community-led perspectives and guidelines on what kind of things should be taken into account for certain objects or records. So maybe something is not supposed to be on view, or an image is not supposed to be shared. And with these kind of notices, you can highlight this type of information as a community and as a user. Last, we have also some aids, digital research aids that can help with doing provenance research into these collections. And these aids cover topics that are broader, maybe on sources, maybe on doing research in general, to more specific themes and categories, and more also locations. And these are just like the platform and the data on the platform, also in development. So we continue to kind of add to this information. I would like to close with maybe some information on present and future elements that are going on. So at the moment, we're closing up and finishing up adding the data sets of the consortium partners, which includes the Rijksmuseum Amsterdam, the Cultural Heritage Agency, Bronbeek, the Wereldmuseum, and the NIOD research aids. But in the future, we'd also like to add more data sets of other cultural heritage institutions in the Netherlands, and also maybe expand on European collaboration, but also improve collaboration, engagement, and visibility. And we are starting to do that now through, for example, some video tutorials that we're developing for the platform, but also hosting some webinars in different time zones. These will be coming up in a couple of weeks. And also we have a one that is targeted towards time zone, for example, African context. So also please feel free to have a look at that and maybe sign up for diving more into the Data Hub. For now, that was my presentation and what I would like to share. So thank you very much for the invitation again and allowing me to share this with you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Mr. de Boom. That was a very interesting presentation. Also, full disclosure for everyone, I was part of the consultations that occurred in the Netherlands that Mr. de Boom presented on. So I'm really quite excited that the Data Hub has gotten to the point that it has, and I've been looking at it over the past few days as well. So I'm really quite excited to see the amount of information that's come on there. Now from here, so firstly, I just want to thank all of our presenters for the insightful contributions that are going to serve to frame the discussions going forward for the rest of today. So the next part of our agenda today is to open up for questions and answers from the audience, as well as to allow our presenters to have a bit of a discussion on some of those questions and provide their own perspectives on this. So with that, I'm going to ask our viewers here today, if you do have any questions, you can please use the chat to ask those questions. Alternatively, you can raise your hand so that you can be recognized. But if I can just ask when you do ask those questions, if you can please just introduce yourself, as well as also clearly indicate which of the presenters you're directing the question to, if it's not just a general question, the panel. So what I'm going to do is just to sort of break the ice, I've got a few questions that I've noted down during the presentations. So something that I thought that was quite powerful that Ms. Broersma noted at the very beginning of her presentation was that they tend to use the terminology of just coming home when talking about the restitution of cultural material. And I thought that was actually saying that was quite powerful because we tend to phrase these things within certain academic terminologies. I mean, even the term restitution might not have resonance with the people whose objects these actually are. So my question actually to the panel is the manner in which that we actually discuss these matters and bring them to the fore using certain terminologies, does it actually create a disconnect from the source communities themselves when you're trying to have a discussion about the restitution of cultural material? So if there's anyone from the panel that would like to take a bite at that, you are welcome.
Can I start?
Yes, please, go for it.
Yeah. So we Indonesia consists of at least 734 different languages and 300 different ethnicity. And but then if you mention about restitution, no one understand that. Absolutely no one. And then restitution is often seen as something far removed in Jakarta, in the capital city. But then when it's publicly shown, when it's projecting, and the media will pick it up as a coming home. This is not like a state, you know, media saying marketed, oh, this is coming home. No, there is still the clinical word coming home. And then when it's restitution, when it's become a public you know, consume, and then that has more a deeper meaning. But then the lesson from Indonesia is often what I observe there is only, you know, okay, you're welcoming someone, because coming home we see not an object like inanimate, like dead object. No, coming home means like being part of us again. But then the deeper underlying understanding, and also what does it mean for the community, what does it mean for society, that is still in general still lacking. So that is essentially, I believe that the framing it is to get the attention of the public, to get the awareness and the language that they understand, not only, you know, as a state to state of what you mentioned, academic. And then after that, that will like, yeah, as a person, when you welcome someone's home, what do you do? It just, you know, in the beginning, you just welcoming it, put in a good place, and you know, parading it to every neighbors. Look, he's coming home. And then what next? That is the what yet we still need to explore. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do any of our panel members want to add into that? Yes, please go for it. So let's let Ms. Chitungu go first, and then the other panel members can come in.
Yes, in Zambia, we don't have a name that has come up to describe restitution, and I must also admit that the restitution itself, the name, it's very alien to most Zambian ethnic languages, which are about 72. But for me, as a person that has gone down to the communities, what I am seeing and what I am trying to, what I'm hoping could be captured is the things that can't be said. The lighting up of the communities when they recognize the object, the joy of sharing the stories about the objects, and also the freedom, because most of the objects were discouraged. The cultures around them were like forbidden, and then suddenly it's like, is it true that it's okay, we can talk about it? Is it okay that we can even look at this object? Is it okay that we can share the information about it? And finding out that it's okay, the joy that comes with that, the feeling of this freedom, something that I can't put in words, and most people can't put in words, is what I see. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Dr. Kumazo, you can come in.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I think your question about disconnect from source countries, that is the terminology that we use, restitution and repatriation. In Ghana, that terminology is familiar with the people, number one. But when you go deep down to the local environment, it might not resonate well with these people. That is why I've fallen in love with the Indonesian coming home. So I think Ghana must also try and coin a terminology that resonates with the generality of our population. Now in Ghana, when people die, we say they are going home. And this one, coming home, means a lot. So I think Ghana must also try and coin a terminology that will resonate with the rest of the population. Now, the biggest question that I want to address here in terms of disconnection from the source country is religious and cultural clashes. We are getting these artifacts for our generation and generation to come. But today, these cultural clashes are preventing the Ghanaian youth to embrace what is culturally theirs. And that is an ominous challenge that we are facing in Ghana. Because anything traditional, anything cultural, the youth do not want to associate themselves with them. Whereas these cultural heritage assets that we are demanding from the holding countries, we are doing this for them, the next generation. So if they are impervious to things like restitution and repatriation of our own, our soul, I think the Herculean task we have in Ghana is how to address these cultural clashes in terms of religion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maza. You actually raised a very important point and something really quite powerful as well. The fact that this cultural material has been so removed to the fact that now even the youth of the country don't see themselves within that and may reject it as well, I think is really quite a powerful point that comes in there. So I kind of want to then delve a little bit deeper into that. This idea of the voluntary disclosures by countries that are currently holding some of this material that has been removed. So the very purpose of this panel. Do you see any ways through this voluntary disclosure that it can serve as a catalyst towards trying to design a way to reconnect younger generations with their heritage in a way that still can be respectful of a kind of more modern sensibilities, etc., within them? So I'm wanting to understand whether there is an avenue there through this voluntary disclosure to try and build that reconnect, even if it is only through a digital space. Okay, Ms. Chitunga, you can go first, and then I'll open up to Dr. Kuzu.
Yeah, thank you so much. The reconnection with younger people with this voluntary disclosure and just coming to the what is it that is there, that is ours. For us, we tried that reconnection through widening the access to other players other than just museum people, such as artists. And when we opened up the arts residence, where we invited different artists to come and reconnect with the objects, choose what they wanted and recreate something. All the artists that responded to this call were below the age of 40. So, and the interest that came out of that, when we did the exhibition that they recreated, the stuff that they recreated from fashion, digital things that they could use on the platform, to storytelling, music. Again, when we did the exhibition, the people that responded to come and watch the exhibition of the results of what this artist had made, again, the age range was still, below 40. It was only the officials that were older than that, but like the party goers were younger people. So I'm thinking that widening avenues of how to make this collection relevant to contemporary conversations, contemporary lifestyles, can actually open an interest into the objects. Yeah, and into the restitution for that matter, because why bring back objects that you lock up again in the museums? if they're going to be used in other ways, I think it makes sense. And then more younger people want to engage with that and want to call for restitution. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that input. I think that's really quite important and powerful, because in doing so, you're also removing that barrier that tends to sit when something sits within a museum as well. It's the glass is not just physical, it's also metaphorical. But Dr. Kumaza, please come in.
Thank you for the opportunity. This is my own perception about voluntary disclosures. Repatriation and restitution of cultural heritage assets cannot be left to voluntary disclosures. And that will be a storm in a teacup. Ghana, through diplomatic means, is getting some of her artifacts back. We got some from the UK, some from Netherlands, and we are still in that discussion stage. But voluntary disclosures, as I said, I repeat, it will be a storm in a teacup. What should we do? We need to mobilize public opinion to build political will in holding countries. Between our countries, source countries, and holding countries. And more essentially, we need to galvanize global advocacy. This South-South cooperation, residencies to discuss all these issues, to bring the young ones on board. And media is very powerful in disseminating information. And we have to use the media. And using the media is very expensive. So there should be a united front for Africa, Asia, and Latin America to invest in media publicity about restitution and repatriation. I think with that we can make some gains. We need to also strengthen legal frameworks. For instance, when you look at UNESCO 1970 Convention and the subsequent 1995 UNIDROIT Convention, these are limited, they have limited effect and retroactive, and they do not even address the issue of pre-colonial acquisitions. So we can also fight from that front. And we should also invest in museums and conservation in source countries so that the issue of these artifacts are better kept in the European countries or holding countries will not suffice, will not sell, will not wash. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Okay, we've got a raised hand here. Dr. Masuku, if you've got a question for the panel, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I've got kind of a controversial question. My controversial question is museums are foreign concepts that were created for dehumanization of our culture, of our collective history, and they created permanency on possessions that were supposed to be temporal and considered what we considered as significant insignificance. This whole debate is centered around museums as well. Museums themselves, the very concept of museum is problematic. And we also referred to young people who don't even like visiting these museums. Now, if they do not like the current collections that we have, which belong to us, some of them belong to us, how are they going to begin to like what we are bringing, which has no connection to them whatsoever? They're running around with cell phones. So I, for one, think we really need to rethink the whole issue of museums, because we're also planning to bring what belonged outside, inside, for the purpose of collection, a purpose of what we refer to settling a historical injustice. But are we settling this historical injustice in the right way, looking at the whole issue of museums? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Masuku. That's a very powerful question and a very interesting question as well, especially in the context of, let's say, South Africa, where a lot of our institutions are inherited institutions with a lot of this baggage, and ourselves have cultural property that should be returned, not just within the borders, but even outside the borders. But I would like to hand over to Ms. Brusma, who I think will be quite well positioned to talk to the question that you've raised.
Thank you for your question. This is a very germane topic. And back in Europe and also in Indonesia, we discuss this quite often. And because the very idea of museum is a colonial endeavor, and because the country in Europe to display the trophy of the winning possession that started to expand the museum. And also in Indonesia, we have 28 museums that are established in the colonial period. So the debate is, what do we do with the name? And so this is still ongoing discussion. And there's one museum that already dared to drop the name museum, although not all together. They call themselves Rumah Museum. It means house museum. Rumah is the place where you shelter, and also a place of where you get information and knowledge. And the new version of museum is often talk about the integration of the local infrastructure, so local architecture, so that is not a big white elephant building, just the same like, you know, that what we inherited as the Clinton mentioned. And yeah, that is what it's just going on in Indonesia. We have couple terminology, but then it's basically it's back to the local language again, because in our culture, in long time ago, the place that share knowledge is the very idea, like a museum to disseminate knowledge, to nurture culture. We have a different name, and but nowadays that name is become connotation with certain religion. So that is another thing that we haven't really adopted that specific name into the mainstream idea. So unfortunately, the language evolves, and then museum also, although in the inception, in the baby step, it was very colonial, but now because evolve with the different type of understanding that museum is not only for the colonial collection, but the different. So I think this coming discussion is still very prominent in the coming times. But I would like to also comment on the involuntarily what to call that, the collection, to put it on a public, like the data hub is one of it. I mean, like to put the collection. But I would like point it out, especially with the youth and this disconnect. It's not only the youth, but also the community of origin. Is the language that is being used in that archival, digital archive, and that is often seen in BIDA is in certain museum in Europe, because this policy, this open access and collection of what they have is a long time ago is already public accessible. But what is very problematic is the language that is unknown, that is either is evolved or that is only specific, very colloquial language, because again we have so many languages, and then often the youth now either you use only the national language, Bahasa Indonesia or Malay, and they won't understand it. So that is one of the challenges of this putting data set and then involuntarily access for the broader public. I think Camille can add more to that, linguistic wise in thesaurus and then a collection of colonial collection. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. de Kom, would you like to come in?
Yeah, I think on the discussion of museums as a concept, I think also in the Netherlands you see there's a rethinking going on of what a museum is, what it maybe should aim to be, and itself questioning the concept of a museum. To give an example of that, you have also more and more spaces that maybe would do things that you would attribute formally to what a museum does, but then do it under a completely different kind of like framework or name. For example, frame or framed in the Netherlands. But then as well, looking at different functions within what you traditionally would call museums or the concept of museum, such as, for example, the depots. In the Wereld Museum, you now have, they are developing a new depot. And part of this is also looking at how you can incorporate spaces for example, communities to visit and to have, for example, certain ceremonies. So that in the existing structures that you can question, you can also try to adopt changes to and to take steps. So yeah, that's what I would like to add on this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Kamaza, you're welcome to come in.
Yes. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I think the person who asked the question also added the youth dimension, that they are running away from this concept of restitution of cultural heritage assets. We saw a very good example in Colombia from the beginning of this month. We were there for this same program. And what we saw was that they are re-educating the youth, trying to teach them that there is something that the country is pursuing. There is an agenda, and this agenda is restitution and repatriation of their cultural property. So they are bringing the youth on board through re-education so that they can be part of the process. So I think this re-education can be adopted by many African countries, many Latin American countries, so that our struggle today will not be in vain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kamaza. I think what we have is actually a very important conversation that's been started here. So, Dr. Masuku, I see that you have unmuted yourself. Are you wanting to come back in on, or has your question been addressed?
Thank you very much. My question has been addressed, but I think it still needs to be an ongoing conversation, because as we continue to construct more museums, particularly in South Africa, the process of putting together the collections is a one-sided process where there's not, it's all in the mind of the curator, how it's going to be presented. So the curatorship as a social construct remains still as a construct, even though we may have legislations like the National Heritage Resources, which says the management of heritage resources needs to be decentralized. But when we see our museums, the curator is the goddess of the museum. And everything that is seen and presented is from the view of the curator, and of course coupled with the graphic designers. So when do we begin to involve communities, particularly in putting together these exhibitions? Are we going to be consultative with them and putting together these collections? So this goes for the same with recreating collections that have been lost. As we recreate them, the graphic designers need to work very closely with the communities in recreating them. So that's my comment, basically. And thanks very much. I'll drop my hand and close my mic.
Thank you very much, Doctor. No, your input is definitely much appreciated, and you have raised an incredibly important question and a comment here. Because as we're talking about things such as voluntary disclosures, the returns of items, we really need to take cognizance of the fact of where these are going and the fact that they belong to people. They are not necessarily the belongings of a museum or a space that might be completely removed from what those cultural that cultural material, its context, where it came from in the first place. Okay, there is another hand which I'll take before I address the comments that have been made in the chat. Linda Mboya, you're welcome to come in. You have the floor.
Thank you. I don't know whether I want to play the devil's advocate, because we are talking about our youth and their lack of interest in this heritage or this collection. But I feel we are backing up the wrong tree. A couple of years ago, this well-known writer, Chimamanda, was speaking at the Humboldt. I think it's a convention or forum. And she talked about, for example, the Germans and their history, and the German children not knowing the history of their own country, and or the colonial history, including the Namibians, the Herero who were killed, and the Maji Maji Rising, and all those things. They don't know that history. And someone has talked about using the media. So my feeling is that why, because we are taught this history and we know this history, why not use the media to teach the Germans, their youth, about their history? Then they probably will demand for this stolen or looted artifact to be returned to the rightful owners. So I'm thinking we look the other way and then teach the Germans, then let them demand that their governments return this collection, because the idea of voluntary disclosure, voluntary return is like giving it back and not giving it back and not taking responsibility, you know? So this is my thinking. These people don't know their as Siraj said, they have a block. They refuse, they have a psychological block. They refuse to acknowledge the Honduras violence that they meted out on this continent. So maybe it's time for us to educate them, and maybe their young people will demand that this cultural collection is returned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Kumaza, I see you raised your hand. You are welcome to respond, and then I'll go to the questions in the chat. Please, over to you, Doctor.
Thank you very much. I think the question was already answered during my presentation about educating the holding country citizenry to force their government to return our cultural heritage assets it's a good proposition, but we have to start building our house first. We have to be prepared. The preparation is about re-educating our youth to understand the intricacies and the importance of these cultural artifacts. Then from our home, we can take it up. I conceptualized that in the first point I raised about mobilizing public opinion to build political will in holding countries. So the media could also be used to mobilize political will, public opinion for political will. So I think that question has been answered, but we have to first deal with the canker in our countries. The canker simply is re-educating our youth to understand that today we are fighting for coming home. I want to use the Indonesian ladies' terminology, coming home of our cultural artifacts. They should understand that we should also objectivize why we are demanding the return of our artifacts. So the youth should be educated. So that is the re-education that we need to embark upon in our countries. And when we do that, we will mobilize public opinion to build political will in the holding countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kamaza. Okay, I just want to move to some of the comments and questions that have been made in the chat. So firstly, from Manu Mahadi, it's not a question, just a comment to note that last September, when South Africa did the repatriation of human remains from Zimbabwe and Zambia, that was referred to as a homecoming as well. So this the adjustments in terminology in order to better engage with the people that hold this dear, I think is a bit more of a universal thing. So the idea of homecoming, of coming home, etc. And then from my executive and my boss, so I have to read the question out, is thank you to the presenters. The inventory database of colonial collections presented here is a form of voluntary disclosure of what some of the museums hold. If other holding countries were to do the same, would it make a difference to efforts that countries must undertake to identify where their collections are across the globe, given the capacity and resource challenges in countries of origin? So if I have this correct, it's this idea of voluntary disclosure, which is now being done by the Netherlands. But if this was to be expanded upon across other countries that might hold these types of collections, whilst we understand that there are resource challenges within the countries of origin, but would this voluntary disclosure in this format be helpful? I think that question particularly, if I can pose that towards Dr. Kamaza, Ms. Chitunga, and Ms. Burisma.
Thank you very
Dr.
much
Kamaza,
for this opportunity. Yeah. It is better to start from somewhere to get to the top. We can't use the legal framework to take these artifacts from the holding countries. They are more powerful. They have laws that prevent them from returning these artifacts to us. So what should we do? We have to begin from somewhere. So voluntary disclosure is just an opening for us to think through more options. It's an avenue for us to start from somewhere. And whilst we engage in voluntary disclosures, we think through and galvanize our interest and support for a more aggressive approach. I have always said that in the remit of restitution and repatriation of cultural assets, the law can never be used by the source countries because we are handicapped. So what do we do? Global advocacy. Look, South Africa apartheid regime crumbled because of global advocacy. So we can actually make some gains, modest gains, by galvanizing, mobilizing collective support to fight this animal called cultural artifacts being held in some countries. And today, these holding countries are refusing to return them. When they were taking them away, they took them away with ease. So in the same vein, they should bring them back. I have actually chronicled the economic benefits of these artifacts to the holding countries. They are making huge sums of money. Look, Germany wrote to Colombia. Germany is holding about 36 artifacts. Germany wrote to Colombia that they want to release one of the 36. After some few months, they wrote back that they were not even ready to release that single one to them. So it is true. I don't have faith in voluntary disclosures, but we can start from there and build upon there and demand aggressively what we have.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay, Ms. Burusma, you're welcome to come in.
Thank you. So the short answer is it would be really helpful if the holding countries also doing similar for this voluntary disclosure. And I'm sure Camille will can add to it. And I understand that the Data Hub consortium of the Dutch consortium, they're inviting also the EU countries to do similar. And I understand they're having also a meeting sometime next week as well. So this is a huge, will make a huge difference, because I don't see that my government, Indonesian government, will back this country to, disclose what do you have holding in our possession. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that's also quite an important point. So I would first like to hand over to Ms. Chitunga to come in. However, afterwards, I would also like to invite Mr. Dukom to then come in as well. I would like to understand a bit more about the engagements that may have been had so far with the expansion of the Data Hub to include other European countries and other collections across Europe. Ms. Chitunga, over to you.
Thank you so much. I want to agree so much with the last two speakers about this open disclosure, and just to re-emphasize that for sure we need to start from somewhere, and we can't say that if this can't work, then we just sit and wait until we find what works. What people have not really recognized or appreciated is the time factor. As more time passes, we have a lot to lose. The knowledge around these objects, even just the objects themselves, eventually they cannot live forever. And if we wait and find what only works, what if it takes 100 years? We would have even lost everything, and we'll ask ourselves, what do we even want to restore? So whatever we have, whatever little we can do, it's like, the drop of water, that one drop that eventually makes the ocean. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very powerful point, especially when we're talking about heritage resources within this context. They have a a cultural meaning, a meaning that is closely associated with that object, but is vested within holders of knowledge. And the longer we wait, the more we learn in terms of that. So now I'd just like to ask Mr. Ducombe, in terms of the consortium's plans to try and look at expanding the data hub to other European countries and trying to include collections from other European institutions, I'd like to understand how far along that is and whether there have been engagements occurring so far and whether there's been any challenges that have been encountered from there. I think what's important is, considering the context of this talk in itself, it is couched within the broader G20 platform. So I think if ever there was a place that we're able to essentially broaden that message and be able to call for this type of cooperation, this is the platform for it.
Yeah, thank you very much. I agree completely also with the point that it is just the start, this voluntarily disclosure. And very recently from the consortium, from the data hub, we've had conversations with, for example, initiatives within Germany. There is also, apart from that, a platform in Germany that is doing the same type of things that we as a data hub aim to do. And I think it is essential for us to seek that collaboration also on an international level, to make these collections, to provide that starting point, to make collections more accessible, but also to bring them together so that you don't have to go to all these different portals to view this information and to visit these belongings. So that is very much an aim that we'd like to expand on in the future. But as stated, it is very much in the early conversational stages still.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. I'm going to be following that with great interest because I think that's really quite an incredible initiative. I'm not seeing any further questions on the chat. So what I want to do is I actually just want to dovetail off of part of the conversation that has been had here. My question is actually directed to Ms. Chitungu, but any of the other panelists are welcome to come in as well. Considering the experience that you've had with the digital repatriation of this cultural material that you have been actively engaged with, one of the questions that I really had is you undertook that process of trying to regain the meaning for those objects, but I want to understand how, as part of this, you also balanced at times possibly the sacredness of that meaning, and especially when dealing with material which can be gendered in nature. I kind of want to understand how you've approached that sensitivity, as well as ensuring that the institution, the museum within, I think it was it Sweden, that is still holding these items, how they are now managing them to try and be, and well, if they are trying to undertake, if they're being more sensitive towards those items within their own collection, now that there is more information about them. And I think that then also dovetails into perhaps the data hub as well, and the collection of some of those different narratives, and how is that protected?
Thank you so much for that question. There were many instances where we encountered sensitive objects and even like sensitive information, and the taking back to the communities was also to trace people that can handle that kind of information and those kind of objects, and to recognize those people, because the layers of this kind of restitution were so many, and it's, the time is short to explain. But one of the layers was also to re-engage the damaged institutions that protected the sacred information and objects. because in ourselves, even ourselves as curators in the country of origin, we also felt that we had come short of what we could do. We are not the authorities of these objects. And by reconnecting back to the institutions that were authorities of this sacred information and object, was also to reignite the conversation about who handles what and who makes what decision. And also the conversations of what do you bring to the public and what you don't bring to the public, even if it's for research. And in a way, it answers the question of the concept of the museum that Doug previously asked, because in as much as it will look like we are wasting maybe space and time to bring back these things to places where maybe people have disconnected, it's also a point of reconnecting and putting the corrective narrative in the corrective place, and also making sure that museums, as in these foreign concepts, adhere to the traditional concepts of handling the objects, displaying the objects, or even allowing the institutions or the authorities of these objects to decide, do they want us, when we bring back these objects, to keep them in the museum? Do they want them to be destroyed? So that the power of making a decision, especially on sacred objects, should rest in the powers of the authorities of the objects. So we tried that line of reconnecting the objects, and also making the museum in Sweden understand what these objects were, but also making the other wider access, like the researchers, to understand. Like one of the artists wanted to use a particular object to recreate it into something else, and it was a sacred object, and we could safely say no because of the information that we had received from the authority holders. So yeah, in summary, I would say that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for responding to that. Mr. Ducombe, do you have anything else that you would like to add? Because I know as part of the Data Hub, there was quite a large amount of discussion on how to integrate these types of meanings and oral histories and community perspectives as part of that. So I would like, maybe you did present on it, but I would like to understand how you integrate that, and also where that information may be sacred in itself. How is that protected?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. What we try to do with the platform is to create or provide the possibility for users to contextualize and add perspectives on the things that they find on the platform, on the belongings that they see. As well as maybe add certain notices that talk about how to, for example, treat these belongings. The information that is added and is still owned by the person who publishes them. But at the same time, it's also becomes public accessible information. So that makes, to your question, also this question of the knowledge itself being sacred, of course, problematic if that's published publicly. What we tried to do was to make certain thresholds as low as possible, and to see if certain issues are raised within kind of like the usage of the platform with time and experience, so that afterwards we can also try to come up with better ways of managing these elements. In that way, it's also in experimental in a way to see if this works in a way.
Thank you very much. Dr. Kumaza, I saw that your hand was raised briefly. Are you wanting to come in, or have you been covered?
Oh, okay. I want to come in.
Please go
thank
first.
you for the opportunity. Yeah, you talk about digital repatriation, and then the meaning that is being sought for, and also the sacredness of this information. I want to say that our ancestors did not create these artifacts for nothing. They created them for something, for our use. I believe these artifacts connect the present. They want us to discover these artifacts, connect with the past, and then project for a better future. I stated earlier that these artifacts are the soul of source countries. And these souls serve as the foundation of the future, the foundation of development. They are created for us to use to connect the past and then connect the future. But these artifacts were taken away. So I believe strongly that one of the ways source countries can use to exert pressure on the holding countries to return these artifacts is simple. These artifacts have soul, so we should invoke the spirit of the artifacts to let the holders bring them back. They have spirit, they have soul. So those traditional rulers who actually understand the meaning and the sacredness of these artifacts, they should continually invoke the spirit of these artifacts so that wherever they are, they force the holders to bring them back. This is also one of the ways by which source countries can get their artifacts. Mind you, the little ones that they want to bring and later even refuse, they are posing problem to them in terms of handling. So the onus falls on us to invoke these artifacts, to invoke the sacredness, to invoke the soul in them, so that wherever they are, the holders should find it prudent to return them to the original sources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Okay. We've only got about 15 minutes before we have to wrap up the discussion so that we can deal with the closing. So I just want to actually adjust the conversation a little bit. There is something that was raised at the very beginning of the presentation that Dr. Kumaza actually gave. Dr. Kumaza, at the beginning of your presentation, you actually began speaking to some of the financial values associated with the cultural material itself, and it seemed to present some sort of it presented a barrier towards the return of these because of the financial implication of it. So what I'm wanting to explore a bit more is, again, as this particular panel forms part of a side event for the G20, I actually want to understand how initiatives and groupings such as the G20 are then able to maybe take that conversation forward in order to break down that barrier so that these holding countries are able to perhaps understand that it is not just about financial value for them, but it is a moral imperative as well. So I would like you to unpack that a little bit more for us.
Thank you very much. To start with, even the composition of the G20 countries, I think South Africa is the only Black African country. Am I right? Hello,
I'm actually
am I right?
not sure.
G20, I think South Africa is the only African country over there.
Yes,
And
you are correct.
numbers,
You are
am I
correct.
correct?
Yeah, the only
Thank
country
you.
there. Yes.
Thank you. And voice and numbers matter. Sometimes G20 countries attend their annual meetings and without resolution, without a final communique, because certain powerful countries are involved and they are opposed to certain decisions. So G20 is also paralyzed. There is no way G20 can further the cause of African countries, Asian countries, and Latin American countries, restitution and repatriation of cultural artifacts. It's just like African Union. African Union should boldly take up this issue, but there are political complications. So South Africa, as a rep for Africa, can voice out our concerns, but how far can this go? The international institution is not interested in African countries. They are not interested in African countries. South Africa cannot table this matter and it will get heard. They will crash it at its conception. That is why we need to form a global alliance, global vigilante, to make sure that holding countries' respective laws are transformed to the benefit of our concern. We need to pull our resources together to engage the media, the global media, to trumpet the call for restitution and repatriation of our cultural heritage assets. Without this, we are not going anywhere. We will not make any gains. So we can't rely on G20 because Africa has only one rep, and South Africa's voice will not be heard. Until we adjust the composition of these international institutions, the issues, the concerns of the weaker countries will still not be heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I see Dr. Masuku, you have raised your hand. Would you like to further on this discussion?
Thank you very much. I think the Prof has just come out of the discussion, raised quite some critical issues. And I'm still going back to the issue of the role of the state. We know the state is handled by politicians, and politicians pander to certain agendas. I think the problem currently is that society, because these are not state resources, these are not state remains, they're remains of our very people. These are not possessions that belong to the state, they're possessions that belong to our ancestors. We, as civil society, traditional leaders, school formations, are not holding our politicians to account. We banter to their issues of diplomacy, going steady there. I think if Trump will just call collections of American objects anyway, they will come tumbling in. So I think we're not taking an activist role. We are pussyfooting around the subject. And I think the issue of the diaspora and also those who have interest in the matters that we're concerned about needs to be brought on board. And I think it's unfair that to look to South Africa to carry this, the burden of Africa, because we're also looking at our own resources. And at the end of the day, to be honest, culture is not an imperative in national discourses of Africa. People have the importance of cultural heritage. The moment we begin to articulate clearly what the gains of this are, then are we going to move forward. And I think we are caught up as Africans in the intellectualism of critique. Africans are experts of critique. And I think we need to make a quantum leap and become experts of solutions and experts of activism and experts of a culture of getting it done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Masuku. So I'm just going to allow, is anyone from the panel wanting to engage with the points that Dr. Masuku has raised? Okay. I'm not seeing any hands from the panel. Okay, the time is now just short of 20 to 5. Our agenda was actually meant to run until 4:45 as part of the panel discussion, but I think what we may have come is towards a natural end. So from my side, just with these last few moments, I firstly want to thank all of the panel members for participating and being so active in today's discussion. I do want to give you a last moment, if as a panel member, there is anything that you would like to add, any parting shots that you would like to leave us with, now's your opportunity. Dr. Kumaza, please go for it.
Thank you for the opportunity. The way forward is unity. Unity with purpose. Unity to pool resources. Unity to raise our voices. Unity to re-educate our youth in the collections that we are demanding from the holding countries, because they are the basis for our development. The holding countries are aware. They are aware that those collections that they are keeping are the basis for our development. So we must unite and fight for these artifacts. Nobody will do it for us. We have to raise our voices. We have to let them know that we need these. And I think that is what I can say for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Okay. And to our other panelists. Sorry, Dr. Masuku, I'm not going to recognize you now because I just want to kind of wrap up with our panelists. Okay, if our panelists don't have anything further that they want to add, I really just want to say thank you so much for participating today, for being so active, for the very informative presentations that you gave. You have helped guide some of the discussion and come up with also some very practical things to contemplate. And I know even from myself, some of the things that have been raised have helped me kind of reframe some of my thoughts around this matter. So having said that, thank you very much. I'm going to be handing over now to my colleague Ben in order to handle the last of today's agenda. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Clinton, for the wonderful panel. Thank you to the panel members for a riveting discussion. A very interesting quote from Dr. Kumaza that you have to start from the bottom to get to the top. So while there's still a lot of debate, there's still a lot of contention about the best approach to follow, the discussion around voluntary disclosures and returns is quite powerful and may be a future tool if utilized properly for us to address this issue of repatriation and restitution. This brings us to the end of our panels for today. Again, I just want to give a very big thank you to our wonderful facilitators. A very big thank you to Ntate Joe Serokwane. A very big thank you to Dr. Sibongile Masuku, and again, a very big thank you to my colleague, Mr. Clinton Jackson, for the wonderful facilitation today. And as you can see, we are not on African time. We are actually on time today. All right, this brings us to the closing session. And I would like to invite Ms. Lisa Combrink, who is the chairperson of the South Africa G20 Culture Working Group, for the closing remarks. Ms. Combrink, are you online?
Yes, sir, I am. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Please proceed, ma'am.
Thank you. I will just flash my camera because I'm in a very dark space and then continue without it on. Program director and esteemed delegates, academics, experts, activists, and attendees. We've come to the end of a very long day and a day of robust and profound discussions. I think I would like to begin by indicating that even I leave this discussion today with a lot of humility because of the extraordinary work being done among yourselves in pursuit of the safeguarding and restitution of cultural heritage. And in our efforts to humanize and rehumanize this work in all its various stages. The intellectual underpinning of this work, the conceptualization, the resulting roadmaps and activities involving return and restoration, but also as part of nurturing new praxis or practices of freedom. We got our marching orders this morning from Minister Mackenzie, who reminded us that loss of our cultural treasures, our cultural wealth, is fundamentally the loss of a community's voice. This loss of a tongue is the loss of language, the death of an idea, the genocide of a whole way of being and of making meaning in this world. Thus, he said, return has healing powers. Return is indeed a repeopling of history, of reality, of our cultural and living imaginary. And as so many of you have said today, the past is not the past. And as I have said before, it seems that the dead, our dead, are not even ever dead. Therefore, to rehumanize is to raise their memories from the dead, to restore their presence in our lives as ancestors, to reconnect them to us and their cultural objects of belonging in contributing to our own. Return is indeed about taking shared responsibility, becoming partners in truth and healing, and of course, becoming partners in changing this world. Yet we are inextricably tied together in what can be described as the blood-soaked and racist historical narratives of our continents, the many strands and ways that we need to undo and repiece together. It is important that today, as has been reiterated by many, that in writing a new narrative of the history and heritage we share as people of the world, we need to acknowledge the primacy of local and community longing and belonging, and the desire of people to be at one with their identity. As the chair of the Culture Working Group, let me assure you that I'm not alone here today. We are taking notes of all the issues that have been foregrounded. We may not be able to be the trailblazers we would want to be, as some have commented, but we believe we can push the buttons, push the envelope. In the context of the G20 and the work of this presidency in the Culture Working Group, I also wish to assure you that the South African presidency is putting many of the issues unpacked today as guiding principles in the draft ministerial declaration that we are currently seized with. We are working very hard to continue to champion the agenda of the Global South in this regard and the issues that are at the heart of the African continent. Interestingly, perhaps for yourselves, is that in current discussions held this week in the intersessional meeting of the members of the G20 Culture Working Group, we have been seized with heritage matters and the refining of the existing text. We've been grappling with issues such as the impacts of illicit trafficking of cultural heritage, the bilateral and multilateral mechanisms available and also desirable, and the channeling of specialized operational capabilities by organizations and institutions. We have looked at inequalities in access to cultural heritage, the deprivation of indigenous peoples as well as local communities of their cultural heritage. We've looked at the role of libraries and archives, not only museums, in collections management. May I add, just in addition to that, that from the discussion today, I think we should also consider community arts centers in this grouping, because they are sites where youth can gather and be conscientized and participate in robust discussions. We've also discussed the continued theft, looting, and illicit trafficking of cultural property, emphasizing in discussions the online markets and digital platforms, often with links to illicit financial flows, money laundering in conflict and post-conflict situations in particular. We've debated and looked at the fact that different countries have different policies and legislation guiding this work. We've unpacked the existing multilateral frameworks, the 1970 UNESCO Convention, the mechanisms provided by UNIDROIT and Interpol, among others. In next week, we hope that these discussions will move towards consolidating and sharpening the common actions, including open and inclusive dialogue on the return and restitution of cultural property, including, the bilateral dialogue, multilateral mechanisms, and global coordination. These have not been easy discussions. As chair, we are obliged to listen to all sides, and ultimately there will be need to be some compromise. We are pushing as much as we can and negotiating. Our heritage colleagues in the department and heritage experts outside are advising every step of the way on this particular heritage priority. So the discussions here today are really further empowering us to take what is contained in our declaration much further. In conclusion, I want to just highlight that our sister Sibongile Masuku today spoke about the metaphor of the child and the mother as we articulate this journey of return and restitution. In some ways, the G20 engagement and interaction has also been that of mothering, and we will not disown this child. We believe that we have within us the fire of mothers. To paraphrase a poem by Abina Busia, to keep the fires of transformation burning in the G20 Culture Working Group, the tongues and flames leaping and alive in pursuit of cultural justice and in extending the cultural practices of freedom. With your activism, and only with it and not without it, can we take this struggle forward. We do need the African civil society restitution movement that has been mooted. No one must be left behind. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Combring, for that powerful message. It is well received. And again, while it may not always be visible, the work of the G20 Working Group on Culture is championing the cause of restitution and repatriation. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'll now move to the vote of thanks from our newly elected chairperson of the Heritage Management Committee of SAHRA, Pastor Peter Mukwena. Ntate, are you online?
Yeah, I am online.
Please go ahead, sir.
Do I have to put the camera on or?
Yes, so they can see the face of SAHRA, please. The newly elected face of SAHRA.
Okay. Am I visible?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Program Director. I will not waste the time. I'm not here to give a speech, but just a vote of thanks. I understand the session is attended by about 120 people today, or it might even have grown beyond that. On behalf of the South African Heritage Resource Agency, I would like to thank you all. And I would also like to thank Honorable Minister Gayton Mackenzie, who is in charge of sports, arts and culture in South Africa, for giving a speech today and giving direction. I'd also like to thank the Honorable Minister Abla Zifa Komashi, Minister of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts in the Republic of Ghana, together with the Deputy Minister Yusuf Asaka Jaja, who actually represented him today. In absentia, I would like also to thank Ms. Angela Martins, the Acting Director for Social Development, Culture and Sport at the African Union Commission. In addition to those, I would also like to pass our gratitude to our own chairperson of the SAHRA Council, Ms. Elodie Seotsing Paele. And then I also like to thank the council members that are also attending, including the former council members. In addition to that, I would like to thank the chairperson and the members of the provincial heritage resource authorities in the different provinces of South Africa. I would like to thank Advocate Lungisa Malgas, our Chief Executive Officer of the South African Heritage Resource Agency. We'd also pass our gratitude to the CEOs and heads of other heritage institutions across the country and even beyond, including Africa museums and heritage institutions that are there. Our partners in cultural heritage management across the continent of Africa and globally, our sincere gratitude for participation. I would also like to acknowledge the value-adding contribution of the distinguished panelists and facilitators in their respective affiliated institutions who shared deeper knowledge that gives us direction. Amongst them are the following. From the Republic of, from Cameroon, Mr. Terence Besaka and Professor Albert Goffo. From Ghana, Divine Kwame Owusu Ansha, and Dr. Alfonso Kumasa. From Kenya, Dr. Purity Kiura, and from Namibia, Golda Haeros. From Nigeria, from Nigeria, Prof. I'll wrestle with this one a bit. From Professor Konkore Abontaye Egamfona. If I mispronounce it, my apology. From the Republic of South Africa, Mzansi, Mr. Matsatere Serekwane. I always battle to know whether it's a Mr. or it's a Prof, but yeah. And then Dr. Swangile Masuku, who's also from the University of Mpumalanga and former CEO of SAHRA. Professor Siraj Rasul, Mr. Clinton Jackson. From Zambia, Victoria Piri Chitungu. And from the Netherlands, Miss Yus Sadiha Brusma, and Mr. Camille De Ko. Thank you very much. And finally, I would like also to thank the SAHRA team, especially the staff that have been responsible for organizing of this, in particular, Mr. Ben Mwasinga. And then this session, I understand, was attended by and supported by the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture, and Culture of South Africa, especially the component that deals with the G20 working group, led by the chairperson, Lisa Combry. Our sincere gratitude for your participation. Lastly, I would like to close with the words or the call by noting the words of the minister, the Honorable Minister Mackenzie, this morning, who said the following. I quote, "It is not a shame to inherit the cultural artifacts of another country, but it is a shame to keep them." Distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, let's continue our work in correcting the injustices from the past. Thank you, and thank you again. Over to you, Program Director.
Thank you so much, Mtate Peter Mukwena, who is the chairperson of the Heritage Resources Management Committee at SAHRA. And with those words from the newly elected chair, I would like to just carry out two more activities before we conclude. All the facilitators and the speakers from today, if you could please switch on your cameras. So the facilitators and the speakers from today who are still online, if you could please switch on your cameras very quickly just for a photo. Right?
Everybody else still here.
Okay, we'll just take a screenshot. All right, thank you so much. And then I would like to ask the guests who are also still online, if you could please turn your microphones on. So you have heard me. Please, can you turn on your microphones? Please switch on your microphones. And I'd like to invite you to give a big round of applause to our wonderful facilitators, our wonderful speakers, and to yourselves for a beautiful session. Thank you so much. The session is adjourned.
Thank you. The session is adjourned.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Bye.
Bless
Thank
you.
you. Well done, team. Well done.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.